Humph, you almost sound genuine saying that. In that case, you must be quite along the way of the sword then, being so sincere and all. Long Jianshan's voice dripped with sarcasm. Just a little stronger than average. That's why you're halfway in the profound heaven stage while we sit at the peak of the radiant stage. So that's how. You went and wasted the past century on swordsmanship, crippling your progress in cultivation so much that the juniors overcame you by a mile. Long Jianshan felt so superior right then, brimming with pride. Xiao's eyes were icy, her mind holding nothing but scorn for him. Nitwit. Luo Sifan's glare bore into him. Long Jianshan, have you no respect for your elders? She then gave a deep bow in apology. Blind uncle, forgive him. He's been spoiled rotten. I offer my apologies in his place. No need. I've seen this chubby's belligerent and arrogant type these years. More than I could count. Shuofan waved her off. I admit that most of the time the past century was focused on understanding the sword, and I have stagnated my cultivation. I had no choice but to switch priorities. Having known nothing at all, I had to double my focus to answer that challenge. Ha! A profound heaven cultivator challenged? Tell me of your adversary and I'll handle it. No problem. Long Jianshan, enough. Luo Sifan preened, only to have Luo Sifan talk him down. Xianxia was more amazed by the second. Senior, I'm in complete awe by your glorious insights into the sword after deciding to focus on it. And so late too. I've never seen a more perfect spiritual sword refined even by a grandmaster. They look so alive. Hee, you got good eyes there to feel the life inside the blades. Yes, these years were all focused on understanding the sword by refining them. I would go through all 12 grades each time a new insight came. My stores soon grew to millions, while the spiritual swords themselves became more and more alive. Shuofan took pride in that. I won't be long now. After my next breakthrough, I will be able to answer the century-old challenge. Long Jianshan's contempt couldn't be more obvious, says the profound heaven cultivator wasting his cultivation on looking sharp. How are you going to fight as a corpse? Spending some little effort on keeping your posture as an elegant and refined man like me is fine. The problem with you is your bland features and being blind. Who are you trying to take in with just a younger face? I've gotten far in my youth and don't need to keep it. I just kept staying like this. That's the same as my mom and dad. Unlike Steward Zhuge and Uncle Li, they spent the last century still looking the same. Luo Sifan butted in, to break them up. Long Jianshan mocked in complete denial. How is that the same? In this time, Alliance Leader has grown to peak soul harmony stage. This guy used the same time and still not a day over 30 despite profound heaven cultivation. I bet he used all his efforts in keeping that lame face all along. The other two took careful peeks at Shuofan. The higher the stage, the longer the life, with appearance following this trend over an even longer period. Just like how Luo Yunhai had thousands of years ahead of him as a peak soul harmony cultivator, and a mere century would feel like going through childhood by comparison, thus keeping those crow's feet and wrinkles at bay. While Zhuge Changfeng and the others were old to begin with before they received the chance from the Luo clan to bolster their cultivation with the help of sacred stones. They now had a long lifespan as well, but they started off late. They just kept looking the same since they never tried adjusting their appearances. Most men look down on using such impractical and useless gimmick only a girl would care about. For women, looks were their life, going to any lengths to keep a pretty face. This was why most people that kept their youth in their later years proved that they had gotten far in their early years in cultivation, needing no touch-up. As for Shuofan, a profound heaven cultivator, he looked nothing like the part of some past great achiever. Appearances could be deceiving, as Shuofan had been using the true self-art that regressed his cultivation, while his true level being at peak soul harmony stage. He only got so far and not peak Genesis stage was due to switching focus on understanding the sword. Blind uncle, Long Jianshan has a foul mouth, but he does make sense. Since you have a challenge, you shouldn't have focused on your appearances and having no substance. Luo Sifan gave him a bright smile. Strength grows with cultivation. Tao is reserved for the peak experts. You should be hurrying. Oh, here are some sacred stones. Please take them. Luo Sifan already took some from her ring and offered. Shuafan cut her off, looking unfazed as ever. Kids, Tao comes from the heart, not from one's cultivation. Regardless of the path you tread, inspiration and insight comes in a flash. Miss that brief and tiny window and it's never coming back. As for cultivating, that's much easier. With enough resources and time, the sky's the limit. I have spent the last century on the way of the sword and not cultivating all because I knew their value. How far the path lead is how much you can walk it, or you'll be left running in place. TCH, what right does a profound heaven cultivator have to preach to us? Long Jianshan scorned, with the other two flinching with lost eyes at the platitudes. Ding! Zhuofan's hand shone and an azure long sword appeared in his hand. The powerful aura it gave left the three ignorant children gasping. This. Ever blue, 1.88 meters, 4.9 kilograms, symbolizing the auspicious number 9, the best of its kind. As the head of the alliance, your dad is upright first and foremost. He may have a royal air, but is not forceful. Ever blue connects one with the world, broadens one's kingly aura, focusing on grace and benevolence. It will be the best fit for your dad's Tao heart. Take it. Tracing the blade, Shuafan offered it to Luo Sifan. After not seeing for so many years, this shall be my gift for his grand birthday. The juniors were blown away by the glorious azure the sword was giving. Their hearts were frantic, with even Long Jianshan's antagonistic nature cut short. It was like the sword enchanted them, unable to look away. Xianxia finally cried out, "A 12th grade spiritual weapon. A rarity in all the 5 lands and the most perfect kind." 12th? The other two jumped. Ha ha ha, I told you. I go through the 12 grades when refining after gaining insight. You can just take this one. Zhuofan threw it and Luo Sifan clutched it to her chest. A gentle wind blew at the trio, pushing them out of the shack. Don't tell your father about me and don't come over again. We're generations apart. Bam! The door slammed shut, with the trio shaking all over. Then they turned to the sword with increasing awe. Since when could a profound heaven cultivator push us 3 radiant stage cultivators? It makes no sense. Their hearts sank and then Luo Sifan bowed. Thank you, Senior, for the great gift. I'll never forget it. I shall now take my leave and shall repay you one day for this favor. The trio walked away. She finally succeeded in getting a sword. With such a rare treasure, her dad ought to be ecstatic on his birthday. Chower, we're leaving. Shuofan sighed. Chower asked, Father, didn't you say? The last of the 8 world wind tunnels is Sword Star Imperial Capital's Thunder Pavilion. The 5 land-wide recoil array is almost complete, waiting on the last tunnel to return us to Sacred Domain. Before that, I don't wish to disturb their peace. Shuofan muttered. Chower nodded in understanding. Savage energies came out of nowhere, sweeping the entire town. Chower asked, Such bloodlust can only come from a killer. What's someone like that doing in these quiet parts? Chower, those ignorant brats showed off their new gift and invited trouble. Go help them. Zhuofan spoke. Chower nodded and flew after the trio. While the blissfully ignorant trio were acting like they were on a field trip, constantly scrambling over who held the sword. Who do you guys think that senior is? Does he have some connection with the Luo Alliance? Never getting enough of her new toy, Luo Sifan spoke of serious matters. Long Jianshan waved her off. As if, he must have stayed a while in Tianyu and when it got bad he came to this neck of the woods. He just knows some stuff having lived so long. What could possibly be between some profound heaven cultivator and our great Luo Alliance? It's not even funny. It's too soon to tell. Xianxia spoke seriously. I've never seen any profound heaven cultivator able to refine 12th grade spiritual weapons to such perfection. Not even with the most sublime skill or immense heart could one achieve the same at such a low cultivation. Something doesn't smell right. Smells more like a dud. Profound heaven cultivators are a dime a dozen. He must have pushed us since we were out of it and caught us by surprise. It's the only possibility that makes sense. He said it himself, focusing on the sword this century and putting cultivation on hold. The way I see it, insights are for those super strong experts. So what the hell is he fumbling around for? Have you seen anyone besides our alliance's 9 venerables deepening their insights? No, they're all out there getting stronger. That may be so, but I still feel an air of deep mystery around the blind swordsmith. Xianxia's doubts were prevalent, regardless of Long Jinshan's disregard. Long Jinshan rolled his eyes. You call that deep? He was only playing us? I refuse to believe there's anything worth of note about a cultivator stuck in the profound heaven stage after a damn century. As the two were opinionated, Luo Sifin nodded to herself. It's nigh impossible for a profound heaven cultivator to get close to anyone of status. Ha ha ha, a 12th grade spiritual weapon and a perfect one at that. I was out doing a little hunting and here I am with the catch of the century. A cruel and mad laugh jarred their ears. A bald old man landed not 10 meters from them, cackling. Missy, you sure have guts to flaunt a 12th grade spiritual weapon. You're practically begging to be stepped on by flaming others' greed. Hand it over if you know what's good for you. Luo Sifin shivered in fright, tightening her hold on the sword. Who are you? State your name. Yeah. Do you have any idea who we are? Are you tired of living to go after our sword? Long Jinshan shook all over from the mighty aura the man had, but did not forget to flaunt his status. The bald elder placed his hands on his hips and snickered. Brats, better not be shaking in your boots at my glorious name. Listen well, for I am the infamous bald demon of the western lands. You're that degenerate bald demon that's been burning and murdering with no disregard for life? Luo Sifin shuddered. They say his crimes are endless and that the 9 sects couldn't even catch wind of him. Just what is he doing here of all places? Xianxia bobbed his head. If he's the real bald demon, then he's in the 7th layer of Genesis stage. Few in our alliance are his match. This is bad. Real bad. Ha ha ha. Now you get it? Then hand it over. And while you're at it. The bald man's eyes shone with desire upon gracing Luo Sifin with a foul gaze. Miss, why don't we get to know each other better over a couple of days? I cross my heart not to keep you safe. What are you doing? Long Jinshan jumped to shield Luo Sifin, putting an obvious tough front with all that sweat pouring out of him. Do you know who we are? You dare touch us? Do you have a death wish? Oh, I'm gushing to know. Well, what makes you so special? Is it scary? Ha ha ha. The bald man was having a blast toying with them. Long Jinshan's face twitched, shouting. Listen up and listen well. We are part of the Luo Alliance. You are in the presence of the young miss of the Luo Alliance head. Touch her and the entire alliance will be after your head. Luo Alliance's young miss? The old man eyes Luo Sifin closer. Long Jinshan smirked. Afraid now? The hell I am. The bald guy cackled louder. What's the Luo Alliance but some oversized gang in the western lands? Since their turf is out, I'll just go to the other 4 lands. Besides, no matter how tough the Luo Alliance is, they won't match the Devil Palace spanning across the whole lands. Devil Palace. The trio flinched in fright. Luo Sifin was startled. Oh no, the Devil Palace? Grandpa Zhuge said Devil Palace, a secret society, has been showing up over the past decades. It's teeming with experts. Luo Alliance can't match it. It's the strongest hidden power in the world. But they're so discreet that they haven't interacted with the powers in the western lands, nor do they want to have anything to do with these devils. But now this vile bald demon is from Devil Palace. We're so dead. The other 2 froze. These Luo Alliance princelings got used to throwing their weight around. Now, it seemed they got the short end of the stick because of it. They felt so sorry for themselves. Whoosh. 3 gales blew, rooting the 3 on the spat. The bald old man's lustful eyes drunk on the girl's figure as he walked over. He Luo Alliance miss. I've had yet to have the honor to sample such fine goods. Might as well get the girl and the sword. Hi hi hi. His black hand reached out for Luo Sifin's delicate face. Ah, what are you doing? Luo Sifin shrieked. shedding a tear. The other two raged. Stop right now, dirty old man. What are you doing? He, calling me dirty yet asking me what I'm doing? Just giving her my professional courtesy. Ha ha ha. Bald Demon grew more excited at their squirming. Luo Sifin cried out in tears. No, no. Stop. Stop, you piece of... Her friends were watching with bloodshot eyes, powerless to help. The three radiant stage cultivators were at the whims of a Genesis stage demon, his toys. Pa! A loud sound came out of nowhere, followed by a wail as the old man careened through the air. The trio jerked, finding they could move again. The old man coughed blood trying to get up on shaky legs and bellowing, "Who did that?" The kids flinched, finally noticing in front a most charming girl with purple hair staring at them with cold indifference. "It's you!" The kids cheered. Rescue had arrived. What came as a shock was knowing the girl was the blind swordsmith's daughter yet had the power to send the Genesis demon flying. Just who is she? Shower ignored their googly eyes and demanded of Bald Demon, "Beat it! Lady, you must not know who I am to butt in, ugh." Bald Demon was blustering after being attacked, only to choke on his words as he noticed the purple token. He shivered all over and stammered, "Why, you're Sparrow. I told you to beat it. Are you deaf? Or do you want to die here?" As the shiny bird token glimmered under the sun's glorious light, Shower's eyes grew icy. Gulping hard, the bald man bowed with haste and took off in terror. The kids could even see his soaked back as he fled. They turned their incredulous eyes on Shower. She just told off a demon rampaging in the Western lands for dozens of years. Who on earth is she? How could a profound heaven swordsmith have such an overpowered daughter? Shower turned away. Luo Sifin rushed to say, "Wait! What?" "Thank you, miss, for your help. I shall never..." Yeah. I'm only doing because Dad asked." Shower had no sympathy. "He told me to give you a warning. There's always someone better than you out there. Keep your belonging hidden and don't flaunt it. For you have no right to." Shower vanished, leaving the trio gaping. Holy hell. Just where did we end up? Why do we keep bumping into worldly experts? And who the hell is that blind swordsmith? With the daughter incredible, the father must be... The trio's faces twitched, their faces burning in shame of how they treated Zhuofan. "We acted like clowns. How mortifying. Dad, I'm back." Shower knocked before entering with a bright smile. Then she burst out in joy. "Brother, how come you're here?" Zhuofan was still in his chair, swaying, with Gu Santong sitting next to him. "Shower, is it wrong for a son to visit his father? Please, you think I don't know you? You just came to cut work. The only thing that changed about you is your height." Zhuofan patted his head as he joked. Gu Santong puffed his cheeks in annoyance, with Shower giggling at the side. Zhuofan turned serious. "What happened? Who came?" "No one special, just one of our own from the Western lands called Bald Demon. He saw the brats and greed and lust got the best of him. I already shoot him. Don't worry." "Bald Demon?" Zhuofan's brow shook. "That geezer has a bad name, doing every vile thing imaginable. Was someone after him that he came here?" Shower shook her head. "Can't be. The Western Lands envoy has tight control over them, avoiding conflict with the Western Lands factions. Bald Demon's heinous crimes are his alone. Coupled with his high cultivation, all factions in the Western Lands focus on self-preservation. They wouldn't go after him lest provoked. Or maybe someone's out there doing a world a favor by hunting this evil down. The thing is, there has hardly been any signs in Western Lands to point towards a manhunt. Strange. Why else would he be caught dead in this barren place? Since hiding is out, then it can only mean hunting." Zhuofan asked, "Shower, did he follow the brats?" "Shouldn't be. He's too impulsive in lust to hold it in for so long." "Is it for me then?" Zhuofan mulled. "Ha ha ha. Well, isn't this interesting? My own men tracked their palace lord." Gu Santong widened and shouted. "They have the nerve to look for palace lord? Are they ignoring their lives to breach the palace laws? Not by those honest disciples. They'd never try it. There must be someone else behind him. Shuafan smirked. Chower, young Sanzi, he shouldn't be too far. Let's go for a stroll. I'm curious to know why wants to see me so much. Ha ha ha. Shuafan stood and left the house with his children. Gu Santong exclaimed then, "Wait, father. Uncle Dong wanted me to ask you when we'll begin the last step of the plan." "Very soon." Touching his covered eyes, Shuafan grinned. In the royal family's main hall of the imperial capital, Emperor Bailey Jingshi was at the head of a dozens of meters-wide oval table. On his side was Prime Minister Bailey Jingwei, followed by the 9 sword kings. Only the farthest seat was empty. All eyes were on it, impatient. Shangguan Feiyun was the first to complain. Does he still think of himself as heir? What, never? Thump. Faint footsteps echoed, followed by a familiar figure. Clap. Lone Arm Sword King, you finally grace us with your presence. We could never start without you. Ha ha ha. Shangguan Feiyun ridiculed. The other sword kings held smiles of disdain. Only Bailey Jingshi sighed. The man sat in the empty spot. Bailey Jingtian had now lost his crown prince title, becoming the 10th sword king. The official title was Sword King Jingtian, while among the other sword kings he got dubbed Lone Arm Sword King. All because he lost the other at Shuafan's fire. Bailey Jingtian looked with sadness at the empty sleeve. The crown prince was meant to inherit the throne, but there was no way a gimp would take that power. With little choice, he was reduced to a prince. Bailey Jingshi was bleeding while Bailey Jingwei shook his head. What a waste of a good seed. With Sword King Jingtian present, let the 10 Sword King gathering commence. Bailey Yulei cleared his voice and began, holding no ridicule for the late comer. Even using his official title, Prime Minister Bailey, what is the purpose of this meeting? Bailey Jingwei looked at them and spoke. Your Majesty, Sword Kings, due to my gross negligence, I have let evil run amok in our nation for 100 years. But in these many years, our nation is once again restored to its glory. The army filled its ranks, the people are wealthy, but the greatest disaster is now upon us. One that may very well be the end of our great nation. The men waited nervously for him to finish. Do you all remember the rise of that one great talent from the World War? He made me taste defeat for the first time and sullying the name of Bailey. Shuafan. Bailey Jingtian spat through gnashed teeth. The rest were looking complicated, unsettled as well at the mere mention of the name. Bailey Jingwei nodded. It's this genius versed in politics and war that sent our magnificent nation on the brink of collapse 100 years ago, foiling the land unification plan. He has my complete respect, to be honest, as the only man I could never read. Fortune was with us that day, swallowed whole by the sea demon. I may regret losing such a rival, but I rejoice at world free of such a dreadful man. He got nods from everyone. However, while the devil has been purged, his poison remained, spreading into our nation. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone, shouting, Do you all remember where he came from? Devil Mountain. Bailey Yuyun spoke up. Bailey Jingwei nodded. We heard of this mystery sect from his own mouth, unable still to confirm or deny it. Its influence, however, is unquestionable. In the past century, there has been many forces using similar names, Devil Sect, Devil Island, Devil Group, Devil City, and so on. They all wanted to use a dead man's name to garner power. We have crushed every last one of them, proving that those carrying the devil's name are nothing but liars. Unacceptable. What's more concerning is the small faction under 100 member having begun using this name, Devil Gang, Devil Stronghold, and even Devil Village. This poor imitations are preposterous. Of course, we cull them swiftly, but the momentum is to be feared. All want to make use of this terrifying legend and gather power to restore it. This affected our nation, worsening the century-long unrest far greater than I anticipated. There's no shortage of people believing we lost to Devil Mountain's disciple and thus took its name. It has stained the illustrious reputation of our empire. So, how much noise can a bunch of weaklings make? They'll get wiped out with a snap of our fingers. Shangguan Feiyun disdained. At worst, they'll only make us work harder. No bug could change the way the world works. The other Sword Kings agreed. They're not genuine, only using the name. What's there to be scared of when the real Devil Mountain is not involved? Bailey Jingwei was, however, very serious when it came to these pests. I wouldn't have called all Sword Kings here if it were about some rabble. The crucial fact is that one of them gained incredible power. It has tight ranks and spread out, a force that the Five Lands have never seen. People, have any of you heard of Devil Palace? All froze, turning grave. Shangguan Feiyun even frowned. Devil Palace? A secret force growing since 100 years ago that has only just began to be noticed by the main factions of the lands. It's terrifying how secretive it is. Bailey Jingwei had never been more serious in his life. Some were doubtful, others looked grave or hesitant, but they all were thoughtful. Bailey Jingwei could easily guess their surface thoughts. Sword Kings. It would seem that you all have fought this mystery power inside your area, but are unclear what it is. Allow me to explain to you all. Devil Palace first appeared in the lands at the beginning of the war 5 years ago, in a most befuddling fashion. Bailey Jingwei continued, do you recall the uprising in our nation? I've conducted investigations, sent spies, and finally confirmed that the very first to rise against us was the Devil Palace. Following it, fires broke out everywhere as other minor groups rose up as well, leading to a century of turmoil. Just as we began culling these dangerous elements, Devil Palace vanished into thin air before we could understand them or cause any real damage to them. However, they did not stop. While we were busy with other minorities going against us, they went after the rabbles to recruit them and gain power. So while the Sword Kings have been hard at work destroying these traitors, they were far from removed, turning into morsels for this one large faction, growing so much it can threaten our very nation. Bam! Shangguan Feiyun slammed the table. Curses! Have we done nothing but do the work for them this past century? Just when we thought we removed the pockets of resistance, they just went over to the enemy's side. Yes, by using our unrest, they only have to gain from it. Devil Palace is in a whole other league than those erratic rabbles. Zither Sword King squinted and rapped the table. He had one peculiar smile though. The others nodded, wary. Bailey Jingwei sighed. Devil Palace is exercising extreme caution, yet it used the Five Lands War in its favor as well. It then chose to bide its time over the coming century as it grew and grew. A radical idea came to me while thinking of it. The Devil Palace might be a real branch of Devil Mountain, having the same twisted mind as the dead Zhuofan. Everyone flinched, looking shocked to the core. You're saying Devil Palace is something he built, that he's still alive? No, he should be dead, ending up swallowed by the sea demon. But the beginning of these factions bears his signature. Bailey Yuyun cried in disbelief, with Bailey Yuyun shooting her down. This isn't happening only in the central area, but in every other land as well. All know perfectly well who directed the Five Lands War. Having lost this mastermind, how could the Devil Palace infiltrate the lands so quickly amidst the war? Now it grew into the largest dark faction throughout the lands, hiding in shadows. I refuse to believe anyone that claims he didn't have a hand in this. The others felt their hearts sink. Shangguan Feiyun clenched his fists. The devil spread his poison, giving us such grief even from beyond the grave. God damn him! Not damn him, but fear him. At least with him dead, there won't be some ingenious master plan with so many pawns at his disposal. It would have been disastrous. Bailey Jingwei felt a shiver down his spine and sighed. The defeat was a century ago. Yet time did not help in easing the dread he felt at the mere mention of Zhuofan's name. Regardless, the mastermind may be gone, but Devil Palace is becoming a serious thorn in our side. I believe this goes the same for the other 4 lands. No one would ever tolerate anyone encroaching into their domain, especially one so dangerous. Bailey Jingwei's hand held a map, revealing it to everyone, with all kinds of lines. This is the map of the 5 lands. And these lines represent the paths Devil Palace's people had taken over the last years. I just can't get a grasp of their intentions. They may be seen in one spot for a while, only to never come there again. Maybe they finished their job? Shangguan Feiyun asked. Bailey Jingwei nodded, turning dead serious. Yes, I thought so as well, but this only makes it worse. The typical dark faction would spread its influence while hiding its base. They're doing so, but to what end? Being in the dark about the other is the most terrible thing. The others were in full agreement. Also, Bailey Jingwei took another paper with an image that showed clear connections. This is something I deduced from a few confessions from the Devil Palace disciples we captured. According to them, Devil Palace has clear ranks, with the superiors and lower ranks in direct contact. The only unknown in this is the head, with none ever seeing him, only hearing of his title. Devil Palace Lord is a mystery person known only as the Dark Demon Lord. There's no witnesses, only rumors about his strength being beyond anything. He has Beast, Sparrow, Power, Fire and Ice as his Dharma Kings, and they are at the level of our 9 Sword Kings, if not stronger. Under them are the Sun, Moon and Star Devil emissaries, in control of the scattered disciples' tasks. Next are the small leaders, vile and vicious men with some repute in every land. They may be trouble for others, but not for Sword Kings, mere fodder. They all looked on with worry and shock. Devil Palace has grown so big? That means no land can stand up to them but us. Bailey Yulei slapped the table. Prime Minister, is that map reliable? We all know those lands' leaders. How could they let so many savages run amok? It has to be an overblown rumor to drive fear into those idiots and attract more people. With the 5 Dharma Kings as strong as us, what will that make of the Palace Lord, on equal ground with Patriarch? There's no way. There might be though. Shangguan Feiyun looked on with a piercing gaze. A month ago I found a sneaky bunch in my area. I was about to get rid of them when this young man met me blow for 300 rounds. I overheard the others calling him Beast King. Success. Everyone gasped and stared at him in disbelief, hoping to be some poor joke. Anything was better than the truth. A pity there was not a sign of humor on his feature. Those Dharma Kings are as strong as us. Shangguan Feiyun shook his head. I didn't know then where he came from, but now I am certain he's from Devil Palace. Moreover, Bailey Jingwei continued, there's a rhyme going around the lands. In radiant splendor, stars do gleam. Slash their light bathes all in a cosmic beam. Slash but as darkness descends, consuming all sight. Slash the stars' brilliance wanes, fading from height. Slash yet fear not, for the dawn draws near. Slash a quiet arrival, bringing hope clear. The men's faces twitched, the implication obvious. You're saying the Dark Demon Lord will crush the Empire's unification plan? The Dark consumes the plight, bringing great change to the lands. Bailey Jingwei was a mask of rage. The rhyme is most definitely fake, coming from Devil Palace to worm into the populace's hearts. Sword Star Empire is not about to fall so easily. But rumors are scary and people hear what they wish. We need to squash Devil Palace before the rhyme spreads further and becomes reality. The situation is dire, everyone. Bailey Jingwei was dead serious as he finished. The others nodded, aware now of the crisis. The might of their nation was unquestioned, all due to the 9 Sword Kings. But with the rise of the Dark Demon Lord, they felt the threat. Shangguan Feiyun said, Prime Minister, there's been something that's been bothering me for many years that I would like your input on. The invincible sword hasn't been seen for 100 years. What happened? The matter with Devil Palace is grave. Yes, but once the invincible sword shows himself, none can stop him, right? The other 9 turned to him, curious. Bailey Jingwei shook and winced. Patriarch has been in seclusion for the past century to break through to a new stage that no human has achieved before. When Patriarch comes out, I believe you will see the birth of true unstoppable might. Then we'll be waiting for the good news. Bailey Jingwei was tight-lipped about it, and the kings didn't ask either, left with their own suspicions. Bailey Jingwei looked drained, forcing a smile as he put away the paper. Everyone, that's the situation. I hope Sword Kings shall return to your designated area and fight back Devil Palace before they grow any stronger. I shall be drafting a plan in the meantime to remove this danger for good. I will notify you in time. Farewell, Prime Minister, Your Majesty. Shangguan Feiyun stood and cupped his head before leaving. The others did the same. The emperor couldn't help it and said, Jingwei, it's been 100 years already. We can't hide it anymore. They're suspicious and the cat'll be out of the bag. The bag must stay shut. Bailey Jingwei's brow shook, his eyes shining. Your Majesty, it'll be fine. I vow to have the empire to enjoy peace and stability for ages. The 10 Sword Kings left in groups, with Bailey Jingtian being the only one alone. Shangguan Feiyun took joy in scorning him for his lost arm. The one who used to be the heir, incredible talent, and a second invincible sword, turned out a mere prince. He sure has taken a huge fall this century. Fate reaped the souls of 9 princes and left one with a handicap. They shouldn't have gone to the northern lands. Dan Xingshin sighed. They were all amazingly talented and would have grown into an emperor and many sword kings to help us in these trying times. Brother Dan, are you a fool? The more sword kings the Bailey have, the greater the danger will be in. We are now 4 and 6 and still hold some sway, thankfully. I'd wish to see them grow to their full potential. They couldn't stop me from going home anyway. Shangguan Feiyun snickered at the huge loss while Dan Xingshin just shook his head. Zither Sword King came over, smiling. Brother Dan, while I don't like Brother Feiyun's character, I still stand by him on this. Do you honestly believe with the rise of Bailey's younger generation that they'd let you go home? When we become obsolete, there'll be no stopping our execution. This is much better. The great clan now finds itself without posterity, all due to that war. The dead Shuafan had to be Bailey's bane. We should thank him for that. The other 2 smiled. Brothers, we were right all along. The invincible sword is dying. A man rushed to their side, his voice low and hoarse. Did you see Bailey Jingwei's face? He lost his backing and confidence. Zither Sword King gestured to him for silence immediately, his eyes darting around. Wine Sword Immortal, don't just say what's on your mind. Before we ascertain the invincible sword status, you should keep it down lest you want to lose your head. What's the point of confirming it? The old coot's been gone for a century. Isn't that the biggest proof? The Wine Sword Immortal was utterly confident. You know fully well the old guy is grooming the juniors, always looking the best to train himself or let them understand the sundering sword. Have you seen any of that happen the last century, especially with the clan's future wrecked? It's obvious he dropped dead. Bailey Jingwei is just too cunning and kept it hidden to lord over us. Since he's dead, what are you guys planning? Will you keep staying around this dull place? The Zither Sword King and Dan Xingshin smiled. Stop with the nonsense. What if he's alive? Though he grinned widely still. Shangguan Feiyun was the only one unfazed, his eyes firm. Regardless of the invincible sword's fate or your choice, I will stay in the Sword Star Empire. It's the only one that can help me attack Eastern lands and take everything. You're so obstinate. The 3 sighed. He just didn't understand what being a cultivator meant. It was all about understanding the world's nature, its Tao. Was it worth throwing it all away just so you'd become a tool? An official in a crimson robe approached them and bowed. Greetings, Sword Kings. Deputy Minister of War? Shangguan Feiyun gave the middle-aged man with grizzled sideburns a look, noticing him in the 5th layer of ethereal stage. Isn't the Ministry of War under Prime Minister? Why come to us? Yuan Yong bowed again. Sword King Feiyun. I have a matter that I wish Dragon-Cleaving Sword King would help in. With me. Dan Xingshin shook his head. Ha ha ha. Do I know you? Sorry, but you don't look familiar. I'm not inclined to help random strangers either. Dan Xingshin turned away. The man rushed to stop him and revealed a scroll from his ring as he offered it. Sword King. Please, do you still recognize this painting? This. Dan Xingshin's brow shook at the familiar paper, taking it and letting a long breath as he unfolded it. The man still bowed. Dragon-Cleaving Sword King. Do you remember the promise you made in Western lands? That you will help the bearer of this painting in one matter. I know Sir's word is his bond, and I have traveled far and wide, through countless hardships to return this painting. I only ask whether the promise still stands after all these years. Lads of our nation, I made it in the name of love, and in love I vowed. How could I just break it? Dan Xianxia's eyes stirred, recalling a past long forgotten. He then folded it back and spoke. Talk. What is it you want? The man bowed once more. Sword King, I have nothing but respect to your dedication. I shall be honest. I am Yuan Yong, from Western lands. I was a Tianyu Empire prince once, before a vile bastard took my power and hounded me to. Fine. I don't want to know about your past. Just tell me what you want. Sword King, I wish that Sir would give me justice. Wipe out Tianyu and the Luo alliance with it. Yuan Yong spoke with bloodlust and malice. What? Dan Xianxia widened. Eliminate Luo alliance? How did you become the deputy minister of war? How could you ask such a thing? Shangguan Feiyun sneered. I don't know anything about the Tianyu Empire, but I know the Luo alliance's position in Western lands. It holds no less than half of Western lands' might. Asking Brother Dan to destroy it is like telling him to go against Western lands. Can Brother Dan agree? Dan Xianxia nodded. Yes, Sword King Feiyun is right. My words are limited by my capability. I am not strong enough to fight a land by myself. Sorry, but choose another. Dragon-cleaving Sword King, all I ever wanted in life is revenge. The Luo clan stole my country, putting a puppet on the throne while hunting me down every step of the way. I can never let go of such hatred. For this reason I have come to Sword King for help. Originally, a lofty man like a Sword King was beyond the reach of a nobody like me. I was fortunate enough that when the Five Lands War broke out, I joined the Central Area Army and rose through the ranks thanks to my service. It took me 100 years to walk into this palace and be fortunate enough to meet a Sword King today. Damn. Such dedication. Persevering for 100 years just to reach the status to see you. It's true what they say. The obsession for revenge can take you anywhere. Shangguan Feiyun chuckled. Times change, however. The Luo alliance was nothing a century ago. Brother Dan could have snuffed them out with a snap of his fingers. Now it's grown too large in the Western lands. You're asking Brother Dan to go on a suicide mission. Better wait for another war. Then you could make use of your position to settle the score and get your revenge. Sword King Feiyun is right, but we all know the state of the empire is still restless and far from battle-ready. It may take another century, if not more, before it can wage war. I can't wait that long. Yuan Yong was impatient. Sword King? Then the next best thing would be to take the head of the Luo alliance, Luo Yunhai. Without a leader, they're sure to crumble. At least this will give me some peace. What do you say? Well, it is doable. Dan Xianxia mulled it over. Killing one man then coming right back isn't an issue. Sure, I agree. Yuan Yong bowed once more, filled with joy, his eyes showing obvious scorn. An hour later, Bailey Jingwei stood in a dark room. Yuan Yong bowed next to him. Prime Minister, everything's set. Dan Xianxia is going. Good. I didn't hide your matter for a century for nothing. Don't worry. I'll let you take revenge yourself. Also, make sure to notify all the lands about Dan Xianxia's actions. Yes, and thank you, Prime Minister. Bailey Jingwei nodded, a grin forming on his face. Rest assured, Patriarch. I'll make sure to remove every danger to the Empire's safety. Soon, the Sword Star Empire will shine like the sun. Ha ha ha. The mad laughter bounced off the dark wall of the hall. Are you certain that the Devil Palace Lord is in there? 3 months flew by. The Zither Sword King was in a lavish hall, framed by a soothing light and in elegant clothes. A man kneeled before him, old and bald. Sword King, I've been scouting the Devil Palace for decades, while the Palace Lord's whereabouts are always unknown. But thanks to my broad experience these many years, I drew some conclusions at long last based on his known locations. I went there to try my luck and actually came to find one of the 5 Dharma Kings, Sparrow King. She and Beast King are the most common of the 5 that go with the Palace Lord. Her presence is solid proof that the Palace Lord is there, In Swordfall, the Zither Sword King nodded and waved him off. Bald Demon bowed and took his leave. Well, I didn't know that the Zither Sword King wanted to see me so much, ha ha ha. A laughter sounded around. Then you ought to have a rough idea what my palace is about. Why go through all this trouble tracking me down for decades? The Zither Sword King and Bald Demon flinched, their hearts jumping in their chest. They whipped their head about and finally noticed the extra youth with covered eyes sitting in his Sword King throne, a playful yet insidious smile on his face. He had a girl and a youth on either side, staring them down like hawks. The tokens on their waist glittered in the light in a dazzling fashion. Bald Demon's eyes went wide, almost soiling himself as he stammered, Bee-Beast King and Sparrow King, why you're the Palace Lord. The Dark Demon Lord of the Devil Palace? Zither Sword King's brow quivered, caught by surprise at the sudden appearance. Then he turned grave. Xuefan nodded. It would be a darn shame for all that effort tracking me down all those decades not to show up. Don't you think? So I figured why not come to you and put you at ease. Ha ha ha. Gulp. Bald Demon's knees were jelly, sweat pouring down like rain. He turned a pleading look to the Zither Sword King, waiting on his decision. Boss, you put me up to this. This is your turf. You gotta help me. The Zither Sword King had no time to mind his existential crisis, staring hard at Xuefan before taking out a Millennium Zither. He flicked his hands and a soothing melody sounded, releasing 7 sword energies straight at Xuefan. They say the Dark Demon Lord is beyond strong, at the peak of the world's strength. I would like to test my meager skill against your lordships, if sire deems me worthy. 7 notes obscure sword? Bald Demon lit up. How dare you? Xiao raged, but Xuefan waved her back. Xuefan snickered from the grand throne. He didn't need to even move as a shield formed around him. The 7 strikes backed by the power of a Sword King fizzled out on contact. They couldn't even get the shield to shake. Even a 3-year-old was stronger. Zither Sword King's eyes shook from shock, his spine taken with a chill. The Dark Demon Lord is beyond monstrous. My 7 notes obscure sword couldn't so much as touch him. Cancelled out like nothing. This can't be happening. Bald Demon was gaping wide, his eyes bugging out. His innards, however, writhed in regret for going after such a ludicrous expert like the Palace Lord. Not even a Sword King's attack could make him flinch. Since it was out that he was the Zither Sword King's spy, then his life was forfeit, especially since his boss couldn't save him. He felt like crying then and there. The thrill of doing all he wanted in the lands for being under the Zither Sword King got to his head. He thus disregarded the Devil Palace Lord and his kings, taking them for overinflated rumors compared with the might of a true Sword King from the central area. Why else would they stick to the shadows and be so sneaky about it? Reality, though, proved otherwise. Shit, they're insanely strong. You call yourself a Sword King when you can't even get him to twitch a finger. Bald Demon bowed at once to Xuefan. Spare me, Palace Lord, I had no choice. The Zither Sword King made me. Please. Sword King, did that suffice your curiosity? I now have a little curiosity of my own, and was wondering if you could tell me why would you insist on going through such lengths to find me out? Of the 10 Sword Kings, the Zither Sword King is the most casual and relaxed of them, not going out of your way. My people had an easy time working in your area as well, making me not even see the Zither Sword King as an enemy. Ignoring the background noise, Lu Mubai had Xuefan's full attention and smile. The Zither Sword King chuckled with joy, before all mirth vanished like it never existed. I am grateful for the Palace Lord's indulgence, but before I answer, would it be presumptuous of me to ask the Palace Lord something? With the Devil Palace spread throughout the 5 lands, do you have any intentions to take down the Swordstar Empire? Yes. Xuefan was quick to reply. Why? It's in my way and has to be removed. Xuefan was as earnest as he was serious. Xuefan needed to set up the recoil array that ran through all the lands. Swordstar Empire held power in the central area and was sure to interfere with his project if left be. It's not like I can waltz in saying, hey, let me set this up real quick and I'll be on my way. Why? Be it territory or assets, all were based on power. Why would anyone talk with you when you had nothing to your name? And in the case you had the power, why waste time with empty chatter when taking was so much easier? For himself and his goal, Zhuofan had to take the empire down. All that was left was for the right moment to avail itself. Zither Sword King stared hard at him and noticed the truth. He smirked, his eyes shining with hope. Then I can be frank with the palace lord as well. Let's work together. Chower and young Sanzi shared a curious look, while the bawling bald demon choked on his tears and snot as he shot a wide look at him. Boss, are you high? You didn't send me after him to take him out, but to cooperate? What the hell? Why? Zhuofan saw it coming, judging by the flat look. Give me one good reason why I should trust you? We have the same goal, you and I, the demise of the Sword Star Empire. The Zither Sword King sighed. Before the Sword Star Empire came to rule the central area, it was the Liu clan that wielded Sundering Sword, my clan. The invincible sword challenged everyone left and right, rising above us all. He is indeed a genius, becoming unstoppable even before he got to understand Sundering Sword's art, able to take it by force from my clan. Then the Sword Star Empire grew and swallowed all of the central area. Any dissidents were culled and my clan was left to decay. But the hope that one day we might recover the Sundering Sword and destroy the empire was passed down through generations, all the way to me. My little insight into the Sundering Sword art was all thanks to my ancestors, allowing me to rise to the rank of a Sword King and into the heart of power. It may be ancient history, or perhaps the invincible sword had defeated too many experts for him to remember me as well. In any case, he has no suspicion of me. I have stayed all this time as the Central Area's Sword King for the right timing to get back at them. So you came for me? Yes. I noticed the Devil Palace decades ago, quicker than anyone else, and knew therein lay my chance. I just didn't know how far it would go or grow enough to threaten the empire. For this I planted a spy to observe. The Zither Sword King was excited. I'm glad to know the wait was not in vain. The Palace Lord is a heavenly genius. In a century you set up a faction that can fight with the Empire's 10 Sword Kings, while Lordship yourself are even unmatched. I am now certain that, with both of us working together, the Empire will fall. Chower and Gu Santong shared a look. Bald Demon was looking stumped as well. Why? So all that spying was so he could join hands with the Palace Lord. But aren't I from the Devil Palace already? What joining? He always felt that he had been a double agent, only to find out he was just a simple one since both sides wanted to work together. What was the point of even doing all that then? So the two could mediate. Zhuofan paused for a long time, before shaking his head. I appreciate the Zither Sword King's thoughts, but the time isn't ripe. Seeing Sir so anxious, it will make our cooperation stifled. Fighting alone would be preferred. Why the hesitation, Palace Lord? Many reasons, starting with the Empire still holding strong and would only prolong a war. Or in the case of a win, my palace will come into the light and draw the eyes of the other lands, putting us in danger. As for the most crucial reason, the odds are slim at best. Why do you say that? Zither Sword King shook. Zhuofan said, the invincible sword. Him. Zither Sword King scoffed. Palace Lord, the old guy hasn't been around for a century. If not dead, then on his deathbed, frail and weak. Have you seen him? Zither Sword King paused at the question, hesitating. Bailey Jingwei and the Emperor are the only ones who know his condition. The Zither Sword King nodded. True, he's not about to let it spread, especially when there's so much danger lurking about. Zither Sword King, they say you're quite casual, but now you're acting against this info. Is it on purpose or made so? Filled with nothing but hatred, you'll be prone to anxiety and rash decisions. We shall not be cooperating, goodbye. Zhuofan stood and walked out with Chower and Gu Santong at his sides. The Zither Sword King rushed. Hold on, Palace Lord. That's not an issue. I've waited for so long and can still wait for a few more years. Sword King, you might say that, but that is your nature. To be frank, I don't want dead weights. A man that has no control over himself and only seeks revenge can never achieve anything. Then how can we cooperate? Zither Sword King's eyes shook. Zhuofan paused. Sword King, you're a smart man and should know that cooperation isn't limited to joining hands. Being on the same page will suffice. While our aims differ, our target is the same. Knowing this, you can tell how we can work together. Ha ha ha. Zither Sword King was silent. About that rhyme of yours, make another when you have the time. Zhuofan waved and left with his children. Zither Sword King winced and sighed. Dark Demon Lord is so peculiar. Bailey Jingwei has met his match again. Sword King, so you? Bald Demon stuck to his side. But then his body turned into a bloody mist, drifting away. The Zither Sword King relaxed his hand. No shift in features at all. You know too much. Father, how should we deal with that traitor, Bald Demon? The trio walked among a busy street, with Gu Santong feeling annoyed as he looked back. Zhuofan dismissed his worry. That's no traitor, but a spy, one that hid for decades in my palace. Lu Mubai owns him, and he isn't about to worsen our relationship over one small trifle. Lu Mubai is bound to clean up. Let others take care of their dogs and not undermine their authority. Wah! He knows too much. Would you have left him around to leak the private meeting with the Devil Palace Lord if you were in his shoes? Ha ha ha. Lu Mubai planned on removing him the minute he was open about his intentions. Zhuofan grinned. Young Sanzi nodded. Chower asked, Father, were you just talking about the rhyme that spread across the lands? It sounds like we're trying to ruin the empire. Did Lu Mubai spread it? Should be. Zhuofan nodded. I picked up from his speech that he is fixated on seeing the Sword Star Empire burn, and the rhyme came to me as a borrowed knife tactic. He knows we have the strength to oppose it, so he let the rhyme spread and inflame the hatred on both sides. We could have had no intentions for the Empire for all he cared, because now we're enemies for sure. He's only working with us to make sure the Sword Star Empire is done for. Sometimes, rumors are worse, especially one like this that gets on the nerves of a ruler. The two of us are now fire and water on a collision course. I don't mind him doing this, but I hate being used. That's why I mentioned the rhyme at the end to gauge his reaction, whether he was behind it or not. But also to warn him that I know and not to get smart with me. I have the final say and I'm not about to play his game. Young Sanzi and Shower nodded. Hey, did you hear? Dragon-cleaving Sword King is going after the Luo Alliance leader in Western lands. Do you think he has any chance? A Sword King targeting the Luo Alliance leader? Isn't that so low of him? He has his status to think about. How is that low? They say the Dragon-cleaving Sword King's decision has nothing to do with the two lands. It's to fulfill a 1,000-year-old promise. Someone brought him the lost painting and asked for revenge for the imperial family a century ago. This is their world. The Four Lands could know about it as well, but I don't think they'll intervene since it's not about the two lands. But he's the pillar of Western lands. With him gone. And? He's part of their world too, and no one can run from resentments. With the Sword King stepping in, even with millions of soldiers, the Luo Alliance leader will die. It'll be child's play for a Sword King to get their head. Go for him and not waste time on the soldiers. Right? A particular gossip pierced Zhuofan's thoughts. Zhuofan shuddered and his brow tense. Danqing Shun is going after Yunhai? Father, should I go stop him? Young Sanzi offered. Zhuofan raised his hand. Something's not right. Why does the whole world know of Danqing Shun's plan to kill him? Father, what do you mean? Suspicion comes from trickery. Danqing Shun has always been quiet, while the one asking the favor wouldn't have let it leak to warn them. Celebrate after the job is done. Or is he so sure Danqing Shun can do it? Zhuofan mulled it over and then said, Shower, young Sanzi, find out the Five Lands' reaction to this. I'll stop old Dan myself. I fear this was a trick all along. The two bowed. Yes, father. In Blackwind Mountain, the base of the Luo Alliance, the main hall was decorated for a special occasion. Alliance leader Luo Yunhai's grand birthday. oblivious to the imminent danger. Experts and renowned guests came from all over, with every figure in the Western lands present here. Even the 9 sects were here to offer respects. Luo Alliance Leader, may you live long and happy. Sect Leader Li, come sit. Luo Alliance Leader, you give me much favor welcoming me yourself. Clan Head Zhang, it's only proper. Sir, coming to my birthday is the real honor. Ha ha ha. Luo Yunhai and Yuer were in front of the hall, greeting the many guests with a stiff smile. He sometimes glanced at Yuer, giving a bitter smile. Yuer, is 150 years old worthy of a grand birthday? I said not to hold it, but you insisted, and now look how much a pain it is. Whose fault is it if not yours? Yuer rolled her eyes, giving him a sharp look. You wanted to wrest for power since a century ago. For that purpose we need to make connections, and a grand birthday is the best occasion. Steward Zhuge said it himself, a small celebration every 5 years with a large one every decade. Making sure to invite all with renown in the Western lands, increasing from one event to another while using the upright conduct of the Luo Alliance to sway the people. Sure, a grand birthday is a hassle, but you can't deny its effects. These decades, not only has the Luo Alliance been growing swiftly, but Deer's voice has gained more and more weight in the Western lands. Better than the Double Dragon Manor who stays closed up for years on end. I believe that the 9 sects trust Deer far more than the Double Dragon Manor. Steward Zhuge's plan worked like a charm. Luo Yunhai's smile fell and nodded. Yeah, their work has excellent results. Luo Alliance has gained more and more friends. I'm just sad that you have to go through the toil with me. Dear, it's my job. Yuer blushed with a sweet smile. Luo Yunhai looked around oddly. Now where did that girl run off to now? Yuer looked around curiously. Yeah, where is she? I don't see her gophers either. Who are you calling a gopher, Yuer? A tall middle-aged man walked over with a smile. Ha ha ha. That brat has been taken by your charming daughter for years now, always after her like a lost puppy. You just can't drive him off either, just like a shadow. Why not just seal the deal already? Yuer's face twitched and huffed. You wish. How's your son fit for my daughter? Luo Yunhai laughed. Brother Xingyun, Sifan and Jianshan are still young. Let's give them a couple more years. How are they young? Long Xingyun chuckled, looking hopeful. Brother Yunhai, our friendship began since Tianyu. We built the Luo Alliance together. The two grew up together, childhood sweethearts that only have eyes for each other. Why not make it official? Ha ha ha. What eyeing each other? My daughter barely even looks at him. Yuer gave him a dark look while Luo Yunhai chuckled. Long Xingyun, after all this time, I see you're as rotten as ever. The whole alliance knows of your son's incompetence. How can he be a match for the Luo clan's pride and joy? Someone shouted in the distance. Who said that? Who insulted my son? Long Xingyun snapped back, only to snort at the speaker. Well, what's it to you? You're not part of the Luo Alliance anyway, so don't butt in. Thump. A cold-faced, middle-aged man stepped closer, with a split mustache and flickering eyes. His stare pierced hearts. He was the head venerable of Sword God Sect, one of the 7 founding elders of Luo Alliance, Xia Xiaofeng's eldest son, Xia Tianshang. He began with a gesture of respect to Luo Yunhai, offered his gifts, then turned to Long Xingyun. I may not be, but my dad is. My son grew up in the Alliance as well. You can say anything else, but when it comes to the junior's marriage, I have to speak my mind. What the hell does that have to do with you? Everything. My son thinks the world of the Luo clan's daughter. Xia Tianshang cupped his hands again. Brother Yunhai, I've always been fascinated by swords and failed to guide him. Thank you for always looking after him. Now that he's all grown up, I wish to fulfill my duty as a father. Seeing his honest intentions for your daughter, I would like to make the humble request for her hand. Luo Yunhai and Yuer lowered their heads in awkward silence. And another showed up for marriage. Then I won't impose and make it hard on the Luo Alliance leader. Long Xingyun sneered, saluting Luo Yunhai again. Brother Yunhai, That settles it then. Let's discuss the details later. Curses. How is that settled? Get lost. Xianxia shoved Long Xingyun aside and took his place to offer his sincerity to the two. Long Xingyun replied with a kick. You left Tianyu. Yet you meddle into Tianyu's matters still? The two old friends started bickering like biddies. Though never resorting to violence, the scene they made wasn't any smaller. Luo Yunhai shook his head. Helpless. Sword God Sect's sect leader has arrived. The herald shouted, and when Tao smiled as he saluted, taken back at the display, Venerable Xia, why? Senior brother. Xia Tianshang's face twitched, stopping the quarrel. When Tao looked at the two and cracked up, ha ha ha, how lively. Venerable Xia, you're so relaxed now that you're home, unlike your stern attitude in the sect. Xia Tianshang rolled his eyes, yet he had a smile on his face. Sect leader 1, it's been ages. Luo Yunhai cupped his hands. When Tao waved off the excessive courtesy, please, we're all brothers here. There's no need for that. I remember like yesterday how the Luo clan kept me safe on the front lines of the Five Lands War. It's only natural. The Luo clan has joined the 9 sects before, all due to sect leader Wen's support. We had all done it for Brother Zhua, while you saved my life. They can't compare. Anyway, we became family from that moment on. Brother Luo, congratulations. When Tao cupped his hands again, Luo Yunhai returned the gesture with the same joy and sincerity. Hellion Flame sect leader Yan Mo and Ultimate Clarity sect leader Wu Qingqiu have arrived. The two stepped lightly to the bustle, with Wu Qingqiu laughing. Brothers, you're all here. I see that we're late. I'll drink to make up for it. Yunhai, congratulations. I would have held my own grand birthday, but we're all sects leaders, and no longer part of the secular world. At the very least, I get to meet with my sworn brothers. Ha ha ha. Yan Mo smiled and nodded, offering his respects alongside Wu Qingqiu. Sect leader Wu, don't joke. How can the mundane world's customs be of notice to the secluded sects? Luo Yunhai joked. When Tao asked, what of Yi Lin? You still haven't found him after all these years? With Zhuofan gone, he's at the top of Western lands. When Tao gave a thumbs up. Don't remind me. Ever since the war, little junior brother vanished mere days after returning, and I haven't heard from him since. When Tao sighed, many seniors have been missing since the war as well. It's as if they all went into seclusion after, no longer concerning themselves with fame and riches. The men shared a look and sank into silence. The Four Lands had lost most of their forces and only grew further apart from the central area's level. Please sit. As it's my grand birthday, let's not talk about sad matters. Why not join me in drinking our fill? Knowing their worries, Luo Yunhai smiled and proposed to pull them out of their sorrow. The men laughed. Let's. The guests kept pouring in well into dusk. Zhuge Chongfeng and Long Wuchang looked over the gift list and shared a frown. Stewards, what's wrong? The two bowed. Young miss. Luo Yunchang took the list and smiled. 9th grade pills, 10th grade spiritual weapons, 11th grade ingredients. The gifts have only been increasing over the decades. Yunhai is starting to get their attention. Ha ha ha. Yes, but it's too soon to tell if it's for good or worse. Zhuge Chongfeng sighed. Luo Yunchang was puzzled. Zhuge Chongfeng bowed. Young miss, we've anticipated this outcome ever since clan head decided on moving up the ladder at all costs. What outcome? Double Dragon Manor is malcontent by the year. Zhuge Chongfeng sighed. The Luo alliance has enjoyed a swift growth over the century, winning many hearts. With the Western lands having a bleak future, Double Dragon Manor couldn't be happy. The first half of the century, clan heads' birthday parties all had an envoy from the Double Dragon Manor, offering encouraging gifts. Later on, as our alliance gained clout and the Western lands followed us more and more, Double Dragon Manor gave us the cold shoulder over the next 2 decades and lessened their gifts. The last 30 years there hasn't been any, the period marking the peak of our influence. It came so that when discussions of defenses were held, the Double Dragon Manor was bypassed and the 9 sects discussed it only with us. It is no different from going over an emperor's authority in his court and getting killed in the process. Luo Yunchang's brow shook. You mean Double Dragon Manor wants Yun Hai? No, it has yet to come to that. Zhuge Chongfeng refuted. The Luo alliance is vital to Western lands. Be it from reasons or excuses, Double Dragon Manor would never move against us, unless they want to lose their status in Western lands. The world of practitioners has its own rules. Without a good reason for war, they would earn everyone's disgust and hatred. Double Dragon Manor wants to rule Western lands and won't violate this. Alas, they have their eyes on us to find our weakness. The minute we do anything out of line, they'll capitalize on it. So the fiercer things get, the more collected we must be and avoid any trouble. Luo Yunchang nodded and sighed. This is Yunhai's choice and has to bear its burden along with its dangers. Shuafan had told him so before he left and must be ready for it. Clan Head is indeed ready to reach the top. It's very similar to Steward Zhua. True. His guide has been Shuafan all along. Luo Yunchang looked at the sky with a radiant smile. In the bustling hall, with everyone taking seats, Luo Yunhai arrived at his seat with his lady. He saluted everyone with a smile. Sect leaders, venerables, clan heads, elders, it is an honor to have all of you at my humble birthday. The Luo Alliance thanks you, as does everyone here. The two bowed. Luo Alliance leader, you're too kind, ha ha ha. The festivities began with the guests returning the gesture. Luo Yunhai said, as only a few days ago the 9 sect leaders and I have discussed the border defense. The celebration has been rushed. I only hope that you may overlook any slightness. The two bowed again. Please, Luo Alliance leader, it's no trouble. Everyone was modest. Luo Yunhai was very nice, but all the veteran cultivators picked up on his meaning. His talks with the 9 sect leaders for the border defense showed the Luo clan status, that of the marshal over all of Western lands, while calling the 9 sects fellow brothers, showing their close ties. The position was special and also firm, making so any that was discontent would be shooting himself in the foot, and his future in Western lands. Such forceful declaration coming from Luo Yunhai was seen more as courtesy and benevolent. We're strong but not oppressive, respectful and thoughtful of all opinions. Or the two bows to every guest would not have happened. It made everyone want to be friendly and to respect the Luo clan. By exercising their power, it would only shun the guests away. Luo Alliance leader showed that while strong, he was mild and put their minds at ease. Luo Yunhai watched the prevalent smiles in every direction with a pleased look. Luo Alliance has gained even more friends. An obnoxious laughter then broke the jovial mood. Ha ha ha! It's Luo Alliance leader's big birthday? But I wasn't invited? Sir, you can't go in. Sir! Beat it! A 3-meter-tall elder with white hair strutted into the hall following the clamor outside. Next to him were 5 youths, fierce and, judging by the unrestrained aura, in the Genesis stage. The guards tried stopping them but were just shoved aside. Some guests were startled and whispered, Qin's society head. Qin how? What's he doing here? Isn't he on bad terms with the Luo Alliance? He must have come to ruin the party. This is going to be good. The guests went silent and resumed observing the two. Alliance leader. They insisted even as we tried to stop them. It's fine, you may go. The guard rushed to report, but Luo Yunhai dismissed him. He then turned to the old man with cupped hands. Society head Qin, to what do I owe this most unexpected visit? Yeah, we didn't invite you, sir. So what warranted this forced arrival? Luo Yunchang stood up with cold eyes. Qin Hao chuckled in derision. Young miss, I know of your willful nature. But to think you'd not even show respect on your brother's birthday. In any case our clans, we are the largest 2 groups in the Western lands. Shouldn't the Luo Alliance leader have invited me as well for his birthday? I was doubtful if maybe brother had misplaced the invitation since you have been so busy with the border and neglected many things. No matter. For here I am. To wish you a long life. Ha ha ha. Humph. We don't need copycats like you around. Luo Yunchang mocked. It seems society head Qin expected the feeling to be mutual. Sorry to disappoint. Many of the guests weren't so discreet in hiding their laughter. Qin Hao's face fell. All of Western lands knew that the Luo clan was the first to start a clan alliance, having built it to be the strongest. All the others that came later were imitations, shaky and hardly effective. Except for Qin society trying its damnedest to stick close to Luo alliance's model. In the eyes of all, however, the first was a hero, while the second a ne'er-do-well. With the Luo alliance around, the Qin society was overshadowed, doomed to be second for all eternity. The only reason it lasted for so long was because Double Dragon Manor had its back. Luo Yunchang's copycat remark struck him to the quick and hard. His face darkened by the second. Alliance leader Luo, so you really had no intention of inviting me. But since I'm here now, you wouldn't throw a poor old man out, would you? It'll go against all your alliance stands for. Take a seat, society head Qin. Bringing another plate is of no import. Luo Yunhai chuckled and gestured. Qin Hao gave a look of scorn, not following along. It's not that I don't appreciate it, but seeing how alliance leader Luo does not wish to see me, I shall leave. But having seen alliance leader Luo after a long time and on your birthday no less, I couldn't leave without giving a gift. Men, present the gift. Yes. A rugged man bowed and offered a 3-meter-long redwood box after taking it out of his ring. Luo Yunhai looked hard at him, trying to find his angle. Qin Hao's eyes held a savage glint, waving and opening the box to let a flood of scarlet blind the audience. After adjusting to the gaudy show, the people gasped, "A top 12th grade spiritual sword? This is my gift to Alliance leader Luo. A treasure fit for a hero. Please accept it, Alliance leader." Qin Hao sneered, giving a mock bow and challenging him with his eyes. The hall exploded in whispers. A 12th grade spiritual weapon is a rarity. Where did he get his hands on such a treasure? Such a high-quality spiritual weapon is a marvel for every land. Even Double Dragon Manor might not have them. I bet even the central area can't have more than a couple. As for the other lands, it's hard to say if they even have one, let alone a top one. All guests turned their eyes to the dazzling scarlet light show in awe. Luo Yunhai was also taken aback. Clan head, Qin Hao has come to crash the party. That is certain. Double Dragon Manor must have put him up to this, to curb our growth. It's clan head's birthday, and if you can't take the limelight, the Qin society will only grow more outrageous as more social climbers would suck up to him. Lung Wuchang whispered in Luo Yunhai's ear. Luo Yunhai nodded and took in the awe on the guests' faces. He came here to show off so he could poach my allies. I need to stop him or the Luo alliance will lose to him. The 12th grade spiritual weapon, even top quality, isn't the point here, but grasping the hearts of the people. But what could he do to fight him on this? Luo Yunhai turned to Qiu Yanhai, whispering, "Elder Qiu, you're the best at refining in the alliance. Do you have any masterpieces?" Clan head, I am a refiner, but only in the 10th grade and can make an 11th grade at best. I have nothing that can compete with a top 12th grade spiritual weapon like that. Qiu Yanhai was put in difficulty. Luo Yunhai sighed, glaring at Qin Hao yet having no solution. Wu Qingqiu shook his head, whispering to Tao, I heard Double Dragon Manor isn't as welcoming with the Luo alliance, so they turned to Qin society to keep them in check. The rumors are true, I see. It's the only explanation for the Qin society's recent rise. Even if Double Dragon Manor hadn't given such a treasure to the Qin society, just based on their value, they would never show it, let alone gift it. It's like giving up a part of themselves. People only look at gains and losses. Taking out a 12th grade spiritual weapon to strike at Luo Alliance shows that Double Dragon Manor is on the move. When Tao sighed, but is Double Dragon Manor what it used to be? TCH, no one was there to threaten Double Dragon Manor. Now that there is, of course it changed. Luo Alliance isn't dangerous in its growth, but in its commercial dealings with all the lands, using sacred stones as currency. Luo Alliance has outgrown Double Dragon Manor, making the latter pointless. Double Dragon Manor has no choice but to switch tactics to gain Western lands under their control. Ha ha ha. I now see why Brother Zhuo warned me to step away from the corruption of the mundane to reach Tao. When Tao nodded and sighed, looking disappointed, Qin Hao looked at everyone's shocked faces with a vile smirk, cupping his hands to drive in his disdain. Everyone. I've picked out Pyrocloud with nothing but care to give the Alliance leader. I couldn't just bring something random. Not at such an important event as a grand birthday. Curses, there's hardly any 12th grade spiritual weapons in the world and you say you're careful? Like you own piles of them. Damn show-off. The people grumbled inside, but the glittering spiritual sword pulled their heartstrings harder. Qin Hao was acting like he just came into new money, though it did come with perks. Upstarts were blinded by money and would guarantee to get all his buddies' stuff too. No one was a saint, so in times when one needed help, they would be more than happy to squander money, which went double for upstarts. Alliance leader Luo and I have our differences, but I know to look past them. I give nothing but respect by offering this 12th grade spiritual weapon. Qin Hao knew those looks and grinned, gesturing to offer the scarlet weapon to Luo Yunhai with his eerie gaze. Luo Yunhai's eye twitched, hesitating as he watched that insufferable and gloating smirk. Taking it means losing this bout. Qin Hao was no guest here and barged in just to give him a gift. All signs told to refuse it since accepting meant greed. The Luo Alliance yearns for Qin society stuff, and this will strike at their reputation once word spreads to every corner. While refusing, let Qin Hao win. The guy had qualms about throwing such a beauty away, with how rare they were. But since it was all an act and made the Luo Alliance look bad, the sword had lost its value with all his goals checked out. Accepting it meant a stain on the Luo Alliance's name. Not taking it was playing into his hand, having robbed the limelight while also keeping his precious. The Luo Alliance was going to lose some, without a doubt. Luo Yunhai's face twitched, sighing as he spoke. Society head, I appreciate your generosity, but it's too precious of a gift to accept. It is? Then I'll be sure to bring a cheaper one next time. Ha ha ha. Qin Hao went for the kill, putting away the sword without a qualm while sending scornful looks at the people behind Luo Yunhai. Luo Yunhai glared at him hard. Qin Hao cupped his hands to the other guests and laughed. I have one more great news to bring on Alliance Leader's auspicious day. On the 10th of May next year I shall hold my 260th birthday. Everyone is invited. You'd give me much honor with your presence there. And Alliance Leader Luo, I know you did not give me an invite to yours, but I am most willing to give one to you. Please accept it once Qin society presents it with utmost respect. I'm getting excited just thinking what your gift might be, especially how much bigger the Luo Alliance is compared to Qin society. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Qin Hao strutted out of the hall, like a winner. He finally one-upped the Luo Alliance and crushed their name. Luo Yunhai's group had dark looks, fists clenched, jaws set. The guests blinked between the sides. No one likes being dissed by an underdog. Whoosh. 3 youths blocked Qin Hao, shouting, Hold up, old man. Who dares to block the path of the Qin society head? The rugged man's first reaction was to shout and attack, but Qin Hao raised his hand to hold him back. He looked closer and sneered. Look who it is, if it isn't the Luo Alliance's young miss and the 2 noble sons. What can I do for you? Luo Sifan, Long Jianshan and Xianxia had been rushing for 3 months to make it to the Alliance leader's celebration on time. But seeing this old guy crashing the party, they were furious. Luo Sifan beamed. Uncle Qin, did you come to congratulate father? Why are you leaving with your gift then? Is it normal to bring it then take it away? Ha ha ha, dear child. It's your dad who thought little of it, so I can only take it back. I wish not to darken the Luo Alliance leader's day, so I chose to leave sooner. Ha ha ha. Really, Dad didn't like it? Can I take a look? Go right ahead, child. But I'm sure it's nothing to fuss over. Since you're the Luo Alliance young miss, you must have seen many greater things than this. It won't look nice. Being so overwhelmed over something so little. Ha ha ha. Qin Hao's eyes held nothing but contempt, then opened the box with utter glee once more, eager to see Luo Alliance young Miss dumb look of shock. Pyrocloud's glory was once more shed into the world, making everyone's heart race. The kids stared hard as well. Pa! The lid closed shut and the world dimmed just a little. Xianxia snickered at Luo Sifan. Young Miss Luo, have you seen something like this? You call that great? No wonder Dad rejected that junk. Luo Sifan slanted her head and smirked. Your poker is a so-so, but it's natural for Dad to shun it. But looking at you and how you're really getting on in your years, but yet to be met with such cordiality at your thoughtful gift, I'll take it instead. Just leave it and go. Sifan. Luo Yunhai snapped at her. He could not take the gift no matter what, or the world would think the worst of them. Luo Yunchang and Yuer were giving her obvious looks to back off. The girl ignored him, staring into Xianxia's eyes with a glimmer in hers. Xianxia laughed and nodded. Oh my treasure is nothing to the Luo Alliance leader but quite important to the young Miss IC. I just can't tell who's the blind one here. Luo Alliance leader, do you really want the gift? Xianxia turned to Luo Yunhai, taunting, but he got no response, only a dark look. Pa! Luo Sifan yanked the box and placed it on a table with glee. Enough yapping about and give it already. I told you I'll take your little bauble. Sifan, what do you think you're doing? Luo Yunhai roared, to which Xianxia mocked. So Luo Alliance leader does care about little old me's gift. Then what was the point of that noble act just now? Ha ha ha. Luo Yunhai's mouth shook, about to spit blood. Xianxia's laugh turned into a cackle. Old man, why would Dad care about some toothpick? I just can't bear to see you come all this way just to be shot down. That'll be so unfair to you. Luo Sifan snarked. We have more than enough junk like that around for the Luo Alliance to care. Even my gift ends up better than yours. Luo Sifan's hand shone and a blue sword dazzled the eyes with its azure aura. They all gasped, even the 9 sect leaders. To that sword. 12th grade top, Yanemo muttered. When Tao wiped his brow, his heart stirring. Not just top, but perfect. I've never seen a spiritual weapon having such an aura. It's one with the world. That's why the girl looked down on Pyrocloud. It's scrap by comparison. Everyone bobbed their heads. Xianxia's winning look got crushed and his body shook all over in disbelief. How on earth? The Luo Alliance actually has a divine weapon like the unique ones of every land. Luo Sifan bowed, her turn to look smug, moving to present the sword to Luo Yunhai. This is Everblue, 1.88 meters, 4.9 kilograms, symbolizing the auspicious number 9, the best of its kind. You represent benevolence, enact justice, steer the world, and lead the people. My friends and I looked long and hard before choosing the most fitting sword for Father. May you live forever and ever, Father. Happy birthday. Having it pointed out, the people woke up and noticed the perfect 12th grade spiritual weapon was a best fit for Luo Yunhai style, unlike the raw pyrocloud of before. Now this is a thoughtful pick. Does that mean the Luo Alliance has so many of them that they could spare time on these details? Are they filthy rich? Is there no bottom to their wealth? All eyes widened in shock. Even Xianxia, looking agape with his heart in pieces. Curses, now the Luo Alliance is better than the Double Dragon Manor? Why the hell are we still messing with them? Everblue's glorious aura shone in the amazed eyes of all guests. Luo Yunhai reached for it, and then pointed at the box to open and let Pyrocloud's red glow shine out. It soon found that the blue sword shone brighter, overwhelming it and stealing the red aura for itself. Pyrocloud then shook and darkened. The people cried out, "How can this be?" Pyrocloud degraded to the 11th grade. Xianxia's face shook hard, a vein snapping on his forehead as his heart raced like a dying horse. What the hell? Why would a 12th grade spiritual sword up and get degraded? Is Everblue capable of taking the power of other spiritual swords? That's insane. Everyone lit up as they gazed upon Everblue. Xianxia's heart was bleeding. His prize sword just got bumped down to 11th grade. That's too fast a devaluation. Damn Luo Alliance, where the hell did they find such a ridiculous sword? I've never heard of such things. This was the product of Zhua Fan's insights into vaulting swords art, mixed with the demon transformation art. It not only had a mild aura, but all spiritual swords around it would be worn out from having their spiritual energy sucked out. Zhuofan had many sovereign legacies, with swordsmanship being among his latest. His products were bound to be glorious as well. But all people could see was the perfect 12th grade spiritual sword, so strong and so baffling. Luo Yunhai felt familiarity with it in his grip. Laughing, "Great sword!" The kids perked up, excited as well that their efforts were all worth it. Pa! Xianxia sighed, about to slip away. He came to make a scene and only made a fool of himself instead. His precious gift even got degraded on top, the knife that cut the deepest. He gambled and lost everything. "Wait!" Luo Yunhai called out, "Society head, since you offered me a gift, I shall accept it." Xianxia sighed, shaking his head and showing maudlin self-pity. "Alliance leader Luo, there's no need for jokes. With your deep resources, I cannot compare my paltry trinket with your divine sword. Your daughter is most correct. My sword is nothing to Alliance leader, especially now, degraded as it is. I shall take my leave and disturb you no further." Xianxia slumped as he slinked away. "Not so fast." Luo Yunhai smiled. "Society head is too kind, please stay. It's my fault for being so busy to forget about your invitation. With society head disregarding our differences in coming to offer me a gift, I was thoughtless in receiving you. Please forgive me." Luo Yunhai bowed in sincerity. Looking from him to the dazzling blue sword, Xianxia's face twitched inside. Alliance leader Luo is so compassionate. With such a sort the perfect fit of a true hero. I now know why the Luo Alliance earned the respect of everyone in Western lands. It is I who offended you first. Please forgive me." Xianxia bowed, returning the gesture. Luo Sifan was stunned. "Auntie, aren't they here to make a scene? Why is Dad?" "Give respect and you shall receive our undying gratitude. Take a finger and we'll take a hand. The Luo clan faces trouble but is not cruel either. This is the righteous and benevolent conduct of the Luo clan." Luo Yunchang patted her head. Zhuge Changfeng approached. "Young miss, the best way to destroy an enemy is by making friends with him. Clan head is most suited for this, different from Steward Zhua's style. Though he used gains as lures to move others. We may have defeated Xianxia after coming to crash the party. But we cannot kick someone when they're down and leave his dignity. Going out of line will turn him into our enemy. Clan head did so to bring him on our side. But that's his choice. Though he doesn't look the fool, and maybe clan head's intention would get to him. This will only work to further grow our Luo alliance." Luo Sifan nodded but then asked, "Who's Steward Zhua? Why haven't we heard about him?" "He is dearly missed and grieved." Luo Yunchang sighed, sorrow taking over her. "Maybe few are those that can still remember him, but some elders always hold him in respect, admiration, fear and a bit of pity when talking about him." "Pity? How can they not pity a glorious hero dying before his time?" Luo Yunchang wiped her tears, shaking her head. "I told you mentioning him will make us sad." Zhuge Changfeng nodded. "We don't mention Steward Zhua because it would bring the ladies sorrow, only discussing it privately. Young miss can't understand." "Making auntie sad? Then is he auntie's lover?" Luo Sifan asked. Luo Yunchang gave an ever-bitter smile. "I see him as such, but his heart might hold another. That devil, I don't even know where his body is. Yet I've yet to find if he held me dear." Luo Yunchang was forlorn. Luo Sifan's eyes shone. She had no clue who the Steward Zhua was to make her aunt. A famous iron lady. So sad even after his passing. Just what was he? Was there such a man alive in this world? Luo Sifan turned to Long Jianshan and Xianxia, her gophers, and shook her head. "Nah, I sure haven't found any. Haha." Luo Yunhai invited Xianxia in for a drink. Xianxia came to crash the party and Luo Yunhai didn't like it. Of course. But now that he had been pulled in, all the grudge faded into cordiality. The wine poured non-stop, the mood turning lively again. But eyes kept drifting on the blue blade. Xianxia was no exception. Cupping his hands, "Alliance leader Luo, Where did you get such a divine sword? Luo Yunhai was dubious as well. Siphon, where did you find this precious spiritual sword? All sounds ceased, with eyes peeling and ears focused on their location. Father, we've gone through much to get this gift for you. The trio chuckled pridefully. We have gone through so much toil to meet with a master swordsmith in Swordfall. Swordfall? Xianxia cried. You can't mean this sword came from the blind swordsmith, can you? Luo Siphon lit up and nodded. You know him? Yes, we've been looking to meet him for so long before he finally gave us a sword. Even picked one best for father's gift. I was wondering how you chose something that matched my nature to perfection. So you had help? Ha ha ha. Luo Yunhai nodded. Society head Qin. Is there something wrong about this swordsmith? Xianxia frowned hard. Juniors, you must have had heaven's favor to get that eccentric to give you a spiritual sword. Word first reached me about this strange man 20 years ago. I've also sent people to get a sword, but none succeeded. In anger, I tried forcing him only to lose all that tried, Genesis stage experts no less. When the casualties reached 100, I realized this was hopeless. The blind swordsmith is not normal by any means. Later on, I heard someone even sent 400 Genesis stage experts for him, yet none returned. I'm just glad I didn't go myself into the devil's den. From then on, no one tried anything. Even if there were divine swords there, none would try ever again. One thing was certain though, that no sword ever left his hands. I just can't believe your daughter managed to pull it off. Heaven must have favored you greatly. The sword is just like the rumors say, exquisite. Everyone gasped in shock, even the kids. Talk about having the devil's luck. 3 brats did what hundreds of Genesis stage experts couldn't. The kids were just as clueless as before. Was it supposed to be that hard? The blind uncle was quite nice though. How can he be cruel when he bickered with juniors? But then recalling Chower scaring away bald demon with 2 words, the trio tensed. Did we just go to hell and back? Father, I would like to know if the Luo Alliance ever had a blind member. Alliance leader, we have a grave situation. Luo Yunhai thought of something and asked. But the sudden panic shout drew everyone's attention to outside the hall. A scout in black rushed in and kneeled. We have news from the central area that Dragon-Cleaving Sword King is on his way to kill Alliance leader. You must get to safety and survive. What? Everyone at the celebration panicked. The hall drowned in frantic voices. Dragon-Cleaving Sword King, the once best in Western lands, was coming after Luo Yunhai's head? This is a disaster. There's nothing in Western lands that can stop him. The Luo Alliance was in huge trouble. Many guests had dark looks, waiting for their response. Zhuge Chongfeng rushed to the scout, snapping at him. How solid is the info? He is a sword king, not someone to stoop down to dirty assassinations. Did the Empire send him? Are they only after the Luo Alliance? Steward Zhuge, the report says the central area has no hand in it, that Dan Qingshen is doing it on his own. What did we ever do to him? Clan head, stewards, not to him but someone else. For he brought lads of our nation to him and asked for clan head's death. It has spread everywhere by now. Everyone calls it hate begets hate, a part of the cultivation world. Now they're waiting for the drama to unfold between the Luo Alliance and Dan Qingshen. Zhuge Chongfeng's face shook hard at the impossible problem. This is grave. Since this was treated as a cultivator's grudge, and only after one person, no expert of the 4 lands will lend a hand, especially since the central area isn't marching on us. Luo Yunhai's death would mean nothing to the 4 lands, the impact limited to the Luo Alliance, not a loss of strength, but a restructuring of power. While the 4 states keep their strength, the Luo alliances will crumble under the redistribution of power. Double Dragon Manor's dear wish, no doubt. Asking them to help now. Zhuge Chongfeng shook his head and sighed. Lung Wuchang knew the situation was dire, his mind working hard for a solution. He found none. Brother Yunhai, we 9 sect leaders will plead your case before Double Dragon Manor. Only the exalted can stop their former disciple now. When Tao spoke, the others weren't against it, But Qin Hao had little hope this would work. As an old adversary of the Luo alliance for years and years, he knew best of Double Dragon Manor's stance. In this trying time where a supreme expert was joining in, they all supported Luo alliance in getting Double Dragon Manor to help, but whether the help would come remained to be seen. The Exalted can at best match Dan Qingxin, even if they do agree. This is an assassination. Dan Qingxin can sidestep them with ease. Qin Hao, having Luo Yunhai nursing his ego all this time, decided to give subtle advice. Don't go, as they won't help since they're too eager to see you die. The others fell silent, with Wu Qingqiu making another proposal. I was once somewhat close to the Shangguan clan. Maybe I could send them a request to help. Somewhat? Brother Wu, you've been making constant trips to eastern lands even now, ha ha ha. Wen Tao snickered at his expense. Wu Qingqiu smiled as he looked at Luo Yunhai. Well, thank you sect leader Wu, but going to Double Dragon Manor is still better, since this involves western lands. It would be best not to go over them. Zhuge Chongfeng nodded, looking grave. Clan head. Sect leader's request will also take days, and that means delaying the old man is a must. I propose we double the guard and raise the alert of the border patrols while also sending people to intercept in between to buy enough time. A tall man popped before them, his sideburns swaying in the breeze. He cupped his hands. Clan head. I volunteer to go and meet Dragon Cleaving Sword King. Elderly. Clan head, we also volunteer. Qiu Yanhai Xue Qingjian, along with Earth and Heaven elders, cupped their hands as well. Luo Yunhai hesitated. You are Luo clan's guardian venerables, without equal in the Luo alliance. But Dragon Cleaving Sword King is just as monstrous. Going means. As fellow Peak Genesis experts, we would like to see what sets a Sword King apart from us. Ha ha ha. Li Jingtian made a fierce salute, his eyes eager for battle. Clan head, allow us to go against true experts. Death matters little to us. Please allow us, clan head. The other Fao bowed. Luo Yunhai sighed and nodded. Everyone else watched the five with respect. The loyalty and courage Luo clan's venerables have is awe-inspiring, rushing by their own initiative against such an enemy. Before you go, take Everblue with you to help. And Pyrocloud, while not up to Alliance leaders Everblue, it will help. Luo Yunhai offered his new spiritual sword and Qin Hao presented the degraded Pyrocloud. This was respect among heroes. There was a stifling mode prevalent in the hall. The five took them and cupped their hands before leaving. All felt this might be the last time they would see them. As the wind howls and rain batters, our brave depart never to return. Qin Hao cupped his hand in complete respect. Alliance leader Luo, you have nothing but admiration at the strength your alliance garnered, having such loyal warriors as well. Luo Yunhai shook his head with sorrow. It was Steward Zhua who brought them. Watching them go to their doom makes me a failure as a clan head, disgracing his spirit. Steward Zhua again. Luo Sifin was getting more and more curious. Who on earth is he? Why is he mentioned with nothing but reverence? Like a saint. Her feelings were ignored in this dire time when survival was doubtful. People rushed about, laying defenses, forming patrols, anything to stop Dan Qingxin. The celebration came to a halt as the guest knew this was the last drink. Long Jianshan, Xianxia, we never did see the five elders fight as one. It must be amazing. Let's go watch. While all were busy, she sneaked to her gophers to get them on board. Long Jianshan hesitated. The strongest venerables have never moved before. The enemy must be dangerous. Won't we get hurt by going? Scared. I am not scared. How are we going to catch up anyway? Simple, with Grandpa Lee's dotting so much. I slipped 1,000 leagues sent on him in case the old man would try to avoid playing with me. We'll find them for sure with the lovesick larva. Sifin, you trickster. Long Jianshan's face twitched inside. I got nothing left to argue. Stop with the prattle. You're in or out? In. The brats sneaked out. Where did those kids go this time? Yuer looked around and frowned. A month later, at the Western Lands border, a thin old man stood in the desert, facing 5 men. Dan Qingxin was out on a stroll, living a little while also taking Luo Yunhai in passing. I haven't been home in years. Yet I just passed the border and you're here to meet me. How may I help you? Are you dragon-cleaving sword king? Dan Qingxin? Precisely. We're the Luo clan's 5 venerables. That explains it. Dan Qingxin nodded, smiling. You came to die for your lord. I do appreciate your devotion. Ding. Li Jingtian held out an azure sword while Qiu Yanhai wielded Pyrocloud, pointing it at him. We came on behalf of the clan head, but also to see the legend of the best in Western lands for ourselves. As peak Genesis experts, why are you so much stronger? I see, martial fanatics, just like me, ha ha ha. Dan Qingxin chuckled freely. Then he stiffened, setting his piercing gaze upon the azure sword. Where did you get that? Pick up the pace, you two. I don't want to get there when the fighting is over. A girl ran ahead of 2 guys, dashing through the woods and holding a wiggling worm, adjusting course based on its direction. Long Jianshan and Xianxia shared a worried look for the willful and obstinate young miss. Sister Sifin, let's just stop. We'll only burden the venerables in a Genesis stage expert showdown. Say if you don't want to go. Don't make excuses, you chicken. Luo Sifin huffed, speeding up. I'll just go by myself then. I've yet to see a Sword King fight. Are they as amazing as they say that not even the 5 of them together can handle? The Gophers hung their heads in defeat at their headstrong boss lady. We're here. Luo Sifin glanced at the worm raising its head and lit up. She crossed a bush and a sea of yellow entered her view, with the sun's dazzling rays shining on her delicate features, her enchanting eyes. She froze on the spot. Her excitement for the fight had now drained from her face, her blood running cold. Whoosh! The Gophers arrived as well. Sister Sifin, wait for us, The duo stiffened at the shocking scene. How is this possible? As the sand blew, they witnessed blood soaking everywhere. 5 familiar figures were laying in it, unmoving. Before them was an old man in blue, holding an azure sword and tracing its blade with a frown. Strange. How can there be the vaulting sword art? Why does this sword contain vaulting sword's mysteries? The exalted aren't good at refining either, while their swordsmanship isn't impressive either. Does this mean that the Western lands has another vaulting sword inheritor? But why the Luo clan? I've never heard of anyone from Luo clan getting into Double Dragon Manor. Grandpa Li. Luo Sifin cried out in tears, rushing to him before the other 2 could stop her. Sifin. The old man paused and observed the distressed girl looking after Li Jingtian. You're from Luo clan? Why your dragon-cleaving sword king? Dan Qingxin? Luo Sifin's eyes quivered, but steeled herself to meet his gaze. Dan Qingxin nodded. I am. The kids shivered, their hearts tensing. Did you do this to them? Luo Sifin was most definitely scared, but fought through it to ask. Dan Qingxin offered a snicker. Yes, this is my handiwork. Missy, you're quite brave, knowing I hurt them yet rushing over still. Aren't you scared I'll take your lives? The trio flinched and shook like leaves. Luo Sifin tightened her fists. My clan has no cowards. Grandpa Li and the others are our venerables. I am not about to turn a blind eye to them. What spunk? Dan Qingxin nodded. I can see the valor in Luo clan like they say. Even the kids are steadfast. I'd hate to go against you just on this alone, but I made a vow. Girl, you recognize this sword? Luo Sifin glanced at Everblue and nodded. Great, let's talk. I've come to Western lands for only one man and I'll kill any that stand in my way. But seeing your venerables so steadfast and righteous garnered my sympathy and I left them breathing. Now tell me where you got this sword and I'll leave you be as well. Luo Sifin was silent. Why's he so interested in it? Are sword kings after 12th grade spiritual weapons as well? Or is it maybe the blind uncle? I can't tell on him or he'll get hurt. Dan Qingxin snickered. Don't feel like talking? Then none of you are leaving here alive, including your elders. Dan Qingxin flexed his aura to mount the pressure. The kids were rooted on the spot, their breath stolen and their faces red. Luo Sifan gnashed her teeth. Ha ha ha! Just like Luo clan, tight-lipped. Dan Xingshin's eyes shone, ramping up the pressure. I asked the old guys as well, but they just attacked and look how they end up. But why are you kids doing the same? They could at least fight while you are all powerless before me. Do you really want to die like this? Luo clan never turns its back on anyone. Luo Sifan squeezed through the pain and discomfort. Dan Xingshin was touched. He was about to go easy on them when a shout came. It's the blind swordsmith. He gave it to us. Whoosh. Dan Xingshin snapped his eyes on Long Jianshan. Who is that? He lives 3 miles out of Swordfall. The villagers know about him. Long Jianshan recoiled under the piercing stare. Dan Xingshin nodded and chuckled. Girl, you're not bad. While he, ha ha ha, Dan Xingshin vanished. Luo Sifan glared at him. Long Jianshan. How can you sell out the blind uncle? What if he wanted to harm uncle? But we were about to get killed. What was I supposed to do? Long Jianshan looked crushed, muttering. I was doing it for us. It's he who will die instead of us 5, 6, 7, 8. All the more reason we can't betray his goodwill after giving the sword. Are we that ungrateful that we sent trouble his way? Haven't you ever heard of death before dishonor? Luo Sifan glared as she lashed at him. Who is to say 8 lives outweigh 1 life? Rumble. A loud rumble approached as a 3rd-level spiritual beast-drawn carriage arrived, carrying a languid voice. Are you from the Luo clan? Get in. I want to save the blind swordsmith. Why you're? I've met your alliance leader once and told me who deserves to die and who doesn't. Regardless of what Dan Xingshin has against the Luo clan, the blind swordsmith is innocent. I will try to mediate. The soft voice spoke again. Have the wounded placed in a safe spot. I'll save them. Luo Sifan nodded in joy and signaled Xianxia for help with the elders. Long Jianshan hesitated, shaken up hard from the encounter with the dragon-cleaving Sword King. But scarier by far was Luo Sifan's fury, and so Long Jianshan lent a hand as well. After taking care of them, the 3 got in and were shocked to witness such beauty. Rumble. The carriage rushed through and arrived before the cabin with the sign Sword Shack written on it. Its door was blown out and Dan Xingshin sat before it. His eyes shone at the dangling spiritual swords. Hearing the carriage stop, he looked behind to see a fair lady cupping her hands. Dragon-cleaving Sword King, greeting. Murong clan's young miss? Dan Xingshan chuckled. I don't recall having met with Brother Murong. It ought to be Wine Sword Immortal the closest with you. Miss Murong, why would you look for me? The kids got out as well and shrank in fear, while also amazed at Murong Shui. The lady must be important for even Dan Xingshin to show respect. They had yet to grasp how vast the world was, that their Luo alliance had only been around for just shy over a century. As for the Murong clan, it held power in the 5 lands for millennia, making even the central area think twice. This was the deterrence a Sword King-level expert brought, unlike all those countless factions. Taking in the Sword Shack's condition, and the lack of battle signs, Murong Shui relaxed and asked, what of the blind swordsmith? Sword King couldn't have erased him already, right? I was met with a 9th grade array just as I arrived and only broke it. Dan Xingshin smiled. Inside there are only swords, but every last one of them contains deep insights in the sword path. I didn't know such a person lived. He may very well be the best refiner. Ha ha ha. Luo Sifan eased a breath. Thank heavens blind uncle isn't here. Murong Shui wasn't one to be settled with just that. Dragon-cleaving Sword King. Why might you be looking for the blind swordsmith? What are your intentions? To ask some questions. That's it. Though if the answers are to disappoint, I'll be taking his life instead. Dan Xingshin squinted, his face cold. Murong Shui's heart sank. She let out a breath, knowing she could not stop a Sword King, despite being a peak Genesis expert herself. Luo Sifan was startled as well, praying. Don't come, blind uncle, someone wants to kill you. a top expert in the world. You have to stay away. I couldn't forgive myself if you died. Which obviously went unanswered. What a crowd we have today. It's been ages since I got so many guests at my shack. Flinching, all snapped in the voice's direction and saw a youth in white and covered eyes, his smile sinister. And a few old signatures among you as well. Welcome. Old friends. Ha ha ha. Luo Sifin gasped. Run, uncle. He wants to kill you. Kill me? Who? Aren't we all old pals? I never irked anyone here. Zhuofan had no qualms at all. Old pals? Luo Sifin looked at Dan Qingshen and Murong Shui. Their faces so shocked they'd seen a ghost. Dan Qingshen pointed at Zhuofan, stammering, Why, you're not dead? Of course not. Or were you expecting a ghost in broad daylight? It never crossed my mind that you're the blind swordsmith. Murong Shui's eyes shook, taking a deep breath and turning to Luo Sifin. Don't worry. This blind uncle is none other than the greatest devil that has walked the earth. Him getting hurt? It'll be a miracle if he doesn't cause genocide instead. Yeah, who could ever kill me? Ha ha ha, girl, know how to make tea. Put a kettle on. Me and my old friends are having a chat. Zhuofan waved without a care. An hour later, Murong Shui gave the 5 wounded pills before laying them in the shack. Zhuofan entertained the guests in a small gazebo outside. The hostility was now gone, replaced with utter calm. The kids were staring oblivious to the inner workings, slowly making their way inside the shack. Long Jianshan pulled her to the side and looked outside. Sister Sifin. Who is that blind guy? Why is Dragon-Cleaving Sword King suddenly listening to his words and sitting down to enjoy old times? Who the hell is he to stand equal to a Sword King? How should I know? Luo Sifin was equally baffled by what was happening. In any case, the blind uncle must be something else. How else can you explain these big names acting all friendly around him? Zhuofan felt 3 pairs of intrigued eyes on his back and smiled. After a century, I still get to see some old friends. Miss Murong, still a busybody like usual? I'm working for the greater good in helping the needy. Not like you know anything about that, now would you? Murong Shui rolled her eyes and huffed. Yet all these years that went by still can't make me forget the war, your actions, whether good or bad, whether right or wrong. That's why I have been traveling to see the world and find a definite answer. It has eluded me even now. Zhuofan smirked. I've experienced life's trials as well, with something to show for, unlike you. If willing, come with me to see the culmination of evil and righteous in humanity. Maybe it will bring you peace. Murong Shui nodded in the end, no longer as antagonistic. Zhuofan, did you make this? Dan Qingshen placed Everblue on the table, staring hard at his face. Zhuofan nodded. How? Why can I feel the vaulting sword art from it? When did you learn it? Over the last century. Zhuofan eased a breath. Old Dan, I've been keeping something from you for a long time. That fight in Double Dragon Manor. Zhuofan revealed vaulting sword situation in detail. Sorry for fooling all of you. Vaulting sword was with me while the exalted and you thought it was with the other. This burden had been held for 100 years. What? Dan Qingshen shook, unable to comprehend how a brat pulled the wool over him. The best in Western lands, and yet he was still the fall guy. Outrageous. Murong Shui gave him a long look and smiled. You're really something, toying with Western lands best when you were nothing. I don't think there was anyone in the world would be more insane as you. True. That was one huge gamble that had me nervous to the core. Nervous? Yet you still took it? Where is it now? I won't return it. Dan Qingshen held out his hand, but Zhuofan shook his head. It's been with me for so many years. I see no reason to give it away. I'm only explaining to you and giving you understanding, while giving me peace. I mean, you did save me once, and it wouldn't do to keep this from you. I've saved you years ago, and you're only telling me now? I was scared you'd kill me. What about now? No, Zhuofan was frank like never before in his life. Dan Qingshen's beard shook wildly in anger. Curses. He grew up and now I can't do anything. The instant Dan Qingshen sensed the vaulting sword in Everblue, he knew. The swordsmith had the same understanding as him, and after seeing it to be Zhuofan, all became clear. Zhuofan was a freak of nature to begin with. Taking a century had to have made him an abomination. He believed he'd suffer for fighting if it came to that. After grumbling for a while, Dan Qingshen hit the table and rose to leave. Zhuofan stopped him. "Wait, old Dan. We haven't finished talking about old times after so many years. Where are you going?" "Screw your reminiscing. I have nothing to say to you. I need to kill someone. A bloodlust like no other has taken over me. You had me fuming mad." Zhuofan didn't let him go still. "Old Dan, you can kill anyone but Alliance leader Luo. Do a favor for the little old me and let him go, all right? Favor? My word is my bond. Someone brought me the painting and asked for his head. How can I refuse? Old Dan, don't you find it the least bit strange? The whole world knows about it. You're being played. So what? I don't care." Dan Qingshen snapped. "I have my principles. Even if we haven't fallen out, we're men of our word. You have your values and I have mine. My oath has to be fulfilled to the best of my ability." Zhuofan nodded in understanding. "Your best? Then if it exceeds it, what are you on about? Getting killed on your way to Luo Yunhai should be called excessive, right?" Dan Qingshen's face twitched. "And who would? Me." Zhuofan spoke. Dan Qingshen clenched his fists, squinting. "Why would you?" "Because I am the first steward of the Luo clan. Zhuofan." Boom. A flood of bloodthirst rushed out of Zhuofan, filling the earth and the heavens with a crippling coldness. Who? An eerie wind blew through the world, sending fear into the hearts of every living being. Morong Shui even flinched back at her level. As for the kids, they paled instantly, shaking all over from terror. The blind uncle who looked to be in the profound heaven stage was actually on Dan Qingshen's level. Is he another Sword King level expert? But no matter how hard they racked their brains about it, no such blind expert came to mind. The newest addition was that lone arm Sword King. Luo Sifan gasped at Zhuofan's cruel figure. Blind uncle is full of surprises. Dan Qingshen knew Zhuofan was at his level and couldn't be pushed around. He felt tense against such equal opponent, though it was far from making him fear it. "You did in just 100 years what it took me 1,000. Zhuofan, you're one of a kind genius. You may be at my level, but will only end our fight in a draw. I know that most of your power is within those eyes. I may not understand why, but it's obvious you can't use them now. You have no chance of stopping me as you are." Dan Qingshen jumped and pointed 2 fingers at the sky. Following a deep rumble, the heavens caved and roars echoed out, with dragons converging on his fingertips. A power like no other fell from the sky, the destructive force covering the entire area. Morong Shui was sweating. The kids were panicking. Is this a Sword King? We've never felt this before. Not even from tens of Genesis experts joining hands. All Sword Kings are out of this world. But can blind uncle stop it? The trio turned to Zhuofan with hope, only to see him calm as always. They thought the worse. Even he is scared stiff in front of Dan Qingshen's power. Whoosh. Zhuofan was gone the next moment, popping just a meter from Dan Qingshen. Why is he so fast? The calm Dan Qingshen turned frantic. His attack gathering in his fingers was sent slashing at Zhuofan with a flick of his wrist. Zhuofan couldn't dodge at this distance, taking the brunt of the attack. Any other Sword King would never take something like this head on, since it would cripple them. And yet... Whoosh! Zhuofan's right hand shone scarlet and grabbed. Bam! With the roars of thousands of dragons, the attack carried the might of heavens and dragons as they went for Zhuofan. But Zhuofan merely caught it with his Qilin arm. The rumbling grew in intensity, the clash sending blinding lights everywhere, along with violent shockwaves. They crumbled the earth, shook the skies and crushed mountains. The onlookers were overwhelmed. Is this a clash between Sword Kings? This is insane. What's with all this shaking? Is the world coming to an end? Dan Xingshun was just as incredulous. How can you take on my sword with one arm? A golden fire exploded from the arm, cutting off his words. The flames covered the sword wave, eliciting wails of dragons, while the Qilin arm squeezed. The powerful sword wave was devoured with a boom by the golden flames, while the mass of dragon power in the world around them faded out. The decimating sword art? Dan Xingshun cried out. Then a scarlet glow flicked across the air and a heavy power hacked at him. Shuofan merely chopped, yet the scarlet wave felt like death to Dan Xingshun. Boom! The attack shot into the sky, erasing everything for 1,000 miles in its path. The mountain scenery surrounding Swordfall turned into a desert in an instant. The kids watched agape as the dust roiled in the sky. The landscape changed all around them, the shock almost stopping their hearts. Murong Shui was unable to believe such power existed and gulped. The cunning devil from 100 years ago became a demon archon. Who could stand up to him? Dan Xingshun's white hair fluttered in the winds. Shuofan took back his hand from the side of his face and said, Old Dan, I may not have my eyes, but my skill remains. Now can you turn back? Soaring sword art? Dan Xingshun stared back with empty eyes, his smile turning bitter. Yes, I can. I have no way of killing Luo Yunhai. There's no chance for me when I'm stopped by someone who learned 3 divine sword arts to perfection. None. Whatsoever. Dan Xingshun looked devastated and forlorn, leaving with hunched shoulders. Shuofan, you deserve to have vaulting sword. And he left back to central area. Shuofan was just too strong for him to defeat. The first strike stopped him, but the next would end him. The brat became the second invincible sword. Ha ha ha. Shuofan landed as he watched Dan Xingshun go. Murong Shui no longer looked calm, shaking like a leaf. The 4 missing divine swords ended up with you 100 years ago? Yes and no. You'll know in time. Shuofan walked back to the shack. The kids were silent from fear, even shivering. Shuofan patted the girl's head. It's fine now. Go back to your dad. Dan Xingshun was beaten back, so tell him to relax. Right. Luo Sifan nodded. Shuofan smiled and patted her some more before going to Li Jingtian's side. He inspected their wounds and nodded. Miss Murong isn't stingy with her medicine, using 10th grade pills. In a week, they should wake up and recover in a month. I'm never stingy with my patients. But it's also because Dan Xingshun didn't go hard on them and crush their spirit. Or it wouldn't be as easy. Old Dan is an upright man. But in our world, sometimes you're forced to do things against your principles. Ha ha ha. Shuofan laughed. Maybe he'd wanted this defeat. Really? I didn't notice him throwing the fight. You can't keep yourself from following your heart's desire. This is old Dan's way. Shuofan smiled. Murong Shui mulled it over. Luo Sifan plucked up her courage to say, Blind uncle? Do you and the Luo alliance have history? Ha ha. There may be some there. Shuofan smirked. Then a jade slip shot into his hand. After a careful read, his face was hard. Girl, speak to no one about today. Act like you never saw me. When the geezers wake up, take them and leave. Understand? Everyone flinched. What's going on? Why the sudden change? Luo Sifan grew annoyed. Blind uncle, you're being mean to us. How are we going to explain to them when they wake up? That dragon-cleaving sword king up and left? We have no excuse. Isn't simple? Shuofan cocked an eyebrow. Just say you pleaded with all your being and he was touched by your upright characters so he left. Then add a little flair to the story. Make it harrowing and desperate. That ought to sell nicely. That's it. The trio's faces twitched. It's too damn obvious for anyone to believe. Shuofan said, We're the only ones who know about what happened. If you don't talk and I stay silent, none will be the wiser. You can spin it however to others, but what grounds do they have to doubt you? Besides, Dan Xingshun has long since left. But... No buts, you're not to say the truth or else. Shuofan turned cold, adding a bit of bloodthirst in his gaze. Dan Shun can't go to the Luo Alliance, but I can. Take it as you will. The kids shook in recollection of Zhuofan's godlike might and bobbed their heads. Zhuofan grinned. Great. I'm letting you take the credit here, and not silencing you. And haven't I told you last time not to speak about me? How come you brought Dan Shun to my door? The trio froze, with two of them looking at Long Jinshan's horrified face. Oh, the chubby guy again. Zhuofan pulled on that tearing face, snickering. Selling me out. Have you? You were also complaining last time, snubbing me. Let's settle everything here and now. Long Jinshan slumped to the ground in a trembling mess. Senior. I'm sorry. I didn't know you're so great. I am nothing to you. Please have the generosity to spare me. I'll never speak of you ever again. Blind uncle, please let him go. Luo Sifan pleaded, afraid Zhuofan was going to pinch his brains out. Who could say with these geezers' tempers? Zhuofan smiled. Your old man must have spoiled you rotten, judging by that horrified look. Conceited all the time yet a coward when it matters. Get up. Now's your time to make up for it and play the hero. Tell on me again and I'll go into your home and make mincemeat out of you. Got that? Yes, great senior, totally. I believe you can do anything. Long Jinshan sobbed and trembled. Zhuofan nodded, content with the other two kids lowering their heads. Zhuofan finally eased a breath and walked off. Blind uncle, you. Girl, I'm leaving. Today was but an interlude to what is to come. Take care. Zhuofan turned to Morong Shui. Miss Morong, are you still interested in figuring some things out? I'll show you what is good and what is evil. Zhuofan left. Morong Shui muttered, before following after him. The kids were the only ones remaining, looking lost. Long Jinshan was still shaking, his face twitching. Mommy, he's gone at last. In the Double Dragon Manor, when Tao, Yanmo and other sect leaders had been at the heaven-reaching pavilion for a long time, pacing about while waiting for a reply. A grizzled man came out and bowed. Sect leaders, what might have brought you here? Elder, we would like to ask the Exalted whether. I'm terribly sorry, but the Exalted have been gone for a while now. We don't know where they went. The old man cut off when Tao, his expression heavy. Yanmo asked, when will the Exalted be back? We're unsure. They've always been unpredictable. You've all been cultivating in Double Dragon Manor and should know this better than anyone. We do, sorry to disturb you. When Tao shook his head and sighed, they all bowed and left. Once gone, one black and one white old man came out. Exalted He Ran shook his head. They're all part of Western lands, yet we're still ignoring them in this? We'd be holding our duty if it were anyone else. But Luo Yunhai's ambition has no limit. He's been growing over these years so much that it's clear he aims for the top, going against us. His people's skills are truly formidable. All these people just now were once our disciples, yet they've taken the Luo clan's side. He must have learned Zhuofan's core values. Even when Zhuofan faked death, they still recommended the Luo clan. Exalted He Ran nodded. I know. I just got word the Qin society that's been at odds with the Luo alliance all this time got pulled into the birthday celebration. Luo Yunhai's compassion has no limit. With such a high achiever in Western lands, it brings unrest. A vicarious settlement is best. Exalted by Mei left while Exalted He Ran side behind him. At the entrance to the Shangguan clan in Eastern lands, Shangguan Qingyan walked Wu Qingqiu out. I'm sorry, senior brother Wu. Our venerables are set on this. It's fine. The seniors must have their own thoughts about it. Goodbye. Wu Qingqiu bowed. Shangguan Qingyan returned the gesture, feeling helpless. Shangguan Qingyan went back in and bowed before the elders. Venerables, senior brother Wu was here and I couldn't be blunt, but now I have to know. The Luo clan is a benevolent group in Western lands, working well with ours. Why wouldn't we help them in this time of need and bring us closer together? Yener, all these years you've handled the clan, you've never done anything of import, only trivialities and don't have perspective. Why do you think Double Dragon Manor doesn't interfere despite Dan Qingshin coming to Western lands to cause trouble? Why was it Wu Qingqiu who came asking for our help? Maybe Double Dragon Manor was in difficulty? What difficulty when it's just Danqingshen and not against the central area? Even if something grave was happening, it should be Double Dragon Manor who would ask of our help and not Ultimate Clarity Sect. That's... Shangguan Qingyan hesitated. The Venerable sighed, his voice resolute. Yenner, humanity is twisted at heart. We're not suspicious of other, but should at least be cautious. Double Dragon Manor is the head of Western lands. By going over their heads in interfering, we're undermining their authority, damaging the relation between the lands. And when Wu Qingqiu arrived, signs have already shown this might be the case. The Western lands' waters run deep, and it's best we don't get involved. Venerable, Double Dragon Manor wants... Shangguan Qingyan's face fell. A month later, the envoys gone to plead assistance had returned, looking bitter and disappointed. Yan Mo cupped his hand in apology. Brother Luo, the exalted are away. Their minds, maybe. They were clearly avoiding us. When Tao sighed, I'd never have known people could be like this if it weren't for this incident. For even the exalted to do this. Luo Yunhai and Zhuge Changfeng foresaw this and nodded. Shangguan clan's 3 venerables declined on grounds of stumbling in their cultivation. Wu Qingqiu reported. This reason was so casual it left others speechless. Stumble? They've been around millennia and 1,000 years at peak Genesis stage with no sign of advancing. What stumbling? Neither side was willing to help. Who then in the Luo alliance could put a stop to Danqingshen's power? All had deep frowns at such a serious problem. But this trouble ended up repelled without their knowledge. The man who did it was now watching them from the shadows with a warm smile. Dad! In a moment of great turmoil, Luo Sifen's group came in with the wounded elders. Luo Yunhai gasped. Sifen, where have you brats run off to the last few days? Your mother has been searching for you everywhere. Dad, we're not children. We've gone to do important stuff. Important? Luo Yunhai glanced behind them, at Li Jingtian and others. He only got utter confusion from the elders and a shrug. Luo Yunhai turned to the kids, with Luo Sifen looking prideful. Dad, you don't have to worry about that Danqingshen guy anymore. We scared him off. He must be back in the central area by now. What? Everyone gasped, looking at the kids in disbelief. These we kids made dragon-cleaving Sword King leave? As if, Luo Yunhai asked, still out of it. Elderly, you went to stop Danqingshen. What on earth happened? Are you all right? Thank you, clan head, for your concern. Actually, Li Jingtian bowed. Then their faces twitched. We're not sure. Not even you? Why? Clan head, we've been unconscious from our heavy wounds. And when we woke up, we saw the kids had taken us to a bamboo shack. They say they've made Danqingshen fall back, and the only thing we could do was come back since there was no sign of him around. No checkpoint we passed had seen him either. Li Jingtian's story began shaky and ended in confusion. Did he leave or not? Luo Yunhai looked hard at Luo Sifen. How did you get him to leave? We. Luo Sifen giggled, putting on Zhua Fan's style as she wove a touching tall tale. Long Jianshan and Xianxia joined in as well, ramping up the danger, the tragedy, and, inadvertently, the comedy. They were sure to include any trial imaginable to any human being, no short of going to hell and back. And that's how Dragon-Cleaving Sword King felt sorry for us pathetic 3 and left. Long Jianshan ended with a few sniffs, though the pride obvious in his eyes. Alliance leader, you can't imagine the danger Sister Sifen was in, but I stepped in. As if. I stepped in. Shut it. It was me. No, me. Long Jianshan wanted to paint himself as saving the damsel, but Xianxia wouldn't have it. The next thing you knew, Alliance leader Luo would think of him when giving his daughter's hand. The two agreed that anything else was fine except this. The innocent Luo Sifen looked dumbstruck. Why fight over who lied? They weren't fighting for just some breadcrumbs, but for their future father-in-law's favor. Luo Yunhai was clearly not buying it, snapping at them. All right, already, who told you brats that you can go into such danger? Guard. cane them 50 times, without yuan qi protection, and then ground them in their room for a month. Ah! Don't give me that. I'll make sure you won't soon forget this. Luo Yunhai had the guard take them away, at the dismay of the heroes. Didn't we do good? Why are we punished? Zhuofan laughed at their expense, patted Morong Shue's shoulder and left. Wu Qingqiu and Luo Yunhai were in the dark as to what actually happened, but their nerves relaxed with Dan Qingxin giving up. Whoosh! Zhuofan took Morong Shue through the forest outside the Luo alliance, laughing. The brats did it this time. They thought they could take credit? I'd have slapped them in Yunhai's stead. How could they go through such dangers when their parents are worried sick? Ha ha ha. You sure know your way around, having been the first steward of the Luo alliance. No one picked up on anything. Morong Shue looked behind the barrier. Please, I set these up before leaving. Even if it is improved, it is done with my own work as the base. I don't need to know much about this place. Ha ha ha. The good and evil you speak of. This. Zhuofan shrugged. Double Dragon Manor represents what's good and fair in Western lands, earning people's trust. Shangguan clan also preaches righteousness. Miss Morong must think that with the Luo clan holding the same values and asking them for help, they ought to jump at the occasion to do good. Why then the cold shoulder? Morong Shue sank in thought. Zhuofan smirked. It didn't get them anything by helping. The Luo clan is large and Double Dragon Manor began to have different opinions about it. Since such a prime chance came to cull it, why waste it? Shangguan clan is an upright clan, but having not gotten Western Land's boss green light, what would be the point of saving the Luo clan? It was ill-advised getting on Double Dragon Manor's bad side as a result. So I ask you, Miss Morong, is this good or evil? Behind a greedy heart, demons lurk. Morong Shue sighed. Zhuofan shook his head. Hardly. Double Dragon Manor has its own issues. It has deep roots into Western lands tied to it. Once that changed, Western lands changed. Moreover, one's nature is forever unknown. What kind of boss out there would allow an underdog to rise above it? Even beasts would do everything to drive out intruders, most of all humans. Why? Fear. Double Dragon Manor wants to do things for itself. Failing sometimes means losing one's life. Shangguan clan looked after itself just as well. By offending Double Dragon Manor, they lose a strong ally. What's so bad about getting your family strong before doing good? What point is good if it can't keep you in power? So, are they good or evil? Morong Shue was mystified. Zhuofan laughed. Keep watching. The 5 lands are going to clash again. I'll then show you what a real disaster and calamity is all about. Morong Shue followed him still. In a gloomy hall, Yuan Yong hastily came forward to bow. Prime Minister, Dragon-cleaving Sword King was thwarted. Someone stopped him, holding strength beyond his, from taking down Luo Yunhai. Oh, did those 2 geezers intervene? Bailey Jingwei smiled. Yuan Yong was grave. No. Who then? I don't know. The Sword King didn't say, only that he was powerless. I see. Dragon-cleaving Sword King's word is his body. For him to say that then it exceeded his ability. Bailey Jingwei nodded. No matter. What about the other land's reactions? Ignored. Yuan Yong replied. They all say they reap what they sow and none stepped in. Not even Double Dragon Manor. Ultimate Clarity Sex Wu Qingqiu even asked Shangguan clan's help for the Luo clan, only to be refused. Bailey Jingwei's smile grew. Good. There's at least some result. Sir Yuan, ever thought of returning to Tianyu? What? Pass my order. Prince of Harvest, Bailey Yunming, in his position as Central Area Ambassador, along with Deputy Minister of War Yuan Yong, are to go to Western lands and discuss the removal of Devil Palace with every land. The other 3 lands will have a renowned member from the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of Works as ambassadors informing the leaders of the lands of this action. Prime Minister Yuan Yong was stunned. Bailey Jingwei waved him off, snickering. Sir Yuan, you have one other mission. Listen. Bailey Jingwei explained in the dark Yuan Yong's true purpose. Bailey Jingwei dismissed him and said coldly, "Understand? I'm letting you do this not to get Tianyu back, but to become lord over Western lands, under the Sword Star Empire. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. I won't let you down." Yuan Yong cupped his hands and went away with glee. By Bailey Jingwei's decree, the officials drafted the documents quickly, sending them to the four lands leaders through ambassadors. As the Sword Star Empire was focused on recovery the past century, it maintained stable relations with the other lands. The lands were very much wary of this large enemy, but the appearances were kept, with some seldom cooperation taking place. Bailey Jingwei sent the ambassadors as goodwill. The four lands were welcome to refuse, but that would raise tension with the empire and lead to further problems that they would rather do without. What was the harm of one small errand boy paying a visit anyway? As for Devil Palace, they were at peace with them now, but who knew what the future held? The day might come when all the lands had to unite and remove this organization. Taking precautions for that was only natural. After careful consideration, the four lands agreed to the empire's ambassador. Yuan Yong and Prince of Harvest, Bailey Yunming, took their flashy honor guard to Western lands. Unlike the other lands' envoys, they had to make a stop by the Tianyu Empire before going to Double Dragon Manor. The Empire's ambassador is passing by and wants us to receive him? 3 months later, in the Imperial Palace's study, the middle-aged Emperor, Yuan Song, lost his youthful chubbiness, thinning somewhat. He even had a mustache. He gasped as he stared at Luo Yunhai sitting across from him. "Alliance leader Luo, are you sure? Tianyu isn't in the direct path between Western Lands border and Double Dragon Manor. Are you sure that's right?" Luo Yunhai sighed. "Of course I am, since it came directly from Double Dragon Manor. Saying there's someone from Tianyu among the delegation making a glorious return and asking explicitly for the Luo Alliance to receive them." "From Tianyu? Who?" Yuan Song paced about in thought. "Some glory, when it's just some guy's detour. Humph. I am the Emperor of Tianyu. Any that have been from Tianyu are my people. But to come back as Sword Star Empire's delegate, he's demanding my respect? That's humiliating." Luo Yunhai chuckled. "Your Majesty, what humiliation? This is in constant flux. Weren't you respectful when meeting me before you even became Emperor?" "Oh, I see." Yuan Song chuckled. "Speaking of Alliance leader Luo, you were very kind back then. When Zhuofan seized everything, I thought I'd be reduced to a puppet my entire life. But after the Luo Alliance expanded, you returned ruling back to me. I'll always be grateful for that." Luo Yunhai said, "Your Majesty, the Luo clan is also thankful for all your care back then. We both know it was an investment. Like Zhuofan said, having motives. But you lacked any with me, offering back the power to rule in sincerity. They just don't compare. Regardless, the kindness still remains. The Luo clan will never lord over their supporters." Yuan Song chuckled. "Alliance leader Luo. No, brother Yunhai. I shall return your respect manifold. Whoever comes back to strut, I'll be sure to shower him in glory, so as not to nitpick with you." "Nitpick?" "Brother Luo, I may be the ruler of some small kingdom, but things happening in Western lands do reach my ear. I know Double Dragon Manor is watching you like a hawk, ready to use anything as an excuse, right? I have vied for the throne and know how to handle problems." Luo Yunhai's face twitched, then beamed. After 3 more days, the imperial capital was adorned with colorful decorations. Emperor Yuan Song and Empress Long Kue stood at the entrance. It was the highest honor given by the Tianyu Empire to any guest, that of the emperor welcoming the delegation himself, though soon found it to be given since it came from the Sword Star Empire. Next to them stood the Luo Alliance high officials, with Luo Yunhai in the lead. All stood there, waiting until noon, when the sun was at its highest, to reveal a rumbling carriage forward guarded by an escort of 100,000 men and pulled by dozens of spiritual beasts. "That's Western Lands' ambassador?" Bailey Jingwei must have sniffed a weakness in Western Lands and wants to take a bite. Zhuofan looked at the large army from the shadows of the walls. Snickering, Murong Shui said, "How do you know Bailey Jingwei is after Western lands? If it feels off and looks off, then it must be something off. The other lands' ambassadors aren't as armed. Care to know why?" Murong Shui nodded. "Because all other ambassadors are second-rates while only ours has a prince included. Something is bound to happen in Western lands." Shuifan grinned. "They say the prince is also, ha ha ha. Just watch." Murong Shui watched curiously as the procession came to a stop at the gates. Luo Yunhai's group stepped forward and bowed. "I am Alliance Leader Luo Yunhai and welcome the Central Area's ambassador. I am the Emperor of Tianyu. Yuan Song, welcome." Yuan Song smiled while holding his empress hand. There was no reply from the carriage though. A sinister laughter cracked up. "Ha ha ha. Third brother. It's been ages. I almost forgot you were the emperor." Yuan Song shook all over as he glared at the carriage, still in disbelief of what he was hearing. That voice. "Ha ha ha. Have you forgotten your own brother's voice?" The door of the carriage opened and a man with sharp eyes stepped out. Yuan Song paled, his fingers shaky. "Second brother?" Everyone gasped. "The emperor's second brother. It's that second Prince Yuan Yong that went missing? What's he doing back? He was being hunted for treason, and now—" "Third brother, you lost weight." Yuan Yong had a vile smile as he approached Yuan Song, patting his cheek twice. "When I told you to get thin, you said you couldn't, gaining even from drinking water. How come you're so thin?" "Oh, I got it, it was an act. When seizing the throne, you played the innocent chubby to avoid suspicion. You fooled me and our elder brother. Now that you got to be emperor, there's no need for any pretense, is there? Ha ha ha." Clap. Yuan Yong made sure to slap hard enough to swell, laughing at his expense, driven by hatred. "Old third, aren't you tired of acting? You became emperor, but now what? Aren't you just a lapdog licking my boots? How dare you address His Majesty without proper respect?" Long Kuei shouted. Luo Yunhai scoffed. "Ambassador, you represent the Central Area. Please watch yourself with Tianyu's emperor. Don't take it too far." "Too far? The lord of some third-rate empire can compare to the glorious Sword Star Empire's deputy minister of war." Yuan Yong snickered. "Alliance Leader Luo, your Western lands is martial. Half of it is yours and you have my respect. As for his ex-lardness, what do you think the exalted double dragons would ever do to me?" Yuan Yong gathered Yuan Qi in his palm. Luo Yunhai panicked and grabbed it. "What are you doing?" "Just stretching. Alliance Leader Luo, lighten up. I'm not about to cause trouble as the Central Area's ambassador." "Humph." Yuan Yong rolled his shoulder like he really was stretching. His hand slipped from Luo Yunhai's hold and sent a taunting and sinister look. Luo Yunhai gnashed his teeth, his face dark. Yuan Song took a deep breath, bowing while straining to hold it in. "After you, ambassador." "Sure, your majesty." Yuan Yong showed a malicious smile, signaling the troops. "Enter the city, but be careful. Prince of Harvest is sleeping and we don't want to disturb him or heads will roll." "Yes, sir." The army rumbled onwards with dozens of carriages. Yuan Song's group was filled with fury and revulsion. The Sword Star Empire's ambassador was Western Land's guest, and they could do nothing against him. The same happened in the past in this nation, but regardless of the discontent, never had it been the emperor suffering for it. Though this time, it was the ambassador of the largest empire in the Central Area hitting the emperor of a third-rate nation. The Sword Star Empire's delegation entered the imperial capital, leaving Yuan Song's group behind like dirt. Zhuo Fan nodded. "To think it's Yuan Yong of all people. The former brash and reckless fool has smoothened out into a calculating man. Ha ha ha. Time does change everything. The most double dragon manner can do when irate is to drive them out." For humiliating the delegation meant war with the Sword Star Empire, which none of the four lands had the nerve to risk. The Luo Alliance has no choice but to swallow this up. If it's only some rudeness, they could just pull through. However, Shuifan left. "Miss Murong, we're keeping an eye on the garrison. There's no way Yuan Yong came to Tianyu just to take it out on the emperor. Morong Shui rushed after him. She got so used to following Zhuofan. She did it out of reflex so she could take in humanity in all its shades of gray. 6 hours later, the sun came down so the moon could take its rightful place. The imperial capital was decorated and dazzling, a different fervor setting in from daytime. At the garrison, a fat man paced around, bored as hell. Creak. Yuan Yong stepped in, bowing. Deputy Minister Yuan Yong greets Prince of Harvest. Sir Yuan, you're finally here. I'm sick of staying all day in the carriage. Yuan Yong sat at the table, with the fatty coming over like an eager child. I did what you said and didn't accept anyone's invitation. Tonight you have to entertain me. The Prime Minister had me listen to you. But you can't just turn me into a prisoner. Yuan Yong smirked, his eyes shining with malice. No worries, Your Highness. I understand your plight. You're going to love it tonight. Really? Thanks, Sir Yuan. Prince of Harvest had a knowing smile, twisting his fat fingers. Yuan Yong grinned, taking out civilian clothes. Your Highness, you're very precious and would draw attention. Change into these, then we can have fun. I'll have 2 men cover for you so no one finds out and shames us. I got it. The Prime Minister cares about this and I won't let him down. The prince changed, and was a bundle of excitement as he walked outside. Sir Yuan, you're nice. Once we get back, I'll be sure to put in a good word with the Prime Minister. The Prince of Harvest left, with 2 guards watching him. Yuan Yong's grin widened. Put a good word? Ha. How pointless. Sir Yuan, Emperor Yuan invites you and Prince of Harvest to a feast. A guard knocked on the door. Yuan Yong said, I know. His Highness doesn't feel well, so I'll be going alone. Understood. The man left. Yuan Yong straightened his clothes and set off. Zhuofan slipped out of the shadows. Morong Shui asked, Going to the Imperial Palace? No, after the idiot prince. He's pivotal. Zhuofan's eyes shone and Morong Shui followed after him. An hour later, there was one particular building, lavishly decorated and filled with cheerful noises. It had a plaque 10 meters high and very conspicuous. Fragrant Manor. Prince of Harvest muttered, showing a degenerate smile as he approached. I feel right at home. Paradise, fairies and ladies, here I come. Prince of Harvest was like a beast in heat, going straight in. His guards grinned behind him. Prince of Harvest was soon surrounded by cherry lips as he entered a room. He waved the 2 and they offered a bottle. Prince of Harvest drank it and his eyes went bloodshot as he roared. Tonight, I'll be taking on 100 people. Who shall face me? Ha. Bam. The doors shut and moans, clamor and shrieks came out from behind it. The 2 guards stood outside, sharing a knowing smile. Our good prince likes nothing else but to engage in such activities. We're going in? Morong Shui glanced at the shut doors from the shadows, and it was obvious what was going on behind them. Reddening. Zhuofan smirked. All the more reason we need to enter. What's the point of tailing only to give up at the climax? How obscene. Morong Shui glared at him with red ears and a hot face. How is that? I can't see what's happening in there. Now can I? I can only guess based on those constant creaking and moans. How's it any different from looking from outside? Why enter then? To be on the safe side. My eyes aren't what they used to be, and I can't leave anything unturned. Zhuofan turned to mist and flew inside. The door opened and closed so fast and so little that the guards were oblivious. Morong Shui blushed red-hot, tensing as she forced herself to go as well. The door clicked close and the guards felt something going in. But seeing nothing, they ignored it. She hid with Zhuofan in a corner, the degenerate sounds grating her ears. Zhuofan didn't even twitch. Even after 2 hours, the noises kept going strong, with the Prince of Harvest turning into an animal and howling like a savage. The girls all groaned and cried under his brutality. Morong Shui bit her lip, glaring at Zhuofan and whisper-shouting, Haven't you found anything after all this time? I did. What? He must have taken something to have boundless stamina. Zhuofan nodded like a sage. Morong Shue's face twitched. I'm talking about Bailey Jingwei's scheme here. I'm looking for that as well, but I haven't found anything. What a bummer, I can only hear. Zhuofan sighed, devastated. Morong Shue was fuming mad. Pervert. Watch then, for I'm going. But then, a person got thrown in through the window, looking either dead or unconscious. There it is. Zhuofan grinned. Any man seeking relief, even if under a stimulant, would not turn into a mindless animal. What was the point? Prince of Harvest is about to go raving mad. His drink spiked to numb his mind. I think it's Bailey Jingwei's doing. What do you think, Miss Morong? Morong Shue was puzzled. What are you thinking about? Zhuofan asked, but then nodded. Ew. That's just nasty. I may be a demon, but I have my principles and never dual cultivated. Yet you actually... I never imagined. You... Morong Shue lowered her head in shame. Rotten bastard. He's toying with me. Then the newcomer stirred and groaned. Morong Shue started at the sounds. Is it that child? Siphon. Zhuofan sighed. The crazed Prince of Harvest picked up on the girl's voice and turned with bloodshot eyes. He howled and threw himself at her. Here comes another. Ha ha ha. A finger flick hit the deranged man and he froze on the spot. Zhuofan lowered his hand. Morong Shue was about to go. I'll take the girl. She shouldn't be here, ruining her good name. Pa. Zhuofan gripped her shoulder, earning an odd look from her. Luo Siphon stirred awake and Zhuofan pointed at Prince of Harvest, so he could move again. The pretty girl aroused all his senses, howling as he jumped her. Ah, who are you? Luo Siphon came to with a start at the beastly and naked man throwing himself at her. She snapped her hands forward out of reflex, pushing him back, into the floor, and making him cough blood. The drug had long since taken over the Prince of Harvest's mind, numbing his senses and taking away his reasoning. Regardless of the pain, he only saw the girl as a tasty morsel, coming at her with lust in his eyes. Luo Siphon was scared silly, but her instincts as a peak radiant stage cultivator kicked in once more, flinging the deranged man away and bleeding. The man was so far gone he cared not for his life, going for her again and again, only to be repelled every time. By the 30-ish time Prince of Harvest's fat body got bounced back. He looked battered all over, but his eyes never lost their ravenous hunger as they sought out Luo Siphon. Luo Siphon was horrified, even though she won. Morong Shue looked inquisitively at Zhuofan. Why? Why what? You had him restrained. So why let him go so the girl would deal with him? Zhuofan said. I feel like finding out what Bailey Jingwei is up to, and for that, I let him win. You let him win? Sure. I've had my eyes on the central area for years now and I'm planning on destroying it soon, for my plan to return. I can't wait a moment longer. As for why I held back, one is because Bailey Yuqian's a mystery, and two, Central Area's recovery in these recent years has been going far too easily. You've seen for yourself how strong Central Area was in the war, stronger than all four lands forces. Zhuofan sighed. Unless it makes a move, no one can shake that rock. Now that he finally showed his hand, I'm not about to stop him. Morong Shue's brow shook. Then why did you stop his savage act for a moment there? You could have not interfered at all. Miss Morong, know this, I let him move, but I also have my limits. No harm will ever come to a Luo clansman. Zhuofan eased a long breath. In all fairness, my plan would have been in motion all the same if Dan Qingshen had killed Yunhai. But I stepped in because he cannot die. The same went for stopping the crazed prince, so Siphon wouldn't get hurt. By letting him act, I allowed Bailey Jingwei's plan to continue as I moved under this distraction. Nothing would have happened since Siphon is at peak radiant stage while the prince is just a fresh radiant stage cultivator. It'll only make Yunhai feel bad is all. Morong Shue gasped, looking away. I don't get what you're saying at all, schemer. Ha ha ha. Miss Morong, you're catching on. The you before would have butted in on the spot to help the needy. For the common good, for righteousness and purging of evil. Now you have learned patience. No, I haven't. It's because I'm still of two minds on what is right or wrong, and I don't want to make the wrong judgment. I've seen the people go through countless changes this 100 years, which only plunged me into deeper confusion. Now I'm going with you so I can see your choices. Morong Shue squinted. Zhuofan smirked. Miss Morong, I'll share with you a story, one that will clear all doubts about right and wrong, good and evil. I listened to it in my travels through the Five Lands. It was illuminating, so much that my heart grew incredibly while my cultivation dropped 5 layers. Dropped? Sure did. True self-art focuses on the heart and heart alone, bringing one back to one's true nature. Getting stronger is pointless, with only a growing heart and mentality would prove fruitful. Once reaching one's origin, I will finally see for myself what the world Tao really is. Now I'm interested to hear it. Morong Shue showed a rare smile, a sight for sore eyes, yet lost on Zhuofan. Bam! That marked the 50th time Prince of Harvest went on the offensive and was repelled. The pain and hurt his body endured had no way of breaking through his drug-addled mind still, getting his feet under him with a loony smile and greedy eyes. Completing the picture was the constant blood coming from his mouth, mixed with bits and pieces from his innards. Luo Sifan's brow shook hard, unable to look at the ghastly figure. Who is this freak? He's like the living dead. Doesn't he feel any pain? Prince of Harvest twisted his body, taking another step for Luo Sifan. Blood poured out of him still, driven by only one instinct, to mate. The innocent girl felt sick to her stomach, opting to dodge this time. The doors burst open just then, and the 2 guards flew in, followed by 2 new people. Sister Sifan! Long Jianshan and Xianxia had arrived. Watching Prince of Harvest's bizarre shape going for Luo Sifan had them in shock just then. Who the hell are you? Don't touch her. The 2 coordinated perfectly, one with a palm, the other with a kick, striking the vitals of the beaten prince. Long Jianshan was ruthless enough to even go for Prince of Harvest's heart, punching a hole in the fat man's chest. Xianxia did an overhead kick, right at the face, removing the head from that gross body. Blood gushed everywhere, while the headless Prince of Harvest twitched once before splattering in his own blood. That was my claw, I saved Sifan. That was my kick, I saved Sister Sifan. Ignoring the corpse, the 2 stared daggers at each other, then rushed at Luo Sifan's side. Sister Sifan, are you all right? With a blank face, Luo Sifan finally snapped awake, pointing at the corpse. Who is he? Prince. A cry came before they could reply. The 2 guards turned their gaping expressions from the blood to the 3 as they spewed fire. You have some nerve to kill Sword Star Empire's Prince of Harvest. You killed the Sword Star Empire's envoy and have declared war on us. Sword Star Empire's envoy. The trio shook all over, then went slack from shock. We're done for. Zhuofan chuckled from the shadows. Oh, the brats are in for it now, ha ha ha. Is this Bailey Jingwei's plan? Dragging Western lands into a war. If it were that easy, he wouldn't be Bailey Jingwei. War? He can't suffer from it, ha ha ha. Zhuofan waved her off, walking away. Bailey Jingwei has started, and so shall I. I've waited 100 years for this. Wu Randong, your bitter wait is at an end. In the brightly lit imperial palace, with 3 rows of guards inside and another 3 outside, making it foolproof, Yuan Yong attended the banquet held for the Sword Star Empire delegates, ridiculing, Third brother, it's been ages since my last feast in the imperial palace. Feels awfully foreign. Since when did a third-rate empire have soul harmony guards? And dozens of them too. Third brother, you've sure gotten the empire far. Ha ha ha. Imperial brother, there's no need for hazing. The Luo Alliance sent the guards for your protection. I am but the lord of a meager empire and have no right to have even one soul harmony expert in my employ. To be frank, master is only at the 5th layer of ethereal stage. Yuan Tsong spoke coldly. Luo Yunhai's group stared hard at him. Yuan Yong sneered. Fang Choubai? Isn't he Tianyu's divine dragon? Why is he such a disappointment? Only 5th layer ethereal stage? That's my level. Ha ha ha, brother is Sword Star Empire's Deputy Minister of War, enjoying lush resources, unlike our barren lands. It's normal for brother to outdo master. Yuan Yong nodded. Right you are, brother. Central area's environment is way better than here. Take the lowest official in the central area and you still won't find any weaker than the emperor here. In face of such an empty taunt, Yuan Tsong smiled. To each his own ambition. Some like to be the head of something, however small, while others prefer to bask in the glorious stool of others, to smell their stench. There's no forcing one's nature. Sometimes, not just any can be a leader, no matter how much they try. The bite Yuan Yong placed in his mouth shook, his face darkening from fury. You have guts, Yuan Tsong. Luo Yunhai was stern, while the guards drew around the emperor. Yuan Yong's fury abated, snickering at everyone's tense looks. Brother, why do I feel these guards aren't here to keep me safe, but you instead? Brother, by no means do I deserve such honor. Ignoring the empty formality, Yuan Yong's eyes shone. Sometimes, the guard's level matters not when they protect the wrong asset. Luo Yunhai's face fell, staring hard with a frown. What's that supposed to mean? There's huge trouble. Panicked cries echoed out into the hall from outside, making everyone frown. Yuan Yong was the only one still sneering. The one howling staggered inside and Yuan Tsong shouted at him. What's all this fuss? Speak clearly about what happened. Yes, your majesty. The man wiped his heavy brow and bowed, still shaken up. Your majesty, Sword Star Empire's envoy, Prince of Harvest Bali Yunming Ws. Was what? Everyone's heart sank as Yuan Tsong howled. The man cried as he bowed. Killed. What? Yuan Yong smacked the table as he raged. What did you say? What happened to the Prince of Harvest? The man shook all over. The envoy, Prince of Harvest, was killed. Absurd. How could this have happened? Yuan Yong raved and looked around. Do any of you have any idea who Prince of Harvest is? He is the 15th grandson of His Imperial Majesty, bestowed the title of Prince at the age of 18, out of deep love. He was sent to the Western lands to entrust you with his safety and learn of the world. But you had an assassin at every corner I see. Sword Star Empire will not stand for this. Everything that comes is on you. Everyone's heart was in their throats. The Central Area envoy, a prince no less, was killed here. They had to answer for it, unable to escape such dire consequences. Yuan Tsong pondered. Brother, it's too early to assume. You said that the prince was unwell and can't attend the feast. Then he must be in his quarters. How could he be assassinated? Yeah, the guards there are thorough. Not only deputies' men, but also Luo alliances. How could there be a hit? Luo Yunhai spoke with conviction. Yuan Yong mocked. How should I know? Where was Prince of Harvest attacked? Yuan Yong looked with disdain at the man. Sir, Prince of Harvest was murdered at Fragrant Manor. Fragrant Manor? A brothel? Yuan Tsong let it slip and earned the ire of his empress, Long Kuei, who whispered, What's with that quick reaction in calling it a brothel? Do you know it? No, not at all. I just heard about it. Yeah. From Xiao Lizi. Ha ha ha. Him? Won't an eunuch feel crushed going there? Long Kuei had a cruel smile. Yuan Tsong gulped and switched topics. Empress, this isn't the time for trifles. The envoy is dead with heavy implications. We must ascertain the truth. Brother, why did the Prince of Harvest, safe in his quarters, appear in a brothel? Is there something we should know? Yuan Tsong spoke earnestly. This is no longer a matter of protection. We can't protect him if your envoy goes wherever without telling us. We need to be aware of his every move, be it the brothel or the bathroom. Luo Yunhai gave the emperor a thumbs up. The emperor ain't just for show, so quick to shirk the blame. The empress did not complain further, knowing this was matters of national security. Yuan Yong rubbed his beard, his eyes flashing. Guard, Execute all who were on duty. What's the point of them if they can't even notice the prince sneaking out? Yes. A man next to him bowed and ran off. Yuan Yong glanced at Yuan Song. Satisfied with my unbiased decision, brother? Who's at fault will get the blame. I know how to be fair. I have no comment. Yuan Song refused to reply. Yuan Yong looked at the man he sent. Though the guards are punished for neglecting their duty, they're not to blame for the murder. Now who was it that killed the prince? Have you caught the outrageous criminal? Yes. But... The man hesitated, glancing at Luo Yunhai. Luo Yunhai's heart sank with unease. Yuan Yong demanded, Stop blabbering and bring them here. Let us see who had the nerve to commit such a treasonous act. Yes. The man nodded and sighed as he went to pass the order. 5 people came in, escorted by many guards. Luo Yunhai cried out, Siffin! Dad! Luo Siffin teared up, looking victimized along with Long Jianshan and Xianxia. Alliance leader! What's the meaning of this? What did they do this time? You're supposed to bring the criminal, not a girl. Yuan Yong said the obvious. Prince of Harvest's guards bowed and pointed at them. Deputy sir, these 3 killed the prince. The body is outside. Scattered. What? Luo Yunhai gasped. It can't be. The 3 lowered their heads, admitting with their silence. Luo Yunhai held his head, with Yuan Song growing restless. What's with this girl getting involved in this huge problem? A ruse must be at play here. Yuan Yong snickered, his hand gushing with Yuan Qi. Since we have the culprits and it's due to our neglect, I shall do away with the criminals and not trouble you, ha ha ha. Yuan Yong's hand came down on Luo Siffin's head. Luo Siffin cried out in fright, the attack stopping inches from her hair. She cracked a frightened eyelid to see her father gripping the deadly attack with fury. Peak Soul Harmony Alliance leader. A man among men deserving his name, Humph. Yuan Yong's face shook, pain stabbing his hand as he released his attack, yet challenging Luo Yunhai. Alliance leader. What's this? You ought to know this matter involves the envoy and shouldn't be biased. I killed the guilty guards and killing the culprits should be the best resolution for you. Luo Yunhai took a deep breath, not releasing his grip, showing the deep worry plaguing his heart. Yuan Yong laughed. Alliance leader. Are you impeding me in exacting judgment on the culprits? The Sword Star Empire won't stand for it. Central area and Western lands will be at war because of you. Are you ready to take on such a burden? Brother Yunhai. Yuan Song cried out, figuring something out. What has niece been doing in a brothel? What exactly happened? Luo Yunhai came to, finding a lifeline and asked, Yes, what were you doing there? Dad. I don't know how, but as we walked around the city, someone knocked me out. The next thing I knew, some naked man jumped me and I smacked him back. I fended him off dozens of times but didn't kill him. Luo Siffin pleaded her innocence. Long Jianshan and Xianxia bobbed their heads. Yes, Alliance leader. We chased the black figure, unable to catch him as he toyed with us. Then we reached a building where we heard Sister Siffin's screams and ran there. But the 2 guards at the door wouldn't let us in and we had to fight our way in. What we saw inside was a weird thing jumping Siffin. I acted without realizing, running my hand through his chest. I sent his head flying with a kick. Xianxia admitted. We had no way of knowing he was the prince. Everyone knew then and there. It's a ruse, clear as day. Luo Yunhai glared at Yuan Yong, gnashing his teeth. Sir Yuan, you come at me. Do not drag children into this. You didn't like how Dan Qingxin couldn't take my head. Did you? Alliance leader, what are you saying? Everyone knows it's between you and Dan Qingxin. I represent an empire as a peaceful envoy. Why would I ever want the great marshal of the Western lands dead? Yuan Yong's words dripped with cruelty. You need to stop being so biased. Brats, you said someone did this to you. Well, where is he? The 3 lowered their heads in defeat. Yuan Yong laughed, his eyes sharp. With no one around, you have no proof. For all I know, you could be making it up to save your hide. While your heavy crime of killing the prince is undoubtedly clear, we all heard you admit it. You're guilty and deserve to die. Yuan Yong snickered as he turned to Luo Yunhai. Alliance leader, is there something you wish to say? Luo Yunhai had a dark look on his face. I just want to know what Prince of Harvest was doing in the brothel. Yeah, how? With such a tight guard around. Yuan Yong had an answer ready, turning to the two guards. Catching on, they cupped his hands. Deputy Sir, the prince's character is known to all our people. Having come here as an envoy and unable to bring company, the prince had been feeling down these long days of travel. Now that we got to a big city, he disguised himself with normal clothes and slipped out. None here knew of the Lord's true identity, with only us following him. He was quite free. But then, I see you didn't let the prince out today, just so he could go bed someone tonight. Luo Yunhai fumed at Yuan Yong. He knew then that with such a big welcome they held, the prince had just to show his face and everyone would know him for who he was. Their scouts would tail him from the shadows and make sure to keep him safe. Yuan Yong grinned cruelly, mocking, Alliance leader, you shouldn't accuse someone without proof. I won't hear it. Everyone here knows our prince had been bottling up his needs for so long and just wanted to let loose. But at the brothel, these brats killed him without reason. It was my duty to dole out punishment to the lax guards. The prince had no restraint over his lower head and got himself killed. What's left is to punish the killers. Then, Alliance leader, I'll be taking the brats if you wouldn't mind. Yuan Yong flicked his hand and guards went for the kids. Luo Yunhai shouted while defending them. Let's see you try. Whoosh. In moments, many experts had Yuan Yong and his men surrounded instead, this being Luo Alliance's turf. Yuan Yong cared not, for his aim was achieved. Alliance leader, and what is this? Yuan Yong waved. I'm a Central Area envoy, a guest to Western lands that came here brokering peace. Our prince might have died without reason in your home, but we still have to be fair and not let this harm our talks. We only wish to give the Prince of Harvest justice. The same for anyone, regardless of status, a life for a life. Everyone in the world agrees to this logic, and yet the Luo clan, hailed as righteous and loyal, can't? Or maybe you'd like the Central Area to drill it into you. Luo Yunhai's face twitched in anger, a vein popping from strain. No matter what, no one will lay a finger on them, or they'll have to deal with me. My Alliance leader, that's some fire in you. In broad daylight, clearly shielding criminals and ruining the peace between our lands. Looking at him, then at the sky, Yuan Yong chuckled. I thought Double Dragon Manor answered for Western lands, but now I see the times have changed, with the Luo Alliance taking over. Hearts sank in panic, knowing he was throwing blame around just so the two would be at each other's throat. Yuan Song waved. Brother, please don't say nonsense. The Luo Alliance handling this area and Western lands' defenses were agreed upon by everyone. Double Dragon Manor entrusted them with this duty. With such a serious situation, it's only proper for the Alliance leader to make a thorough investigation. It's all within his right. Right? Humph. Yuan Yong mocked. What right would that be? When the three culprits are related to him, yet he gets to investigate. Not to mention, the truth is clear as day. Investigate what then? Alliance leader's reaction is clearly that of harboring them. Yuan Yong's accusation only grew wilder and wilder. Luo Yunhai was silent, stewing in rage. Fine, this is Luo Alliance's turf and we're just a group of delegates, unable to take the criminals from Luo Alliance. Let's go. Being at odds for a while, Yuan Yong smiled in the end, calling his men back. I'll be sure to report this to the Empire and the Double Dragon Manor. Let's see what they have to say. I only wanted to handle this quietly, on account of Tianyu being my homeland, but you just keep fighting me on this. Now you'll suffer for it, humph. Yuan Yong glared at Luo Yunhai one last time, laughing as he walked out. Yuan Song panicked at the thought of making this matter bigger, rushing after Yuan Yong. Brother, wait. Please don't. Yuan Yong got what he wanted and saw no reason to waste words on the other. He rushed back, eager to send his report. Prime Minister, the first step is complete, humph. 2 jade slips streaked the sky with their green light, reaching Bailey Jingwei and Double Dragon Manor in 3 days. That was the moment all the land's leaders came to know of Alliance leader Luo's daughter's crimes, to which Bailey Jingwei had his response ready from the start. Zither Sword King led 5 million soldiers of the Empire to ramp up the pressure on the border between the two lands. Readying for war. Bastard. This is just a pretext of Bailey Jingwei to take it out on Western lands. Bam! In the Double Dragon Manor, exalted He Ran slapped the table, holding 2 jade slips in the other, one reporting the events, the other being Yuan Yang's accusations. It just happened yet they already have men at the border? It was premeditated without question. Exalted by Mei sighed with a frown. Yes, I did say there was something off about the 4 lands envoys. It was all a ruse. But why must it be us? The other lands are doing well, as if to state we're the ones at fault. We shouldn't have agreed to letting the envoy in the first place. What's the point of saying that now? Send the other 3 lands messages that we need to work together. Exalted He Ran rolled his eyes. Exalted by Mei nodded. That's all we can do. At least 5 million isn't a lot. It doesn't look like Bailey Jingwei is ready for war. Double Dragon Manor's plea for help reached the other lands. Alas, relations weren't as good as before. Did they think Bailey Jingwei sent some pushovers to the other 3 lands? No renowned official he sent was weak in his book, that was for sure. A month passed. Finding Zhuo Fan on his throne in a gloomy hall, Murong Shui was by his side, overlooking him laying out his meticulous plan. Below was the second young master of Serene Shores Trading, the envoy of Devil Palace, Wu Randong. This is what I want you to do. You got all that? You'll have to endure for a bit. Zhuo Fan spoke. Wu Randong's brow moved as he bowed, looking excited. Palace Lord, I've been waiting for this day for too long. Sir could even cast me aside and I'd still be at peace with it. It's not casting you out, but the winning move. Zhuo Fan grinned. What about the Luo clan? How are they faring? They should be ready to give. Wu Randong bowed. Palace Lord is correct. The Luo clan is stuck, assaulted from all sides. Double Dragon Manor asked for help from the other lands, but were quickly rejected. Why would the 4 lands, united against the central area, sit back in Western lands' time of need? Murong Shui frowned. Even interdependent, they shouldn't just let Western lands go to war. Zhuo Fan shook his head, saying to Wu Randong, share the details with her. Yes, Palace Lord. Wu Randong bowed, speaking gravely. Miss Murong, the 3 lands are in opposition in this matter and not a whole. All because the central area holds the moral high ground. Murong Shui asked, moral? To an empire, the envoy represents a nation's ruler. To sects, he represents a sect leader's authority. To the land's powers, he is a proxy to the highest power. By killing him, it's like killing the ruler he represents. No one could accept this unless you're out for war. Killing an enemy's envoy is like killing their leader. Wu Randong continued. That's why this matter is taken as being the Luo clan's fault by any and all in the 3 lands while the central area is in the right. Adding to this, the central area's envoys are in their lands. All the reason why the 3 lands are finding it hard to step in. Zhuo Fan nodded. This is morality, and the apparent righteousness all people have. It's universal law for one to repay with life or money for a crime. It stands at the core of every human, the basis of any human society. Without it, humans would be scattered, let alone having the common interest the 4 lands once had. That's why no one can oppose such a principle, for it's like denying yourself. As the Luo clan had no hard proof for their innocence, none would be taking their side. Palace Lord's talk of principle is the deepening discrepancy between the 3 lands. That is, whether or not it's worth helping the Luo clan. By siding with them in the open, it's like throwing away the sense of justice all people have. By turning a deaf ear, they fear the central area would use this chance to remove one of their allies. Adding to that, the central area's envoys are in their homes, so they can hardly show any support, while also talking it out with the envoys in hope of diffusing this problem. That's precisely why war must have a good pretext. One must have the moral high ground, or else the one at threat would be himself. Shuafan smiled. Though every land fears the Empire's war, when there's no need to. Bailey Jingwei is so cautious and subtle, meaning the Sword Star Empire's frail stability would crack the minute any large deployment is made. For that reason he only sent 5 million soldiers at the border, to intimidate and bluster. Wu Randong nodded. Palace Lord is correct. Bailey Jingwei is now aware of Devil Palace and can no longer wage war on a grand scale like before. Though his scare tactic is no less believable to the lands. Ha ha ha. The 4 lands are a shadow of themselves a century ago, suffering heavy losses. Zhuofan's face hardened. That can only mean, to broker peace with Bailey Jingwei, they need a scapegoat. Miss Morong will be going to the Luo clan again. If Yunhai recalls my actions, Bailey Jingwei's scheme will fall apart. But he isn't me. Zhuofan stood and walked, with Morong Shui on his heels. Wu Randong bowed. Safe travels, Palace Lord. In the heart of Luo Alliance, everyone was looking pensive, waiting for Double Dragon Manor's message and trying to come up with a solution on their own. They kept coming back to the killing of Prince of Harvest. It was the only reason why the central area could show their might and send troops to intimidate despite the lands being against it. With the kids killing Prince of Harvest out in the open, the Empire coming for justice was only proper. They could say it was a trap all along, but the schemer was also sure to tie up any loose ends. That guy in black who took Luo Sifan was gone. With so many guards among the delegation, anyone could have put on a disguise and led the kids away. It's impossible. Zhuge Chongfeng shook his head, worried as much as the other two. Bailey Jingwei must have set it up. But why? Is it just to target us? Even if we admit it, what then? It'll only take out some scapegoats. One prince for the life of 3 kids. Why would he do that? Lung Wuchang was solemn. It's obvious he's not after the brats with such a twisted trick. He knows clan head would never give them up. Lung Wuchang glanced at the pensive Luo Yunhai. Luo Sifan was in her mother's embrace, looking at her father with tears in her eyes. Whoosh! When Tao and Wu Qingqiu rushed in. How is it? Luo Yunhai jumped to his feet and welcomed them. What did the Exalted say? The two found it hard to speak, with Wu Qingqiu starting. Brother Yunhai, we're the ones at fault while Bailey Jingwei had kept talking with the 3 lands to stay out of it. They take it as being against the 4 lands' common interest and nothing more than a personal grudge while hoping of diffusing this problem to avoid war. The Exalted each man for themselves, to sacrifice them for the Western lands' peace. If the matter isn't settled, they would keep pushing us and the other 3 lands leaving us aside. I knew it. Zhuge Chongfeng leaned back in his chair with a sigh. Luo Sifan cried in her mother's embrace. Mom! Sifan, it's all right. I won't let anything happen to you. Rubbing her back, Yuer's heart was torn as well. Luo Yunhai gnashed his teeth. In other words, the Exalted want my daughter to take the blame to make the central area retreat? The two hung their heads. Don't they know she's been set up? Luo Yunhai howled. Wu Qingqiu sighed. Anyone can see what is going on. But without proof, the central area had the pretext to wage war, while the other lands have no reason to intervene. How could they help? Helping Luo Alliance harbor criminals? No leader of the 3 lands would ever accept this. The war must be right, even if on the surface. It's not about the lands standing united. It's about reason. When Tao patted Luo Yunhai's shoulder, Brother Yunhai, sorry? We're unable to give much help. Luo Yunhai's brow shook, looking at his crying daughter. His eyes shone and stormed out. No one chased him. Maybe Alliance leader needs time to calm down. 5 million soldiers wasn't many, but they had a Sword King leading them. When the war started, the death toll would be huge, something none from Western lands wanted to happen. 3 days later, Yuan Yong walked in the dead of night through a gloomy forest when someone popped in front of him. Yuan Yong smiled and cupped his hands. Alliance leader Luo, was it you that asked me to see me here? What would Alliance leader ask of me on this perfect night for murder? Let the children go. Luo Yunhai glared at him. Yuan Yong cackled. What's this? Alliance leader? It's a heavy crime for her to kill the Empire's precious prince. With the entire affair so huge, you just want me to let your daughter go? You're barking at the wrong tree. I'm just an envoy, a messenger. I don't have the authority to pardon a national criminal. Spare me the theatrics. We're the only ones here. Why are you doing this? Luo Yunhai shouted. Yuan Yong looked around, showing his sneaky grin. Nothing, really. Our intent was plain from the start, to exact justice for Prince of Harvest. Take the culprits and punish them. Yuan Yong emphasized his words, reading Luo Yunhai's face. The kids didn't do crap. There's no point in taking them. Luo Yunhai caught his drift, squinting. I'll go with you. Bailey Jingwei is after me. Isn't he? Then I'll go with you to the central area. Yuan Yong chuckled. To the central area? The Great Alliance leader Luo, with half of Western lands behind you. There's absolutely no reason to kidnap the mighty marshal. This would make your friends attack and we'll start another world war all over again. Although I haven't been in Western lands for many years, I also know very well that the Luo Alliance puts benevolence first and has many allies. Touching you is like poking the hornet's nest. Shove it. Don't you need a pretext? Luo Yunhai sneered. I made the brats kill Prince of Harvest. They're just like assassins that listen to my orders. I'll bear this blame. Take me, the main culprit, while leaving those nobodies aside. Yuan Yong stared in those firm eyes and chuckled. Is this true? My word is my bond. Great. Since the Alliance leader said it, I'll oblige, but no take-backsies. Yuan Yong snickered, his eyes shining. Alliance leader after you. Though you should know, the 5 million-strong army at the border won't leave until you enter our empire's lands. You don't have to tell me. Luo Yunhai was calm, walking forward. Yuan Yong followed with a winning smile. In the morning of the next day, the delegation sent word to all Western lands a most shocking news. The Alliance leader Luo, Marshal Luo Yunhai, instigated the death of Prince of Harvest, and Deputy Yuan Yong was taking him back to execute him. Whoosh. As Yuan Yong's delegation was set to leave, thousands upon thousands of men had the tiny Tianyu imperial capital surrounded. Ready for war. Yuan Yong snorted and glanced at unconcerned Luo Yunhai. Alliance leader. I told you that you have many friends. We haven't even started and they came. Humph. Friends, step aside please. Luo Yunhai caught on and stepped forward with a bow and cupped hands. Thank you all for your intentions towards me and the Luo Alliance, but the central area and Western lands are on the path to war because of me. Giving my life for Western lands is my duty. I ask that everyone accepts. Luo Yunhai bowed once more. The huge crowd replied in kind. We respect Alliance leader Luo's righteousness. Dad. Luo Sifan rushed out of the ranks, going for her father. Dad. It's all my fault. I should take the blame. It isn't yours to carry. Luo Yunhai smiled. Sifan, it had nothing to do with you. They were after me. Why else were they so quick to accept me taking the blame? Now go back. Don't let this hold you back. It'll all be fine. Dad. Luo Sifan sobbed. Long Jianshan and Xianxia approached, looking forlorn with their hung heads. Luo Yunchang, Yuer and Zhuge Changfeng wanted to get their clan head home, but they knew his mind was set and did not say anything. Only Yuer came next to Luo Yunhai, holding his hand. I'm going with you. Yuer. Ever since we held hands for the first time, we never separated. Yuner smiled as she turned to Luo Yunchang. Sister, I'll leave Sifan in your care. Luo Yunchang's eyes shook, looking long at the couple, and gave a painful nod. Mom, you too? Luo Sifan cried harder, crushed from sorrow. Yuer rubbed her cheek with a smile. Once together, only death will do us part. Sifan, I won't ever leave your father. I'm sorry for not looking after you. Dad, Mom. Luo Sifan cried harder. Luo Yunchang and Yuer exchanged looks and the latter knocked her out to let Luo Yunchang take her. To their relief, Luo Yunchang took the girl and returned to the crowd. But Luo Yunchang was also struggling, closing her eyes shut as tears fell down her cheeks, her heart breaking with every step. "I'll leave the Luo clan to you, stewards." Luo Yunhai saluted Zhuge, Changfeng and the others, leaving with Yuan Yang's escort. In their travels, any with even a bit of honor would see them go. They all knew the Luo clan was framed. That was why Luo Yunhai took the blame from his daughter to settle the tense situation. He had earned everyone's respect and admiration with his selfless act. Yuan Tsong and every sect leader, including the former enemy Qin Hao from Qin society came. All known figures came to see Luo Yunhai off, the greatest meeting in Western lands. Caused a great shock in even Yuan Yong. Luo alliance has far greater clout in Western lands than I thought. The only one missing is Double Dragon Manor. From a dark corner, Shuafan watched with a shaking head. "Oh, those old coots. They won't even put up a token of effort? Humph. He is giving his life for Western lands. And by not showing even the slightest intention, they'll only earn the people's ire. You won't step in to save him?" Luo Yunhai didn't die to Danxing Shun, but will now be executed in the Sword Star Empire capital. Morong Shui teased. Shuafan shook his head. "You think Bailey Jingwei fanned the flames so hard and even brought an army just for the measly Luo alliance leader? Haha, a pawn is only a pawn in your hand. Once crushed, it's worthless. Yunhai won't die in the empire, for he has plenty of worth. How could Bailey Jingwei do away with him before squeezing him for all his worth?" "You mean Bailey Jingwei is on the move?" "Yep, with Yunhai in his control, he ought to have enough pieces to act. Only when he moves, I can move too." Shuafan sighed. 100 years passed. Yet the four lands leaders have not made an ounce of progress. Bailey Jingwei playing them like a fiddle. Morong Shui chuckled. "Oh, is there another way of handling this matter? I find Luo Yunhai's sacrifice for the good of others is honorable." "How would you handle it?" "Humph, giving your life for peace is honorable, sure, but it's not to settle things, it's because he had no choice. Bailey Jingwei forced him into a corner." Shuafan shook his head. "Miss Morong, what you and Yunhai along with many value honor. It is in fact a great flaw. In the end, people harm themselves." "Why do you say that?" "Oh, I did say I was going to tell you a story. This is the perfect setting. Care to listen?" Shuafan didn't wait for her answer, getting right to it. Once upon a time, there were two warring kingdoms. They both had prisoners of war and sometimes exchanged them, while most of the time employed them as slaves. One kingdom decreed that any who brought back their fellow people would be rewarded. And so, many merchants traveled to the enemy kingdom and had no trouble buying some prisoners of war to bring back, receiving glory and wealth. But one man among them refused, more than happy to hand the wealth over to the officials. "What do you think of him?" Morong Shui frowned. "Honorable and kind, not minding little remuneration, and a man of virtue. This is the righteousness you know, right?" "Yes." Morong Shui nodded. Shuafan laughed. "The story has yet to end. When this same man you consider virtuous and honorable returned to his master, and gave his report filled with pride, how do you think the master reacted? If the master was just as upright, he would praise him. He was upright, true, garnering respect, but he did not shower the disciple in praise, instead giving him 2 slaps. Ha ha ha. Why? Totally baffled Morong Shui. Shuafan snickered. That's the same reaction the disciple had. He helped people, for neither profit nor fame, so where did he do wrong? His master replied that after the law was placed, people could earn a fortune for redeeming prisoners of war and fame along with respect of others. But what about those that refused the reward? It takes money to redeem prisoners of war, but when you ask for a reward, it may seem like your honor and decency is being questioned. Saving people from misery has nothing to do with honor or decency. And by not being rewarded for the hard work, who will still do it? Just like the man who redeemed without reward, thinking he was doing good. When in fact, when people see him as an example, who would go back to redeem prisoners? Losing money and the chance of fame is a lose-lose deal. This leads to no prisoners being bought back, living the rest of their lives in misery and torment. So then, is such an act righteous or evil? Stunned speechless, Murong Shui was lost for words. The righteousness you hold dear may not be in the people's benefit. The evil you believe may also not be in detriment to life. Whoosh. His hand shone and revealed white paper between the two. Shuifan grinned. Like this paper. I see my side as righteous and you see yours as righteous. But who is to say which is right, which is clearer? Ugh. Murong Shui's heart sank. Shuifan laughed, dangling the paper. In the end, what we choose isn't right or wrong, but what we want to see or face. Once you see what others want to do, we just show it to them. Just like in the story, the goal is to redeem prisoners and save them from suffering. It's not to show off your moral values and pointless theatrics that are more of a hindrance than help. Ha ha ha. But how are we to see what we want? By following the trend. Shuifan grinned. Human nature is selfish, you can't deny it. The heart has demons, something else you can't deny. This, however, does not mean such a person isn't capable of virtue. Just like that law, sending everyone to redeem prisoners, making them do good while also fulfilling their desire for fame and fortune. This is the trend, what everyone yearns for. It's totally natural for a good man to be selfish. The righteous one holds isn't to purge one's demons, but embracing them instead. For righteous and demonic may not be in such contradictions to begin with. Murong Shui gave him a long look and a nod. In other words, anything is allowed, be it good or evil, as long as it follows a good trend? Going by the upright and honorable Miss Murong. That is your wish. Shuifan smiled. Just like another tale. A thief entered a rich house to steal, only to find the owner deathly wounded and called for help, leading to his capture. But at the trial he was released. The verdict read, I would rather have thieves saving lives than our world turned into a living hell, with none lending a hand. This is also a trend. Reason dictates that releasing a thief was against the law, but it gives birth to a trend, making life precious, far more precious than anything in the world. Like so, it would lead to the belief that even if one steals, he would do not harm. Those who harmed would be punished severely, while those who didn't will have lighter sentences. It's clearly his own evil machination, yet the trend made it honorable by saving lives as result. Thus, evil is evil, stealing is stealing, fighting is fighting, yet there would no longer be harmed people. Not for others, but for oneself. Murong Shui nodded numbly, her heart changing as she discovered a new way of looking at things. Shuifan chuckled, turning to the tide of people. Returning to Yunhai, he took the blame to secure Western land's safety, an act both honorable and admirable. But after that, Bailey Jingwei's plan bears fruit. His plan. Making a crack in Western lands. Shuifan spoke. Yunhai's development was too fast this past century, gaining too much attention from the Double Dragon Manor, still holding the last word in the Western lands. This is similar to the Luo clan's beginning. I went for quick growth then because I believed to lord over the rest in quick succession. But the Luo alliance is going even faster while lacking the ability to overcome others. As it is, it only lacks some heavyweights and it would replace Double Dragon Manor. In short, it only needs time. Seizing the boss seat has to be done fast, to minimize the danger. When I brought up the Luo clan, I played hard and fast, keeping it in the shadows out of prying eyes. While the Luo alliance's intent had not just been found out, but decades in advance. While other factors played a role, Double Dragon Manor aren't open with their hostility, but it is there and growing. When Danqing Shin came and in the Prince matter, Double Dragon Manor wanted to cut the Luo alliance down to size to crack it. A gap Bailey Jingwei is sure to use to slip right in. Murong Shui squinted. You mean Bailey Jingwei isn't starting a war with Western lands, but wants to drive a wedge? In war, the four lands unite and there's also Devil Palace hiding in the central area. He'll never do it. Shuifan continued. So he can only play in skirmishes, making a gap in Western lands. The hostility between the Luo alliance and Double Dragon Manor. This had yet to be nuanced until now, but today it has been cemented and would lead to a huge crack in Western lands' defenses. It's plain to see what influence the Luo alliance has in Western lands. Yunhai's fate is bound to raise discontent in the hearts of not just the Luo Alliance, but many other factions in Western lands. Double Dragon Manor is the big leader of Western lands. He can lash out at the little guy all he wants so long as they are in their house. While outside, he has to protect him. It's his job. It's public knowledge the Luo Alliance suffered for nothing, and now Yunhai would suffer a fate he could not escape by taking all the blame. In this time of peril, Double Dragon Manor gave not a token of help, throwing the little guy to the wolves. What will the other little guys think? They'll be disappointed. The Luo Alliance was threatening Double Dragon Manor, but at least play your role, easing the other little guys' hearts. That's why I wonder just how these old coots got to lead Western lands. Murong Shue's face twitched. The Exalted had towered over Western lands for thousands of years as men of virtue and honor, unlike the devious and twisted guy you are. Even if honorable, they have their own demons and desires, lust for fame and fortune. How could they just forget their duty just because they find Luo Alliance an eyesore? True. The older the senior, the unsteadier the heart. Murong Shue sighed. Shuofan nodded, then shook his head. Though this isn't half bad either. At the very least they talked it out with the other lands and didn't stone the Luo clan where it stood. This showed they knew good from bad and greed had yet to cloud their judgment. Just a mere omission. That's already kindness from a leader. If it were me. What? The Luo clan would have long since been ashes. Shuofan said. Murong Shue sighed. The Luo clan must be thankful that they have you as a steward and not an enemy. By the way, didn't you say you have a solution? What is it? Oh, mine is a little blunt. Something Miss Murong is sure to not like. Just say it. It's just a thought and not truly enacted either. I'm also much more tolerable now. Oh, then my answer is... Shuofan showed his evil smile, stirring the entire alliance to duke it out regardless of bloodshed. Who do they think I am? I've gone through thick and thin and they think they can chop me off like that? Bring it. Dong. Murong Shue blanked out, floored by Shuofan's thuggish solution. That's your answer? It's like sending everyone to die for you. Ha ha ha. I told you that you wouldn't like it and you said you could take it. Shuofan said calmly. Miss Murong, that was a joke. But my solution can handle it in one move, fighting all the way. Have you ever heard of the bold fear the resolute, and the resolute fear the reckless? Sometimes, the scariest people around are the crazies. Nothing beats your crazy. Can the Luo Alliance's strength do it? There's no need to. They only have to look like it to scare the other. In fact, it's no different from Bailey Jingwei's tactic. Shuofan grinned. Miss Murong, do you still remember our talk at the beginning? Trend. Yes, that. Shuofan said, the Luo Alliance isn't even close to 1/10 of the central area's power, but a spark can trigger a great change. The Luo Alliance with a few allies can hold at least 1/3 of Western land's power. How would Double Dragon Manor handle such force? Maybe ignore it and let the central area crush it, but then what will be left of Western lands? Without the Luo Alliance, even with Western lands being Double Dragon Manors, they would earn nothing but ire. Could the other 3 lands stand still while Western lands goes through a bitter war? The loss of one land means the death of all. The others are sure to disregard any honor or fame then. This is a siege they have to hold out. So my solution is to hold Western lands hostage, thus all 4 lands, and by extension, everyone, to wage bitter war with me for my own benefit. But won't this lead to a world war like before with heavy losses? Murong Shue's eyes shook. You're a lunatic, ignoring the consequences. Luo Yunhai is far more reasonable. Shuofan said, he is indeed reliable, not wanting to let his family suffer. Ha ha ha, Miss Murong, you must have forgotten. That central area is in no position to fight the 4 lands again. That's why Bailey Jingwei could only glare at my tactic without retaliation. There's your trend. The 5 lands would then have useless peace talks and the prince died for nothing. You're twisted. Murong Shue huffed, though a smile played on her lips. Shuofan's plan may look insane, but the results go in the right direction. This must be where righteousness and demonic intersect. If you figured it out, Can't the Luo clan as well? It may not be that simple. Lung Wuchang and Zhuge Chongfeng aren't just for show, but they wouldn't mention it. Why not? They'd never propose something unless absolutely certain. Shuifan sighed. A large deployment needs plenty of pawns. The Luo clan has too few. They don't know how big Devil Palace is and if they would work together. Nor do they know Bailey Jingwei's limit, and if they themselves can sustain such a plan. With so many unknowns, the most important is in the end their apprehension, drawing Double Dragon Manor and other lands' leaders' fury that would burn the Luo clan to the ground at some point. This strategy would never come for those playing it safe and without resolve. The three are all excellent masterminds, but not rulers, lacking in drive. Morong Shui nodded. Yeah. Who else in this world would bet on victory, using the entire population as a bargaining chip but a demon like you? In any case, it's good to be careful. They also lack the foundation to take such risks. Shuifan took one last look at Luo Yunhai in the distance and then vanished. Morong Shui followed him. Luo Yunhai left with the crime of killing a Central Area prince on his shoulders, followed by the retreat of the 5 million army. The four lands breathed easier, rejoicing at having avoided another bitter war. Whatever Bailey Jingwei was thinking, they never wanted to wage war with him. Be it in strength, numbers, and peak experts, they lost to the Central Area by a clear margin. In a high-level battle, last time they had Shuifan leading them, so who was to match Bailey Jingwei's brains now? The leader's joy and celebration was Luo clan's sorrow. Everyone, with Luo Yunchang and the numb Luo Sifan, sat in their chairs with worry. The three minds sighed. The venerables lowered their heads, losing their boldness. Bam! Li Jingtian slammed the table and jumped to his feet. We're going to get clan head back. Hide for a while and the news will just blow over. Bull, did you forget who holds him? Sword Star Empire. Have you forgotten the miserable defeat to Dan Qingxin? Save him? Watch out not to leave your life first, humph. Lung Wuchang glared back with a louder voice. Everyone started, for Sir Lung was always respectful to the venerables. It was clear that even he took the loss hard. Li Jingtian slammed the table again. What then? Are we going to let clan head go with them and have the empire execute him? I've been with clan head in wars for 100 years now and never so furious. Elder Li, wait. Zhuge Chongfeng was quite calm, his eyes sharp. Bailey Jingwei is known as the best minister in the world. His schemes are deeper than anyone's. Nobody can rival his strategies either. Did he make such a convoluted plan just to take our clan head's life? No disrespect, but no matter how strong the Luo alliance is, it's far from worthy of his full attention. The play has yet to end. Just wait. The others nodded in silence. Luo Sifan lit up. Grandpa Zhuge? You mean Dad will live? He should. Clan head is a pawn that Bailey Jingwei now may use in some way. What's certain, though, is that a pawn isn't to be discarded so soon. Zhuge Chongfeng frowned and sighed. But Bailey Jingwei is treacherous and cunning. We may guess his next plan. But what of it? We don't even have the strength to hold negotiations. Steward Zhua was the best at this. Lung Wuchang sighed. If Steward Zhua was here, clan head would have never been taken. He'd have a way to make the Central Area suffer for it. The others all nodded their heads, recalling the good old days. Steward Zhua. Luo Sifan let the words sink in. Is he the one Auntie loves? How could he save Dad? Pa. Patting her head just a bit harder, Luo Yunchang held a bitter smile, her eyes filled with emotion. Yes, the Luo clan would have no problems with him around. Sifan, you may not know, but Steward Zhua is our first steward and the founder of the Luo Alliance. The first 7 elders all know Steward Zhua's power back in the day, playing a pivotal role in what the Luo clan is today. Li Jingtian was grave. With clan head's righteous style, the people respect us. But Steward Zhua commanded with an iron fist, shaking many of us just thinking about it. But more than anything he has our admiration and reverence. Clan head is a righteous leader while Steward Zhua was a tyrant. The Luo Alliance's foundation was laid by Steward Zhua every step of the way. Without him, there wouldn't be a Luo Alliance. Luo Sifan gasped. Really? Is he that great? I thought he was just Auntie's lover, and so you didn't talk about him to not make her sad. Now I see he was so important to the Luo alliance, even more than the 7 elders. Not just important. The elders bowed at his coming. Yu Ming finally spoke, recalling his past. In essence, he was the Luo clan's clan head and its darkness. Darkness? Yes. The Luo clan couldn't have grown so much without a dark past. Yu Ming said, he is behind it all. He handled and fought everything without qualms or fear. After he left and clan head took the seat, our lives changed. The darkness remained, brought by those 2 old men, but not as heavy and cruel. From dark to light we developed honor and loyalty, winning popularity. Hey Yu Ming, I'm the nicest grandpa to siphon here. Don't just taint me. Yeah, like you haven't seen darkness either. Zhuge Changfeng and Lung Wuchang joined, glaring at him. Don't go spilling our secrets to the children. Yu Ming smirked. Old yet still playing nice? Look at me. I've always said it openly. I never left the darkness. How could you leave the darkness when you're the head of the Shadow Corps, in charge of intelligence? TCH. The oldies snickered. Yu Ming turned serious. One thing is certain. We must save clan head, not through honor, but the most vile and darkest trick. Old men, bring out all your dirty tricks from ages past, and let's see if we can do it. Take what out? We'd have done it if we had any. Zhuge Changfeng rolled his eyes and sighed. We've been racking our brains and still couldn't find anything usable. It seems only Steward Zhua could handle Bailey Jingwei. Luo Siphon lit up just then. Steward Zhua can really save Mom and Dad? If there's anyone in the world that can match Bailey Jingwei and save them, then that's Steward Zhua. Zhuge Changfeng said, Siphon, 100 years ago, in the World War, the Central Area's army, directed by Bailey Jingwei, was invincible. With little choice, the 4 lands made Steward Zhua their Grand Marshal, turning the whole thing around in 3 moves and crushing Bailey Jingwei's plan. In other words, if there's one that can foil the best minister's plans, that would be the best steward beneath heaven. Luo Siphon jumped out of Luo Yunchang's embrace in excitement, going to Zhuge Changfeng. Grandpa Zhuge, tell me, where's Steward Zhua now? I'd have gone to find him if I knew. Zhuge Changfeng sighed. We only know that Steward Zhua is dead, swallowed by the sea demon 100 years ago. It's unclear if it's true or not, but 100 years came and went without anyone seeing him. Maybe dead. Luo Siphon's hope was dashed as soon as it sprouted. Having just heard of someone that could bring back her parents, the next moment she found out he was dead. What about her parents? Luo Siphon turned forlorn, tears welling in her eyes. A chuckle reached their ears. Of course it's fake. Steward Zhua is alive and well. What? All eyes turned to a girl grinning from ear to ear. Luo Siphon cheered. Auntie Schwanger. Siphon, don't worry. There's hope for your parents yet. She hugged the girl and chuckled. Zhuge Changfeng jumped to his feet, as did the rest of them, cupping their hands. Holy maiden! Schwanger, weren't you cultivating in your homeland? You're back so soon. Luo Yunchang rejoiced and welcomed her with joy. Yun Shuang's eyes shone in a mysterious azure light. Yes, I had been training and saw the demise of Alliance leader Luo, but then his saving. So I rushed out to ask about it, only to learn that Dan Qingshen was after him. It was certain death, yet abetted in the end. Among all the people I know, there's only one man that can change fate, and he did it many times to release clan head Luo of his death. Who do you think it can be? Zhua Fan. Everyone cried out. Then Luo Yunchang turned dully at Luo Siphon. Siphon, didn't you say you scared Dan Qingshen away? Just what exactly happened? Did you see him? Luo Siphon's mind was hit with immense shock. He's the one auntie and everyone calls Steward Zhua? Blind uncle is the first steward of the Luo Alliance. What? No way. That blind swordsmith is the first steward and founder of the Luo Alliance. In a gloomy forest, a dozen people walked through the bushes. Long Jianshan cried out once Luo Siphon explained, staring with wide and dull eyes. It's obvious now why he's so familiar to our alliance and knows everyone. Not afraid of me, being the grandson of the original elders. He is above even them. Xianxia rolled his eyes, huffing, "Please, he didn't need to be the most important in the Luo alliance to disregard your origins. Not with his strength." "Oh, you're right." Recalling how Zhuofan repelled the dragon-cleaving sword king, Long Jinshan's heart sank. Such a peak expert would hardly care about anyone. He must have left since the Luo alliance was so tiny for him. The Luo alliance is filled with experts but none to the level of sword kings. Being second best in Western lands is hardly enough to impress this god. Long Jinshan sighed. He stands at the very top and can defeat the entire alliance by himself. So why care about us? Now we're asking for his help and we're yet to know if he'll accept. Why else then did he hide his true identity? He must not want to be on our side. Pa! A quick palm struck him over the head. Long Jinshan shrank, looking back to see Luo Yunchang staring daggers at him. "Brat, what nonsense are you spouting? You know nothing of our founding steward. When we were at our weakest, he did everything for us, without the thought of casting us aside. Now it's no different." Luo Yunchang spat as she set him straight. "You think all are like you? Selfish and cocky? I'll have to pay your grandfather a visit to get you in shape. Your dad's upright act was a bad influence." "Auntie Luo, I was just saying." "Why so angry?" Long Jinshan's face fell. "Dad may be sloppy, but I follow grandfather's example and uphold our clan's honor." "Ha!" Luo Yunchang laughed and the others smiled. Luo Sifan glared at him, whispering, "Long Jinshan, stop back talking. Steward Zhua is very important to Auntie. Try to complain about him some more and see how she'll tear you to pieces." "That much?" Long Jinshan shivered, sneaking a peek at Luo Yunchang's icy look. "Auntie Luo, the blind swordsmith can't be your man, right? What are you looking at?" Feeling his nasty eyes on her, Luo Yunchang could read his mind like an open book, snapping at him. Then she shouted in annoyance, "Sifan, are we there yet? Where is that punk?" Luo Sifan bobbed her head, not wanting to earn the ire of a woman in menopause, pointing, "Just up ahead, there's a sword shack where the blind uncle lives." "I finally found you, rotten bastard." Luo Yunchang was furious, though the light in her eyes danced with joy. Ignoring Luo Sifan, she rushed forth only to see the place desolate. The rest smiled. "Young miss can't wait after 100 years. Ha ha ha." The others were just as eager, hurrying over. But as they neared the shack, they found the bamboo place empty, with Luo Yunchang coming out devastated. "Sifan, where is he?" Auntie." Luo Sifan glanced at the empty place and rushed inside to check better. "This isn't right. We've been here twice now and it was filled with spiritual swords. Where have they all gone?" Li Jingtian and the 5 venerables offered. "Yeah, when we woke up from our wounds, there were hung spiritual swords everywhere. How come there isn't any now?" "Humph. Isn't it obvious?" That bastard scampered off. "Does he hate seeing me so much?" Luo Yunchang gave a forlorn chuckle, on the verge of crying. She had been worried sick over him for 100 years, every second of it. Now that she got a clue, what greeted her was a cold and empty place. Luo Yunchang felt her heart breaking. It was no longer a matter of finding Zhuofan, but him avoiding them like the plague. No one could find him, not while he was running away. Luo Yunchang slumped on the ground, hugging her knees as she sobbed. "Did I do anything wrong? Does he hate seeing me so much? Auntie." Luo Sifan had never seen her so devastated and heartbroken. An old hand touched her shoulder, in comfort. Zhuge Changfeng sighed, turning grave. "Miss Sifan, what happened then? Are you certain the blind swordsmith is Steward Zhua?" "And no." Luo Sifan frowned. "The 3 were talking while we shooed away. We couldn't hear them and didn't know who he was." Zhuge Changfeng took a deep breath, calculating as he spoke to Li Jingtian. "Those 3 are the strongest while the kids are just in the radiant stage. If they didn't want the kids to hear, then not a word would reach them, not with how large the gap in strength was. Yeah. Why would Steward Zhua just let some children eavesdrop on him when he avoids us? Ooh. Luo Yunchang only cried harder. That punk, he doesn't want to see me. The others were stumped on how to console the crying miss. But this was not the time for comfort. It was to find Zhua Fan to save their head. Whoosh. Someone flashed before them and bowed, presenting a jade slip to Zhuge Changfeng. Steward Zhuge. There's news from the border. The Sword Star Empire sent a jade slip for Steward Zhuge. A jade slip from the Empire? Zhuge Changfeng squinted. Bailey Jingwei is ready to use clan head. In that case, he must have wanted to speak terms with us. Yes. Zhuge Changfeng agreed with Lung Wuchang. This might be clan head's lifeline. Let's see what trick he's up to. Zhuge Changfeng pondered, then turned to the crying Luo Yunchang. Young miss, Bailey Jingwei wants to talk with us and negotiate clan head's fate. Luo Yunchang raised her red eyes. You mean Bailey Jingwei wants to talk about conditions? Yunhai can return. Yes, we'll see what he wants. It might not be good, but hope still remains. Luo Yunchang wiped her tears and stood up, her tone harsh. Steward Zhuge, you three will go with me. Elder Qiu and Sister Shui will follow as well. The rest are to stay here and wait for the punk to come back. Make sure to keep him here. Auntie, will he come? There's nothing here. Humph, regardless of what he does, you are to not leave the place out of your sight. Luo Yunchang shouted, making Luo Sifan flinch in fright. Hell hath no fury as a woman scorned. She wants to tear Steward Zhua apart. Li Jingtian frowned. Young miss, it'll be dangerous going with so few. We must go regardless. Yunhai's life is at stake. At least take more men. Li Jingtian proposed. Zhuge Changfeng denied. Elder Li, it'll be fine. Sword Star Empire is filled with experts. If he wanted to hurt us, our numbers wouldn't matter. He has no such intention. Even surrounded, it won't matter. The issue is that we must step into this trap. Li Jingtian sighed and nodded. Take care. Since it's just talk, Bailey Jingwei won't touch us. There's thousands of ways to grab us, not needing his direct attention. We'll be fine. Zhuge Changfeng smiled, cupping his hands at Li Jingtian. Luo Yunchang took one last long look at the shack and left with a ruthless heart. Just you wait, devil. I'll chase you to the ends of the world if I have to. Luo Yunchang's group left soon after, leaving Luo Sifan sighing and returning to the shack. Their task was to wait for Zhua Fan's return and ask the founding steward's assistance, though the odds were slim at best. Just as they turned around, inside the shack appeared a table and a youth with covered eyes sitting in a chair next to it, enjoying tea as he talked like they weren't there. Luo Sifan stuttered, Be blind, uncle. Steward Zhua. Li Jingtian widened, his eyes turning red as he rushed in. A century had passed since the founding steward seized power. Now this man they all admired was back. The three venerables gushed with excitement. Our Fan raised his head, smiling. Elderly people, how have you been the past century? Steward Zhua. The highest venerable in the Luo alliance slumped to his feet and cupped his hands. His staunch expression speaking volumes words couldn't hold. There was also the undying loyalty shining in his eyes, stronger than he showed towards Luo Yunhai. Having never seen the venerables so overwhelmed, the kids were now certain. He was the one all elders in the Luo alliance called Steward Zhua. It was obvious now just how much effect he had over it, bigger than her father ever had. It was seen from how the three venerables behaved that they did not plead for the clan head, but showed their heartfelt respect by kneeling, like he was the alliance leader instead. But how can this be? A steward from a century ago may be tough, but to think he can overshadow the clan head? Isn't this undermining the Lord and staging a power play? Yet even with all that power he still left, leaving all that clout behind. Luo Sifan felt she understood why her father and auntie trusted him so, and didn't forget him after all these years. Long Jianshan and Xianxia were shell-shocked. They knew of the Venerable's quirky characters and pride. They'd never shown such respect unless it was someone stronger than them. It was jarring to see the stubborn old coots so sincere. They aren't like this even around the alliance leader. The two kids found Zhuofan even more of a mystery. He looked like a fancy scholar now and enjoyed tea, with no air of savagery. Luo Sifan turned her head, but Zhuofan stopped her from doing anything. "Girl, where are you going?" "I'm going after Auntie. They wanted to meet you and should be close still." "I'll call them back," Luo Sifan said quickly. Zhuofan shook his head. "No need. I don't want to see them. That's why I was hiding." "Why?" "For I'm waiting for the plan to start." Zhuofan sighed. "I never wanted to drag you into this. But Bailey Jingwei chose you and I have no choice but to make use of you. Please don't take it to heart letting you suffer a bit." "Suffer?" Luo Sifan's lip shook, running to his side. "Blind-ish. Uncle Zhua, it doesn't matter, but Dad and Mom are about to be killed. Please save them. Worry not. They'll all be fine. You just need to endure a bit longer and take a bit more suffering." Patting her head, Zhuofan smiled and walked out of the shack, reaching the three kneeling venerables. "When young Miss returns, tell everyone that the Luo Alliance is just like the Luo clan in the past, when facing the Sword Star Empire. To win, you must throw away the unnecessary and return to the darkness. Remember, a house divided against itself cannot stand, and just ignore everything else." Zhuofan was gone. Everyone cried, "Steward Zhua." No amount of shouting brought him back. They were looking perplexed. Steward Zhua had clearly shown himself to give him advice. But what could it mean? A week later, at the border between the Empire and Western lands, Luo Yunchang and her group walked through a thick forest and towards a worn house. A man in black was waiting for them in a bow. The honored Luo Alliance guests? Yes. Luo Yunchang spoke coldly. "I am Luo Yunchang, the young miss of Luo Alliance. I am now handling its affairs. You honor us, young Miss Luo. Clan head has been waiting a long time." Bowing again, the man opened the door and gestured. Luo Yunchang took bold steps inside, with the rest following suit. The door shut, plunging the room in darkness. This did not work to unnerve the group, keeping calm. Clap. With a few sharp claps, fires sprung to life, revealing a smiling youth in lavish clothes, patronizing. "I've heard of the Luo clan that prides itself in its military heritage. Now that I see you in person, I see it rings true. For even their dame to have such mighty flair around her. I am in awe. You're Sword Star Empire Prime Minister, Bailey Jingwei, at your service, young Miss Luo." The man gave a bow and gestured to a chair. "Please." Luo Yunchang sat while the others stood behind her. Bailey Jingwei sat as well, men in black at his back releasing mighty auras. "Prime Minister, what words of wisdom do you have for me? I could never teach someone like you, only finding my duty in notifying young Miss about one small detail." Luo Yunchang got straight to the point, while Bailey Jingwei smiled, giving her a fine piece of paper. "Accused of killing a valuable official from the central area, your brother is held for execution by heavenly punishment a month from now in the imperial capital as a warning to others. Young Miss, as the only relative of Alliance leader Luo, remember to take back his body? Ha ha ha." Luo Yunchang glared hard, fumming. "What are you planning?" "Nothing, just upholding the law. I'm only doing my duty. Ha ha ha." Bailey Jingwei sipped his tea with a cruel smile. Luo Yunchang darkened, with Zhuge Changfeng speaking. "Prime Minister, let's be frank here. You've been employing subtle and convoluted tricks, and it can't be just to take the lives of our clan head." "Steward Zhuge, I take it. It's an honor." Bailey Jingwei chuckled. "They say the Luo Alliance's three great minds are beyond margin. One for diplomacy, one for internal affairs, and one for the military. Their names shook the Western lands. I've long wanted to meet you, especially Steward Zhuge, a former prime minister such as I. It's truly a blessing to meet at last. I'm hardly of such worth. Prime Minister Bailey is the one that shakes the world." No, 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 there's no need for modesty. With that guy having taken power and foiled my plans, I still hold him in great esteem. Bailey Jingwei squinted, showing his vile nature. With all three of you here, allow me to see your skills. I signed the execution order and it's been made public throughout the lands. There's no taking it back now. So, how do you plan on saving your clan head? Ha ha ha. Since it's a diplomatic matter, we'll have Sir Zhuge go first. The three exchanged glances growing solemn. Bailey Jingwei was taunting them. Zhuge Changfeng smirked and said, Prime Minister, what would you mean by that? Clan head hardly has any worth for your nation. Must he be put down? Please feel free to come forth with any request you may have, Prime Minister. Bribery? Trying to gauge my limits. No, 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 our offer is sincere, only wanting clan head's survival. But I want his head. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone. Everyone clenched fists, glaring at him with a puzzled look. Didn't this guy ask us here to state terms? What's he playing at? Zhuge Changfeng smiled. Hilarious, Prime Minister. You would take the head of a prince for the head of our clan head? Isn't that a bit cheap? It's unlike your glorious style from before. Glorious? Ha ha ha, since you know of it, then you understand that after suffering defeat because of it, I'll never take such a stance again. Bailey Jingwei mocked. I'm now very petty in fact, down to the last spirit stone. The prince is nothing, no better than a pig having just above average heritage. The rest is wastage. While Alliance leader Luo is in the prime of his youth, his order respected, his word revered. I find giving a pig over for a future leader the deal of a lifetime. Zhuge Changfeng hesitated and Lang Wuchang stepped in. Prime Minister, why have you called us here? Isn't it to negotiate? Sir Lang, yes. Bailey Jingwei chuckled. I heard Sir Lang's unwanted contriver title, eyes piercing into the hearts of the enemy. For you to say I called you here for negotiations, then what would my terms be? If you can say what's on my mind, I might just go with it after all. Ha ha ha. Lung Wuchang frowned then smiled. How could I fathom Sir Bailey's machinations? Sir can go ahead and say it and let us weigh them. Sir Lung sure is sneaky, probing me like Sir Zhuge did. But I won't fall for it, he... Bailey Jingwei snickered. If Sir Lung can't guess, then the next one. If none of you three's answers please me, then I've only called you here to inform you of when to pick up the body. Bye! Lung Wuchang's face darkened. Bailey Jingwei was toying with them, but they could not just leave. Not when clan head's safety was at stake, and they had to humor him. Sir Bailey, you can't mean for the entire Luo alliance to give itself to the Empire? They all grimaced. It was the same as betraying Western lands and leaving it without hope at survival. Oh, how interesting. Bailey Jingwei's eyes lit up and nodded, showing a queer smile at the grave Lang Wuchang. Sir Lang, you said it. So tell me, is it high or low? Lung Wuchang frowned. He guessed by now Bailey Jingwei's aim at getting Luo Yunhai was to make the rest follow his whims, but by doing that, that would mean ruining all the work they had in building Luo alliance in the Western lands over the last century. Honor and righteousness would vanish into thin air, earning everyone's scorn as the Luo alliance moved to the central area. And with the power established in the central area already and them having no sword king, they would be marginalized, hardly even able to make ends meet. It was no different than setting yourself up. Saving clan head was important, but over such a steep condition, they needed to reconsider the rest of the people in the alliance. Bailey Jingwei chuckled at their worries. Sir Long, relax. There's no way the ruination of the clan is worth Luo Yunhai's life. Moreover, the central area has run out of space, large as it is. Settling the Luo alliance would only bring more trouble than help. Ha ha ha. Who? Everyone eased a breath in relief. Had Bailey Jingwei mentioned this term, even Luo Yunchang would have had to abandon Luo Yunhai to keep the family name. Next. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Sir Yu Ming is a serviceman of the Luo clan. Try guessing my intention. Say it right and the deal is sealed. Yu Ming pondered. Prime Minister wants Western lands, but holding alliance leader hostage can't be to have the alliance take such responsibility. Maybe you intend to have our borders slackened. Go on. Bailey Jingwei lit up in excitement. Yuming continued after a pause. Luo Alliance has been in charge of defending Western lands for years. Prime Minister Bailey wants Western lands, thus must control its defenses. Alright, I'll release the defense plans and the array's weakness to the Prime Minister, making it easy to strike. But this deal is a one-time thing. Marvelous! Bailey Jingwei shouted and slapped the table. Luo Yunchang said, That's your term? No! Bailey Jingwei shouted with the same joy, eyeing the great minds with scorn. Just how on earth did you even contend with Shuafan is beyond me? Can't you see what I want? Like I said, the order is given and all lands know it now. Changing it halfway will question my authority. You have to give me a very good reason to release him for that. Then what do you want? For the Luo Alliance to cooperate in helping take Western lands. Bailey Jingwei spoke solemnly. What? They all gasped. Work together to take Western lands? That's worse than death. That's a revolt, betrayal, regicide. Forget about the Luo Alliance's righteous name. It could never raise its hands against its old friends in the Western lands. Luo Yunchang's face twitched. No, absolutely not. Yunhai would never agree to this. He values honor above all else. Learning the Luo Alliance, he nurtured turned into a shiv, to stab his friends would break him. Young Miss Luo, you're wrong. In this world, everyone is at each other's throat. By not killing them, they'll kill you. You can't accept striking them, but they would not hesitate to do it. Bailey Jingwei smiled and worked his charm. Remember how Alliance leader Luo ended up in my custody? Discarded, cast out by the whole of Western lands. You're too strong and the leaders disdain you, wanting you out of the picture, missing only an excuse. Sure, I used a cheap trick, but if Western lands had protected you, I'd have never gotten Alliance leader Luo. In other words, casting blame was just the spar, for the ones who truly want the end of the Luo Alliance are those bastards in Western lands. Yet you're still thinking it over. Luo Yunchang wavered. Bailey Jingwei straightened and mocked. Alliance leader Luo is now with me and everyone knows I have you in my palm. You really think Western lands will trust you? Those old bastards know better than anyone just how dangerous any faction whose leader is taken hostage is. But with your clout, they can't touch you. Yet, though they will wear you down, turning you into a shell of your former selves. By then, you'll be nothing but dead meat. We may lose our power, but we can't lose our conscience. Do you even have it? Do they have it? Bailey Jingwei sneered. I still have Alliance leader Luo with me, set to die a month from now. And when I up and postpone it, what do you think the Western lands will think? They'll believe we struck a deal and would see you as spies. You could say anything you want at that point, for your old friends would still point their blades at you, the same ones you hate to kill now. Your honor would be stained all the same, turned into wretched traitors. All shuddered, looking at Bailey Jingwei with hatred and fear. How cruel! Bailey Jingwei chuckled at their obvious thoughts. Don't look at me like that. I'm doing you a favor here. You just have to help me take Western lands and you'll be its rulers. It's only natural. Alliance leader Luo doesn't need to die and I'll declare it to be an elaborate scheme. We will work together to unify the lands and reach the top. You'll then be made high officials and not traitors, entering written in history books as winners. In short, your betrayal will be washed away. Everyone had long faces. Luo Yunchang shook all over. Prime Minister Bailey, would you allow our young Miss Time to consider a reply? Zhuge Changfeng proposed, left with no other choice. Bailey Jingwei nodded. Sure. I'll be here 10 more days, awaiting the good news. Though better work fast, for your alliance leader is a goner in a month. We know. Zhuge Changfeng nodded and helped Luo Yunchang out. Bailey Jingwei had one last thing to say though. Masterminds, did you really fight with Shuafan? They flinched. You never had the right. Bailey Jingwei mocked. The three darkened, opting to leave in oppressive silence. Blasted Bailey Jingwei, he was actually testing us all this time. Curses. He was looking for our own limit, while we didn't find anything about his. A real piece of work. The clear moon shone down on the gloomy trees as a group walked hastily among them, with Long Wuchang and Yu Ming the only ones complaining. Zhuge Changfeng sighed in the end. All right, neither of us could figure him out or how big his game is. He now has Alliance leader with him and plans on squeezing him for all his worth. Preying on our affection for Alliance leader and the fate of the entire Luo Alliance. He's right, we've fallen in disfavor with the leaders. If he keeps using Alliance leader for his own agenda, then it's only a matter of time before our own people turn on us and give us a miserable death. Yeah, living is for fame and fortune. To die for loyalty and honor isn't a bad fate either. But to die with scorn, who would be willing to go down like that? Maybe he's right that our only hope is the Empire. He took our clan head and blocked all other options. Bailey Jingwei is too damn good. Long Wuchang sighed, but then turned to the worried Luo Yunchang. Young Miss must be hurting the most. It all falls on her shoulders, whether to live or die. Maybe she decided to give up her brother, plunging the clan in misery and filling the alliance with shame. Even a man couldn't take such pressure, let alone a woman. Everyone frowned harder. They took 3 days to return back to the shack. Luo Sifan rushed at their sight, saying, Auntie, Grandpa Zhuge, Steward Zhua came. What? Luo Yunchang cried out, a glimmer of hope piercing through the dark despair. She burst into the shack, searching all over for the one she longed for years and years. She was under too much weight and needed someone to shoulder it. But any search proved to be in vain, finding no trace of him after dozens of searches. Li Jingtian came with a bow. Young miss, there's no point. Steward Zhua left moments after he came. Left. Luo Yunchang's hope plunged into the darkest abyss of sorrow. Why would he leave? Doesn't he know how much I need him to help me with this problem? How could he just leave? Luo Yunchang burst out into tears. Zhuge Changfeng came next to Elder Li and spoke. Did he say something? He left a message for you. What message? It's, Li Jingtian recounted Zhua Fan's words. The three minds frowned in thought. Think of the Luo Alliance as the past Luo clan? Abandon everything for the darkness? Steward Zhua means. Young miss, how was the past Luo clan? We only came later and don't know. Zhuge Changfeng asked. Sniffing, Luo Yunchang wiped her tears and spat. How else could it be? In ruins and hunted. We were at risk of starving to death. What did Steward Zhua do? He had the skill to find allies everywhere, trying every trick to get them. Sometimes he even got the leaders of Veiled Dragon Pavilion so confused that they agreed to bring us resources. I warned him that this isn't right, since they're allies. But how could they be allies when they were far stronger? They weren't respectful towards the Luo clan, but towards Zhua Fan. His guile was endless, scamming his own allies, saying all the same that he'd pay back. Scamming allies, I see. The three minds nodded, grinning from ear to ear. Zhuge Changfeng said, Steward Zhua saw through Bailey Jingwei's plan and told us we can't handle anything, so might as well give up trying. Return to darkness to find survival, throwing away even honor and righteousness while only thinking of ourselves. As a house divided goes against our survival, raising unrest among us, in Western lands and in so doing the same thing that Bailey Jingwei does. Eh? Luo Yunchang asked. That villain is saying to agree with Bailey Jingwei and strike Western lands together? Since when is he on the enemy's side and asking us to surrender? Ha ha ha. Steward Zhua is prideful and arrogant. Bailey Jingwei lost once, so it's easy to make him lose again. Bailey Jingwei won't soon forget Steward Zhua either. These two mortal enemies would never join hands. Steward Zhua must have a different plan in store. There's no harm in following his wishes. We'll hardly lose anything. Zhuge Changfeng sighed. Bailey Jingwei gave us a single way out, a suicidal one, while Steward Zhua has his plan with it. Sniffing twice, Luo Yunchang's eyes burned with anger, but Zhua Fan's answer soothed her worried heart, bringing tranquility. Fine. Tell Bailey Jingwei we accept. Sifan, don't worry. Since that wretched man has a plan, your parents will be fine. Luo Sifan blinked clueless at her aunt and her blind faith in the man. inspiring trust in her as well. Blind uncle. My parents' lives are in your hands. In an icy wasteland, a lone figure trekked through the heavy snow, the blistering winds flinging the ends of the eye cover. Whoosh! A blue figure pooped in front, cupping his hands. Big brother, you're here at last. I've missed you to death. Chongqing, it's been a while. Zhuofan raised his head as he faced the best disciple in northern lands, Ouyang Chongqing. It was a close guarded secret that this northern lands expert was actually one of Devil Palace's 3 emissaries. Moon Devil Emissary. Due to Moon Devil Emissary's position and fame he had from his real identity, Devil Palace didn't need to infiltrate the northern lands over the past century, already having it under its thumb. Zhuofan patted his shoulder. Activate the barrier. I'm going to North Sea. You're entering seclusion again, big brother? Yeah. Bailey Jingwei has made his move and I need to seize the moment. Zhuofan said, I'll be aiming for Genesis stage this time. If I don't come out in time, besides following the plan, I ask that you look after the Luo clan as well. Ouyang Chongqing nodded, showing a confident smile. Don't worry, big brother. I'll handle it. But weren't you against getting them involved? Devil Palace never made contact with them all these years. Why would they? I've been waiting for Bailey Jingwei to pick his pawn from Western lands. But it turns out to be Luo clan. Since there's no way out, I can only let them trudge deeper and just watch over them a little. That's all. Zhuofan sighed in defeat. Ouyang Chongqing nodded, making a sign to open the barrier, and the two stepped into Sea Bright sect. Behind it was where Zhuofan was going to enter seclusion, in the North Sea housing the Sea Demon. Nothing could disturb his training with the Sea Demon keeping watch. Perhaps none in even the sacred domain could enjoy such lavish treatment. In the Thunder Pavilion of the Imperial Capital, Bailey Jingwei was grave as he walked into the range of those heavy rumbling, looking at the streaking lightning with sharp eyes. Patriarch, I'm back. Bailey Jingwei smiled. My mistake had caused you such heavy wounds, cutting your boundless life to a mere 100 years. For that, I felt guilt crushing me. We didn't know what to do while you entered Thunder Pavilion in seclusion. It has been 100 years now. In your state, doing anything could be life-threatening. But we know no one can change your mind. But having not come out this past 100 years, rumors go around saying you've passed away, inciting further unrest within the Empire. Rest assured that with me here, the Empire will be safe no matter what. All is set as I begin cleaning up all the dregs. Patriarch, no matter if you're still healthy or gone, watch as Swordstar Empire unites the lands and roots out all traitors. Bailey Jingwei gave one last bow to the rumbling lightning, shouting his last words and leaving with resolve in his eyes. A boom echoed out, shaking the world as Thunder Pavilion crumbled. A huge thunderstorm exploded in the heavens above, with all the lightning gathering soon after into a 300-meter thunder sword, unleashing deadly power. Bailey Jingwei shuddered, looking back. Patriarch, you're out. Sect leader Ling, right this way. In the boundless snowfall, a dozen people traced the sky. A middle-aged man with a split mustache held a smile as he sucked up to the elder next to him. This time we caught a central area spy. Bailey Jingwei must be itching to crush us. The elder frowned. I still thought it would be one of his envoys to settle things. Didn't he go after Devil Palace so far? Why can't he just lay his ambition to rest for our lands and instead send more spies? Sect leader Boo, it's thanks to your cautious nature in not letting your guard down against Central Area all these years. Putting you in charge of Northern Lands defenses was the right choice. Sea Bright Sect leader Ling, you're too much. It's the Sun Sea Sect's responsibility, ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed in pride. Due to Bu Xingyun saving the Four Lands leaders at the right time, he had gained Ling Yuntian's trust the past century. Northern Lands' 5 sects, besides Sea Bright Sect's domain, were all left to the Sun Sea Sect's supervision, which meant more than half of the land's matters. Adding to that the fact they were close to the border, he also dealt with its defenses. Sun Sea Sect's track record was impeccable the last century, with no slip-up, making Ling Yuntian trust him even more. Bu Xingyun had now run to Ling Yuntian to apologize for finding a Central Area spy infiltrated in their home, taking full blame for the lax watch. The spy was also under interrogation, and that he held important information about Bailey Jingwei's actions. Ling Yuntian requested to examine it at once. Bu Xingyun took sect leader Ling to this frozen wasteland, where he found the spy to look for more clues. But what welcomed them was a mass of white in every direction. Yet no spy. Ling Yuntian frowned. Sect leader Bu. Where is he? Yes, where? Bu Xingyun looked around skeptically. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Ling. Isn't the spy you're after right here? Whoosh. 3 powerful men jumped in front of them. One wore a sinister smile as he glared. Another held a wine gourd with a red nose taking a sip now and then. And the last was a cold youth with an empty sleeve, drifting in the winds. Bailey Yuyun? What are you doing here? Ling Yuntian gasped. Why hasn't there been any word that a sword king crossed the northern land's border? Bam! Ling Yuntian was sent flying as he left a trail of blood. Behind him, Bu Xingyun's voice dripped with malice. That's because I let them in without being seen, ha ha ha. You! Unable to believe the betrayal, Ling Yuntian gnashed his teeth, choking on words. Bu Xingyun cackled. Ling Yuntian, I never liked you since a century ago. Why must the Seabright sect be the leader of the 5 sects? Why should we listen to you? I'm a sect leader just as well, so why should we scrape like dogs, catering to your whims? Humph, weren't you so eager to know the spy among the 4 lands? Well, you guessed it, me. You! Precisely. A shame you old coot thought yourself so clever, letting me handle the search. I just had to find a scapegoat and that's that. How can a dotard be worthy of leading northern lands? Ha ha ha. Bu Xingyun mocked. Ling Yuntian was outraged. Why save us all those years ago? You sure are delusional. You think I wanted to? Bu Xingyun scoffed. If it weren't to save the Sword Star Empire's backbone, the Patriarch, to give the order and stop the assault, I wouldn't even have tried looking for you. Here's the cold, hard truth. There was no other way. Prime Minister Bailey needed you alive to hold talks. Ling Yuntian's face twitched, his heart a mess. It was all Bailey Jingwei, but the old men were too blind to see the truth, even treating this vile beast as their savior, handing northern lands safety to him. Ling Yuntian's heart was torn in regret. Did Bali Jingwei also plan for Bali Yuyu to destroy your sect? Just so you could slip into the Seabright sect? Well... Bu Xingyun's face shook, blushing from being put on the spot. Bailey Yuyun laughed. Ha ha ha. Sect leader Ling, you're wrong there. Only recently we acted and learned of sect leader Bu, with Prime Minister Bailey the only one aware of his identity all this time. That was a total misunderstanding, the Sun Sea sect taunting Yuyu and ended up being put in their place. Even though the Sun Sea sect was fine, sect leader Bu entering the Seabright sect is only logical. What's the use of such a huge sacrifice? His mission then was to break your barrier, but Zhuo Fan made a mess of things. Ling Yuntian understood while Bu Xingyun was ashamed, feeling overwhelmed each time he recalled that rotten luck of the past. So he switched topics, not wanting to face it. Sword Kings, Ling Yuntian is caught now. Should we begin the Prime Minister's plan? Right? Prime Minister aims for speed. A swift victory. Bailey Yuyun nodded. With Ling Yuntian hostage, the Seabright sect is headless. We will straight up raid Seabright sect and finish it. When it falls in our hands, the other sects are nothing by themselves. Don't forget the guardian experts in the Seabright sect, the Snow Peak 4 elders, and Ouyang Chongqing as well. We know. That's why there's 3 Sword Kings handling this operation. Bailey Yuyun glanced at the one-armed youth. Jingtian, you beat Ouyang Chongqing in the last war. You might have lost an arm, but he shouldn't pose a problem. I and Wine Sword Immortal will handle the elders. We'll help you once we finish them off. Bailey Jingtian shook his head. No need. I can handle it. That settles it. Sect leader Bu, get your men ready to welcome our army. Work with them to take down northern lands. Then you'll be its king. Right? Bu Xingyun's eyes shone as he cupped his hand. fooling bright sect disciples into opening the barrier. The Sword Kings brought their central area's elites inside and started killing. The howls and cries rang across the sky as everyone ran for their lives. The Sword Kings searched and searched, yet there was no sign of Ouyang Chongqing nor the four elders. They were just gone. In the eastern lands Shangguan clan, savages stormed it, led by a woman and Sword King Feiyun by her side. Seeing the ghost town, Shangguan Feiyun demanded, "Manyang, where's everyone? Why is it empty? I'd also like to know." The woman gnashed her teeth. "My son's killers have slipped away. Did you get too eager and tip their scouts off on your coming here?" Shangguan Yulin rolled his eyes, then glared. "Shangguan Manyang, you think I'm luckless as Shangguan Yulin? Full of disappointment? I led my men for a raid. They could listen to the wind and still couldn't scatter so fast. What of you then? Did you double-cross us? I heard Yenner has been close to you for the past century, and you are quite trusting of her. She just feels guilty for my loss." Shangguan Manyang raged. "They killed my son. I'll have revenge, even if I have to search the farthest depths. Second cousin, you have to help me." Annoyed, Shangguan Feiyun waved her off with scorn. "Don't let what you see blind you. This is a national matter. Stop thinking only of revenge. We need to take eastern lands. Guard, send word that the Shangguan clan is empty, and that the eastern lands are headless so the army can march in. We'll coordinate and we can take down the eastern lands in a week." "Yes." A man bowed and was off to send his report. Shangguan Feiyun's eyes shone with excitement. "I'm the king of the eastern lands at last." The same occurred in southern lands, with the Murong clan being overrun by an army led by the dragon-cleaving Sword King. He then worked with the outside forces to sweep the entire southern lands. Bailey Jingwei's plan to cut the head was highly effective. Their inside men were in charge of the border, letting Sword Kings slink in with a crack force. They reached the heart of the territory where the command was. By taking them out, the rest were stragglers powerless to resist. And since it was only to handle one group, the attack force could be kept minimal, helping at hiding its movements. By coordinating with the outside forces, they spread out from the inside, taking down all resistances. This made the border defense pointless as 3 lands fell practically overnight. The western lands were alone. Whoosh! 1 white and 1 black figure landed in a valley, the exalted double dragons. Looking at the distant wooden house, exalted He Ran looked bleak. A report said Luo Alliance's young miss made contact with Bailey Jingwei here. The source is good, so it must be true. Exalted by Mei nodded. We've taken harsh actions, but it's still a shame that the Luo Alliance would take such a path. For Luo Yunhai, they'd even side with Bailey Jingwei and betray the western lands. Regardless, there's no tolerance for betrayal. Let's see what they have to say when they're caught red-handed. Exalted He Ran stared in front. The door to the house opened, with Luo Yunchong peeking her head out and looking around. She made a sign to make a hole for her to slip through, followed by Zhuge Changfeng and the rest. They made sure to close the seal back. Exalted He Ran's words dripped with hatred. They must have something to hide for even have a barrier to be in place. Humph, the house is beyond suspicious. The central area's spy must be inside. I agree. Let's go and catch him. Exalted by Mei shot forth with Exalted He Ran behind. Whoosh! The 2 blocked Luo Yunchang's group as they left, startling them. This only worked to cement their doubts. Luo Yunchang held a bright smile. Exalted, you gave us a shock appearing out of nowhere. Ha ha ha. Of course you'd never think we'd come, since you didn't want your evil plan to come to light. Exalted He Ran scorned. Luo Yunchang's eyes rolled around in confusion. Why does Sir Exalted mean? I don't understand. Then let me make it perfectly clear. Exalted by Mei spoke sternly. Your brother is in the hands of the enemy, so you wanted to make a deal with them and sell out western lands for Luo Yunhai's life. Am I right so far? This house must have central area's spy. Luo Yunchang's mouth shook, but then she snapped, raving like a banshee from hell. Yeah, I want Yunhai back alive no matter the price. Even your precious western lands. Can you blame me? My brother had toiled hard for Western lands, loyal and honorable. Now that a crime was pinned on him, you didn't do crap, letting the enemy take him. Now you show up accusing me of selling out Western lands? You sold out my brother first. Luo Yunchang, you're narrow-minded. The central area framed Luo Yunhai, not us. For the good of Western lands, he honorably gave his life. And what do? You disgrace his noble sacrifice. Would he be happy to be rescued like this? You have no brother, so how can you tell he won't be glad to be back? And another thing, his honor and decency don't mean he has to kill himself for some fools like yourselves. Stop trying to tie him down with honor and righteousness. The Luo clan's noble and righteous character is within our heart and not medals on our chests. When honor becomes our clan's shackle, our unjust crime, that will be the day we will switch tactics, laying waste to everything in sight. I won't give a rat's ass about the Western lands people. Anything to get my brother back. You can survive, but we can't. Luo Yunchang laid out all the pain and sorrow in her heart. Exalted by Mei held up his hand in fury. I'm not here to waste words on some petty woman. I have come to catch the central area spy, and you all will be coming to Double Dragon Manor, as well to show all of Western lands the truth. Exalted by Mei went to the door and shouted, Listen up, whoever you are. Come out at once or I'll make you come out. In pain. Ho, Western lands exalted are so feisty. Anyone can take the throne with no real contender. I see. You two have to work together to fight a sword king, but are worth nothing in the central area. While in Western lands you strut like kings. Western lands is a lost cause. Ha ha ha. Ding. The sounds of zither were heard as the harsh words came out. The Exalted's heart sank, turning grave. Who are you? The zither became louder and the wooden house exploded, with sword energy shooting at the two. The two worked as one against such onslaught, putting all their power in front to resist. But more swords remained, slicing forward and straight into the heavens, making them rumble. 7 notes obscure sword. The two cried out, Zither Sword King. Lu Mubai. The music became mellow as Lu Mubai smiled, playing the zither. But his smile held disdain. You flatter me. What happened to your earlier demands? Didn't you ask me to come out or I'll know pain? Ha ha, well here I am. How will you make me suffer, I wonder? The two shook in silence. The spy they were after turned out to be a damn sword king. Fighting together would only end up in a draw, unable to take him down. Luo Yunchang, you have some nerve to bring a sword king into the Western lands. Do you not realize the risk? Exalted by Mei glared. What have you done? Luo Yunchang's rose an eyebrow, sneering. Zither Sword King smiled. As Sword King, all acts have heavy implications. I have came here not to squabble, but for you too. Be nice and die. Ha ha ha. Just you. The two scoffed as they showed all they had and more. Zither Sword King said, Oh, not just me, with the Luo clan's help as well. Since I came in, others followed. Ha ha ha. To be frank, I brought 1 million hardened soldiers deep into your home to raid Double Dragon Manor. Once it falls, the Western lands are headless, easy pickings for the 10 million army outside as we coordinate to take down Western lands. This is Prime Minister Bailey's plan to immobilize the head. How long do you think it will take? A week? Maybe less. What? Exalted double dragons cried out in shock, having the time to curse Luo Yunchang. You dumb broad! You doomed us all. The Exalted ran for the Double Dragon Manor, hoping to preserve Double Dragon Manor's strength before the plan succeeded and assemble the Western lands to defend. Zither Sword King watched them go, just as a raging golden fires blocked their path. Another Sword King. The two's hearts sank, finding before them someone familiar. You! Ultimate Clarity Sex Yi Lin, at your service. His eyes shone with golden flickers as Yi Lin exploded with terrible power of Zither Sword King's level. Exalted. It's been a while. If you were wondering, I was the one who leaked information about the Luo clan having secret talks here. The Exalted glanced at Zither Sword King behind and at Yi Lin in front, knowing they were set up and fear crept in. You drew us out here to hold us and let Bailey Jingwei succeed. That's Prime Minister Bailey's plan. Zither's Sword King snickered. The exalted were in despair, turning to Yi Lin in confusion. You've been gone for 100 years. How did you end up helping Sword Star Empire again? Exalted. I've never done that. Why stop us then? It's the will of Devil Palace Lord. Yi Lin grinned. I'll come clean. I am one of Devil Palace's 3 emissaries, the Sun Devil Emissary. And this is Devil Palace's action, independent of Bailey Jingwei. The exalted shuddered, their eyes dazed with doubts. Blast it. Bailey Jingwei wasn't enough. Now we have Devil Palace stepping in. The largest underground force and the largest known force act at once. And for what exactly? Who? It was a pitch-black night, with not even the stars and bright moon out to shed some light in this abyss. The only signs were the faint candles on both sides of a valley, in neat rows. This was a perfect night for murder, for violence. A man wearing a black robe with stars on his back shivered under it, betraying his mood. There was a huge crowd in front, all wearing black robes. They hung their heads in silence, like eerie ghosts, with only the wind whistling and the candle lights flickering. A cup appeared in the man's hands as he raised it above in respect. Darkness comes and the sword star wanes. The devils rise under the palace lord's lead. Devil Palace will replace the empire, establishing a new world order. Roar. The crowd raised their right and roared 3 times, silence soon returning. The Sword Star Empire's armies are split in 4. Their core is defenseless. The best chance for us to seize the imperial capital. The man turned grave. Cut the head and the rest will follow. With imperial capital ours, the empire will be in chaos, paving the way for our rise. The world will be ours. The plan's unchanged. Attack when needed and block when explained. I offer this cup to the heavens. May our effort bear fruit. He drank the cup and smashed it to pieces. The group had their own cups ready. They're toasting a rumble. For our efforts and the unstoppable devils. Bang. All smashed their cups afterward, their eyes shining with battle lust. Devil Palace was coming into the light, to usher in a brave new world. Star Devil Emissary, will the Dharma Kings be joining? A thin man in front raised his hand. The Star Devil Emissary glanced at him coldly. Since when did Devil Palace have to answer to you? Shrinking, the man was silenced, with only his eyes shifting around. Disobedient fool. Star Devil Emissary said, worry not, people, we have complete confidence in success. From our intelligence, Bailey Jingwei had sent some sword kings in the lead of an army each to take the heart of every other land, while the rest would provide support from the borders. There's no one guarding the central area. With our strength, taking imperial capital will be a piece of cake. There's no use of doubt. Not when the devils are sure to win. Devils will win. Devils will win. The crowd went wild as they roared, their battle spirit aflame, a sharp contrast from the eerie silence before. The Star Devil Emissary gestured, move out! With one last howl, the crowd went quiet, moving in the darkness like hunters, precise and quick. Boom! The tranquil imperial capital suddenly boomed an hour later as their gates were splintered. The black robes formed neat ranks as they stormed the imperial palace. The patrolling guards started and moved to stop the tide. But the black robes didn't have just numbers, but also strength, with 10,000 in the Genesis stage and 1,000 at peak Genesis stage. The guards stood no chance against them, blown away to bloody pieces, their screams echoing in the night. Many vital cities, tactical locations, and trade centers of the empire suffered the same fate. The empire was crippled, blocking any means of even calling for help. By the looks of it, 3 days would be enough to destroy it completely. The higher one went, the harder the fall. Cut the head before the rest. Devils. Kill all royalty and officials. Destroy them so they'll never see the light of day. The Star Devil Emissary's robe fluttered in the harsh winds as he stepped on corpses and bloody ground, going for the imperial palace and giving orders. He knew they were all valuable officers of the empire, and just one of them slipping away would mean bringing reinforcements. Before he got to the imperial palace, they had to purge and remove such risks. Slaughter began with a touch of screaming as they went door to door and leaving no lavish manor unstained with blood. The devils looked possessed with their bloodshot eyes, wanting nothing but death as they exacted judgment even to 5-year-olds. As thugs, they had to act like it and not leave anything to chance or future. No one liked violence, but no one could deny how effective it was. There was no resistance in the face of such brutality. Cries and shrieks came from all over as the imperial capital started to burn. It was hell. Wu Randong looked up with a smile, but then it slipped away. How nice it would be if it's like this, but it's merely for my own amusement. Boom! A sudden surge of mighty power engulfed the skies, followed by blinding lightning webbing the clouds. Success. All of imperial capital gasped in shock. Sword King. Rustle. Then the rain of blades came, striking down at the Devil Palace disciples, pulverizing most of them, while leaving others to howl from the missing limb. Devil Palace, you're here at last. A cold voice came from above as a pair of cold eyes stared down on them and sent fear into their core. Frigid Rain's Sword King? Bali Yuyu? Emissary, they have a Sword King. Will the Dharma Kings come? All pleaded with Wu Randong for help. Wu Randong was stunned as well, then gnashed his teeth and barked, "Retreat! Leaving already? Think again. Ha ha ha." The sinister cackle came as they turned tail, only to find the gate sealed with elite soldiers, led by Bailey Jingwei himself. Bailey Jingwei smiled. One of Devil Palace's 3 emissaries? Ha ha ha. Sorry, but the same move won't work on me. You made a mess of things last time while I was away. Such a mistake I won't ever make again. Sword Kings are supposed to be attacking the 4 lands. Why is one still around? Wu Randong stared, then mocked. Bailey Jingwei. What use is one Sword King? Our uprising isn't just in the imperial palace. We may lose here, but other cities will fall. Your empire will be crippled beyond your imagination. Bailey Jingwei nodded. The empire's military, trade and transportation will be damaged, along with who knows what else you might destroy. But what makes you think I haven't taken precautions for those areas as well? Wu Randong flinched. Prime Minister. My task is complete and I have returned. A thin guy next to Wu Randong walked to Bailey Jingwei and bowed. Wu Randong shuddered. You, Star Emissary, I thank you for all your care these years and for making me your deputy. But I was always with the Prime Minister. The man bowed with a smile. Wu Randong's eyes twitched in anger. Bailey Jingwei laughed. Did you really think I only just noticed you? I've been aware ages ago, being patient for the spies I sent among your higher ranks. But I must say, Devil Palace sure is tight. After so many years, my spy only got up to deputy emissary. I knew that was the limit, so I no longer waited and acted. Your uprisings have all been accounted for, fended off with Sword Kings. In fact, the forces attacking the 4 lands aren't Sword Kings. That was fake info I gave you and you fell for it. Bailey Jingwei. Wu Randong howled. Devil Palace disciple. Kill them all. Yes, sir. The men charged at Bailey Jingwei with the intent to kill and break the enemy lines. Wishful thinking, especially when they came prepared. Bailey Jingwei grinned and stepped back as he signaled. The soldiers behind charged, using this chance to end all future uprising with this one. Blood flowed once more, the clamor deafening. Only this time it wasn't a one-sided slaughter, but a bloody battle to both sides. And all were driven to kill the other. Devil Palace disciples were elites in their own right, making even the thinned empire's armies have a tough time handling them. But with a Sword King around, Bali Yuyu, raining death from above, the Devil Palace side could only howl in pain as they were butchered. Star Emissary, where are the Dharma Kings? We can't take on a Sword King. Star Emissary, call a Dharma King to help. Just where are they? Star Emissary, why isn't a Dharma King showing up? What of Palace Lord? Ak. Wu Rondong's ears were drowned in the screams of his brothers, but his face was hard, his eyes closed. Zhuo Fan's words played in his mind. You'll have to endure for a bit. Humph. What's so bad with a bit of pain? As long as the empire falls, I'll even accept being cast away. Wu Randong roared with fury, joining the fray without any qualms for his life. I want him alive. Bailey Jingwei singled out the crazed Wu Randong, then looked around. Right. Just where are the 5 Dharma Kings and Palace Lord? Besides the Sword Star Empire's imperial capital, many vital cities had uprisings, but unlike a century ago, they were all snuffed out. 3 days was all it took to take them all down. All dissidents were either killed, wounded, or in custody with hardly any real damage. The underground society in the empire was thus purged. Even the scouts and spies were soon caught thanks to the betrayal of other spies. Devil Palace had been removed from the central area, down to the last man. A week later, Devil Palace's deputy star emissary was in the Imperial Hall, reporting, Your Majesty, Prime Minister, from what I've seen, the Empire is free of Devil Palace. I ask that you confirm this. Jingwei, the Empire is at peace. Emperor Bailey Jingshi nodded. The Empire's heart has been in constant unrest for an entire century from Devil Palace's meddling. Now the Empire is whole again. They've used the weaknesses after the war and slipped in, but in just a few days all were removed. While I refrain claiming that every single one got caught, they can hardly be of worth and unable to affect us. Devil Palace is so secretive, the deputy emissary knows hardly half of its affairs, but by drawing them out and along with the deputy emissary's info, the devils hidden in the Empire were driven to extinction. Bailey Jingwei was in a good mood too. The Empire has order once more. I can send the armies without worry the Empire might come under another uprising. With internal affairs resolved, it's time to focus on external matters. Bailey Jingshi eased as well after a century of deep worry. We now have to wait for news from the 4 lands. Ha ha ha. That side should be fine. Let's talk about this one first. Bailey Jingwei nodded and said, Has the identity of the Devil Palace Star emissary been found? Who is he? The deputy bowed. Prime Minister. I've been looking into him these few days and found him to be Serene Shores Trading's second young master, Wu Randong. It's really him. Bailey Jingwei sneered. Humph. I just knew the survivors of Serene Shores Trading started the unrest 100 years ago. Only they had the grounds to connect to the entire world and create such a huge faction. The deputy bowed. I am in awe of the Prime Minister's insight. Since Devil Palace is a cover for Serene Shores Trading, why is he just a Star Devil emissary and not the Palace Lord? Ignoring the blatant bootlicking, Bailey Jingwei huffed. Did you find anything about Palace Lord, the kings and the other emissaries? The deputy deflated. Prime Minister, Devil Palace Lord is like a shadow while the kings barely show themselves. The other 2 emissaries are also secretive, hardly in contact with other disciples. The Star Emissary is also secretive, but far more familiar to the disciples and handles most matters of the palace. He united the disciples in 3 lands and had great power. And, apart from Star Devil Emissary, none in Devil Palace knows who those 8 people are. Bailey Jingwei shouted. Let's go to this second young master and find out just how great Serene Shores Trading's master really is. Bailey Jingwei flicked his sleeve and left with the humble deputy. They went through the dark jail and many gates to arrive at a dim cell. Wu Randong sat with his sealed cultivation on a straw mat with eyes closed. Clap. Ha ha ha, the second young master looks settled in. Gone is the fire from a century ago. Being Star Devil Emissary helped smoothen those edges and made you grow up. Bailey Jingwei clapped and laughed. One thing I don't understand is, since Devil Palace was once Serene Shores Trading, why would you leave this big project in the hands of someone else instead of leading it yourself? Wu Randong mocked. The seat of power has always been taken by the able since time immemorial. I have not the skills to fill it and thus let it go. It's fortunate too, not harming everyone like this. What are you saying? Bailey Jingwei fixed his eyes on him. Wu Randong held a snicker. Palace Lord warned me when he entered seclusion for me to be calm, resuming the plan when he came out. But anger got the best of me and seized the chance to act without permission. As a result, the toil put years after years into the central area was ruined. I'm sad but also glad. For I am not the Palace Lord and only the central area side was destroyed instead of the entire Devil Palace. Don't you think I was close to getting everyone killed? Ha ha ha. Now I see why only the star emissary attacked. You disobeyed. The deputy nodded. Bailey Jingwei stared hard, his eyes shining. You think I'd buy that? Can't you be honest for a change? Believe what you will. I lament my impulsiveness and not doing it to inform you. You'll probably forget my words, trying to guess my mind instead. Ha ha ha. Wu Randong, you've gotten sharp, unlike the old and rash second young master. Bailey Jingwei said, Who is the Palace Lord and the 5 Dharma Kings? Wu Randong sneered. The deputy raged, showcasing his lapdog personality by trying to make him talk to get a pat from his master. But Bailey Jingwei waved him off. I never use violence for confessions because anything said under pain can't be trusted. Bailey Jingwei smirked. Guard. Announced that Serene Shores Trading, the current Devil Palace's Star Devil emissary, Wu Randong, is to be executed 10 days later, by heavenly punishment. Let all lands know. Wu Randong scorned. Threatening me? No, only telling your Palace Lord to come out. He is shrewd and decisive. He won't fall for such an obvious trap. Wu Randong chuckled. Bailey Jingwei snickered as well. I know. Anyone could see the trap from a mile away, but some traps can't be avoided. What? Gossip is dreadful. Bailey Jingwei said. Devil Palace is built on Serene Shores Trading, which means there are many elders from it. By giving everything to him, if he doesn't help you in time of need, could he still stay a Palace Lord? He has no choice but to come. My people are sensible men. Just how I witnessed my family being killed, the elders won't stir. Wu Randong's eyes grew red, recalling the tragedy. They know what's to be done. To you, maybe, but to an outsider like Palace Lord? Humph. Bailey Jingwei huffed. In any case, I don't need to know who he really is. In 10 days, I'll have him reveal himself instead. Ha ha ha. Wu Randong's eyes shook and clenched his fists. He was trying to hold it in, but the bloodshot eyes betrayed his anger. Bailey Jingwei gave a winning smirk. A guard rushed in and bowed with 4 jade slips in his hands. Prime Minister. Reports from the lands came in of the completed operations. There are only stragglers fleeing. The Sword Kings are sending the soldiers to deal with. Overall, the 4 lands are seized. Truly. Bailey Jingwei lit up and snatched the jade slips. He read them and exploded. Ha ha ha. A new world order. My nation rules all the lands at long last. Next remains handling the 2 dissidents. With them out of the way, humph. Bailey Jingwei smirked and shouted. Have all officials assemble in the imperial capital. His Majesty will bestow rewards and titles to celebrate this momentous occasion. Ha ha ha. Yes. The guard looked pleased as well as he ran to carry out the order. The deputy emissary glanced at Wu Randong with mockery, then slammed the cell door shut. Their steps echoed in the distance, leaving Wu Randong in solitude. Wu Randong grinned. Palace Lord's cunning is flawless. He had me practice emotion and facial expression control. It took all I had not to laugh in Bailey Jingwei's face. Ha ha ha. Wu Randong let out a carefree laughter, sharp like a crow's that sent a chill down one's spine. 3 days later, Zither Sword King sat in Double Dragon Manor's heaven-reaching pavilion as he played a soothing tune matching the scenery. A ruckus sounded out of nowhere, disturbing the peace. Zither Sword King's hand halted and he sighed. Uncultured Philistine. Zither Sword King shook his head, finding Li Jingtian bringing her thuggish venerable along with a bow. The Luo clan has blockaded western lands and is hunting down the stragglers. How might we be of help? Zither Sword King having called us. Zither Sword King gave them a look. Like a service clan, you're not a good fit with me. Music is wasted on you. They shared puzzled looks. How's the hunt going then? Even if some escape, they can never be allowed to leave Western lands. The Luo clan has lived the military way and is more than efficient in this. Those remnants won't escape us. Zither Sword King can rest assured. Luo Yunchang spoke with pride and a smile. Zither Sword King eased and took out a jade slip. Prime Minister Bailey sent word, calling all ministers and officials to the imperial capital for bestowal. You've helped make things easier by working with us and have most credit for this achievement. You shall come with me. Bailey Jingwei will release Yunhai? Luo Yunchang was stern, snatching the jade slip and looking at it with hope. Zither Sword King nodded and resumed playing. In Northern Lands Sea Bright Sect, Bailey Yuyun took the highest people to Sect Leader Hall, coughing, "Ahem, you've done well, everyone. Report." The past few days were spent with the Sun Sea Sect working with the 3 Sword Kings and the Central Area's 10 million soldiers at the borders to clean the Northern Lands. Without the Sea Bright Sect leading, the other 3 sects were aimless, killed off so easily. But many people are hiding and scared. We couldn't find them. At the moment, we are conducting a wide search to root them out and leave nothing for the Empire to suffer later. Bu Xingyun was the first to stand in front with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Only Ouyang Chongqing and the 4 elders have yet to be found, posing problems. As Sword King level experts. Bailey Yuyun waved him off. Ha ha ha. Leave it be. What of it anyway? The Northern Lands are ours, so what can they possibly do? They'll end up surrounded like last time. The invincible sword had been surrounded then and had suffered so, which means they will only have it worse. Ha 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 ugh. Bu Xingyun choked, noticing Bailey Yuyun's cold glare. Bailey Yuyun was grave. Sect Leader Bu, you're the Empire's official now, not of Northern Lands anymore. Patriarch is our god, and you treat him as a joke. No, never. It's Sir Hu. I only said how to deal with them, not hinting Patriarch. But you, Sword King, I was wrong. Spare me, please. Bu Xingyun wailed in tears. Blast it all to hell. You started going back memory lane and now you pin it on me? Were you setting me up? Damn right it's a setup. Bailey Yuyun sneered inside, his eyes shining. Never mind. I'll overlook it the first time. Just make sure to remember that Patriarch is never to be questioned. Yes, thank you, Sword King, for your mercy. Bu Xingyun spoke at ease. Bailey Yuyun nodded and showed a jade slip. Prime Minister Bailey called everyone back to the imperial capital for their rewards. Sect Leader Bu, you are the Northern Lands King and it will soon become official as well. Ha ha ha. Congratulations. Bu Xingyun was overwhelmed with emotion, but he noticed Bailey Yuyun's smirk and he realized. Curses. Did he set me up because he eyes my power as Northern Lands King? Sword King, you jest. It's all due to Sir's help in earning this glory. I will never forget it. I shall listen to Sir's every word even if named King. Sect Leader Bu is so polite. Bailey Yuyun chuckled. A Northern Lands King was like a regional governor, having great sway in the Empire. Being the Northern Lands King, I will rise in status in the Empire, and Bailey Yuyun is using him to get higher too. You may have gotten glory, but I can bury you just as easily. Catching his drift, Bu Xingyun became touched by Bailey Yuyun's care. Where's that old wine sword immortal? I don't know. He hasn't been seen in days. Bu Xingyun answered like a good puppy. A stench of wine wafted in, followed by wine sword immortal himself with a filled jar. His nose looked red like a tomato. I've scoured Sea Bright Sect's cellar and found at last that Northern Lands does have some good wine. This icy wine is so smooth and cool. I've never tasted anything like it. You should all try it, but just a sip. I barely found 30 of these. Even with 30 jars, you're still only letting others sip? Humph! You blind, stinking drunk! Bailey Yuyun mocked. Wine sword immortal. Prime Minister called us to the imperial capital for rewards. Be ready. We're leaving now? There's loads of fine wine in the north that I've yet to sample. You go while I try some more for a couple of days. Make sure you don't miss it. It's too important. Bailey Yuyun glared. waving the others to follow him out. "We're going." "Humph. That's just how the old drunkard is. See ya." Wine Sword Immortal waved them off with a goony smile, then his smile fell once they were gone. His drunk look was replaced with gravity, shouting, "Guard! Assemble the men!" The eastern lands and southern lands got Bailey Jingwei's message as well. Shangguan Feiyun grew eager at the thought of a ceremony and rushed to the imperial capital. Dan Qingxin was respectfully sending off the officials sent to southern lands, while he did the same as Wine Sword Immortal, assembling the men for some baffling reason. But with it taking time, they were bound to reach the imperial capital 3 days later. In a blizzard, a man was sitting upright on the ice, a black sword hovering in front casting an eerie glint in the sun. The space warped around Zhuofan as his aura grew violent. The sky was rumbling and a fierce wind picked up. The sea churned and battered the shore with bigger and bigger waves. The only quiet place was around Zhuofan, but it was under a heavy pressure, forced into keeping still, like an active volcano ready to explode. Zhuofan shook just then and howled at the sky. The skies shook and black energy flowed into the heavens, swallowing everything until there was nothing but darkness. The sun was covered as well, turning day into night. This was Zhuofan's Genesis stage effect of using world power, demonic sky. This was just the start. For Zhuofan shook again and dragons roared in veneration. The black sky had then formed countless black dragons, roaming through the darkness. Their whipping tails shuddered the world around them. They looked like heavenly punishment sent from up above to lay waste to all creation. This was the effect of Zhuofan's twin souls in the Genesis stage, Draconic Sky. The strongest beast soul, Heaven Dragon Soul, turned the demonic sky into its own lair. As the king of beasts, it would tear apart anything that barged into its domain with all the black dragons. It was beyond even demonic sky's sword dragon. Dan Qingxin dragon-cleaving power was more like a strengthened spiritual weapon. One couldn't take it, but dodging was more than possible. Zhuofan's demonic dragon nest, however, was a meat grinder. It was a combination of domain soul and dragon soul, on an entirely new level. Was this the end, though? Course not. Dan Qingxin's power came from the sword and dragon, while Zhuofan's came from a domain and dragon. But since he also had a sword within, ding! Ringing sounded as the demonic sword felt as Zhuofan's power grew exponentially and surged with glee. It then jumped out of the ice and soared into the sky. The black sky surged, with its thick darkness reaching for the demonic sword, while the thousands of dragons roared and converged. The blackness gathered on the demonic sword, growing it to 300 meters. The waves of raw power it oozed sent the North Sea rippling stronger and stronger. Zhuofan shouted at the skies once more, shooting into the air and grabbing the hilt. Boom! The black clouds around the sword exploded, scattering everywhere and unleashing black sword waves, destroying anything in their path. Even the barrier couldn't take it for long, sporting bigger and bigger cracks. As Zhuofan held the demonic sword, he looked like a demon from hell. Darkness ebbed into his surroundings, devouring as it went while the sword auras destroyed the rest. Who? Once all settled down and the sky turned bright again, Zhuofan put down the demonic sword and found no trace of ice where he could sit. His flashy display had it all melted. And this was Ice Heaven Sealing Cao made with his sealing power. The same ice the invincible sword couldn't even scratch. Yet it was no match for the black sword waves. Zhuofan had, beyond any shadow of a doubt, surpassed the invincible sword, the past 100 years one at least. Brat, are you mental? Plop. A one-eyed huge head popped out of the water, roaring, using Dragon Soul with 9 Serenity's domain, then adding Sword Sovereign's 4 fused swords. Are you trying to break the heavens? This place can't take it, so scram already. Just look at the mess you've made of my place. Zhuofan grinned and bowed. Senior Cao, thank you so much for your care this past century, or I would have never learned the depths of the 4 sword arts. Spare me, I only shared with you the sword intent the Sword Sovereign leaked when he formed it. You did all the work, not me. I also wanted to see if the arts would have joined as the swords did. It was just an experiment not meant to help you. Stop reading too much into it. Shuofan nodded. I understand, but learning the sword here for so many years has disturbed you. Now that I'll leave, I may never return. Take care, senior. You're really leaving? Cao looked reluctant but then nodded. Yeah, you should go if not to fight to find that girl. At least, get her back. Shuofan nodded solemnly. Only a sovereign could form a sovereign path, giving him endless lifespan. Regardless of who put it in him, it was now with Qingcheng. He wasn't that hurried to get it back though. But wealth stirred envy, inviting disaster. He could not let her become another's prey. Shuofan bowed once more. Senior, farewell. Shuofan left, with Cao watching him go. The human kid is gone and now I feel bored. Should I go find another? Who in this world would be as interesting as him? What a drag. Shuofan came out of Cao's domain to find two people standing tall with respect. They cheered up at his coming, and Shower said, Congratulations, father, on reaching Genesis stage. Fathers in the first layer of profound heaven? Then the strength should be at Genesis. Gu Santong tested. Feeling his own strength, Shuofan said, Genesis stage 7th layer. 7th? You went through 7 of them? It was nothing. Having focused on learning swordsmanship, my cultivation was long since ready to take the leap. It was just sitting there for the last step. Moreover, it contains insights in the sword, though the regress was a little small. Shuofan sighed. I feel the path the 10 ancient sovereigns were after isn't far. This makes the true self art incredible. While training the heart, it is in tune with the Tao. Now you're mocking all those experts and mighty lords scrambling for better and better cultivation methods. And it turns out to be in the hands of averages. Maybe because it's average that it conforms with the world's nature. Shower teased and Shuofan exclaimed, Some that go too far forget their start, making them grow further and further apart. The two were stumped, not getting anything from that. Shuofan had a feeling. He just needed to test it now. But that was for later. What mattered now was to finish the ascension. Shuofan asked them, Has the plan been going smoothly? All according to your predictions, father. Good. Then let's make a trip to the Sword Star Empire's capital and finish my last fight in the mortal domain. Ding. A black sword pointed ahead and Shuofan grinned, thirsting for battle. The Dark Demon Lord was bearing his fang at the Empire. In the imperial capital, all grand officials and ministers gathered. In the lead was Zither Sword King and the Luo clan, followed by Shangguan Feiyun, Southern Lands Group and Northern Lands Group. Danqing Xin and Wine Sword Immortal were 3 days late. Sorry. I'm late. Ha ha ha. 1,000 pardons. Cupping hands all over the place, Wine Sword Immortal and Dragon Cleaving Sword King came to the Imperial Hall. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Dragon Cleaving Sword King and Wine Sword Immortal. Why the delay? The old drunkard found a stash of good wine, you understand, right, Prime Minister? Ha ha ha. Bailey Yun mocked. Wine Sword Immortal glared at him, then chuckled at everyone else. Bailey Jingwei nodded, having known his style, but he asked, Dragon Cleaving Sword King, what about you? I picked up someone's trail in Southern Lands and invited him here, making me Tari Prime Minister. Danqing Xin smiled. Bailey Jingwei raised an eyebrow. Who? It can't be Murong Clan's venerables requiring Dragon Cleaving Sword King's personal assistance. Can it? Of course not. Those foggies hardly need 3 days, let alone wasting so much time to track them. Ha ha ha. Then, Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone with curiosity. Clap. Danqing Shen showed a vague smile. Then a guard brought a gorgeous woman and that took even Bailey Jingwei by surprise. Murong Shui. I heard she was around, so I stayed a few more days before coming to Prime Minister. Danqing Shen smiled. Bailey Jingwei nodded and laughed. Dragon Cleaving Sword King is the cornerstone of the Empire, making such efforts. Murong Shui has been hiding for a century and now we have her once more. Now Murong Lai or their venerables will have to come out. Ha ha ha. The Empire will have them cornered and remove one more danger. Humph, think again. Not even I could find my brother after all these years. Him having ignored any and all affairs. He won't come even if you have me. Murong Shui mocked. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Miss Murong, better pray your news will reach your brother. It's such a pity for a pretty lady like you. Ha ha ha. Guard, add one name to the execution list. In 5 days, the traitorous Murong woman will be executed by heavenly punishment. Let the lands know. If Murong lie and the rest come out, humph, give them her corpse. Yes. The guard bowed and took away the cold Murong Shui. Bailey Jingwei smiled, turning to the others. Everyone here is a valued official. His Majesty will bestow to you all your reward on the day of the execution, thanking you for all your efforts in the Empire's campaign. Thank you, Prime Minister. They all echoed and laughed. Luo Yunchang pondered and asked, Prime Minister, could you release my brother and his wife? Oh, Alliance Leader Luo, making a show of recalling it. Bailey Jingwei nodded with a smile and shouted, Guard, arrest the Luo clan. What? Luo Yunchang's group started, finding themselves seized by Zither Sword King and Shangguan Feiyun. Not even the Venerables could do anything. Prime Minister Bailey, what's the meaning of this? Zhuge Changfeng spat. Bailey Jingwei shrugged with a twisted smile. Isn't it obvious? Your traitors being caught for execution 5 days from now. Prime Minister Bailey, we surrendered, so why? You did, but not your alliance leader. Bailey Jingwei spoke harshly. I should reward you for having helped with Western lands, by releasing alliance leader Luo. But with your leader against me, what then am I supposed to do if he starts messing things up? So I can't let him go. You could complain that I broke my word and start fighting me as well. That's too much of a pain. So might as well get rid of you all. Without the Luo alliance, none of that will happen, right? Ha ha ha. Zhuge Changfeng cursed. Bailey Jingwei, you backstabbing bastard. I want to keep my word, but your alliance leader Luo wouldn't feel like living up to the deal. Bailey Jingwei shrugged, sneering at the 3 minds. Besides, back in that house, I told you 3 that I'll talk if you guessed my intent. But in the end, none of you had the right to negotiate with me. All the pieces were in my hand while you couldn't even have the option to choose. Take them away. Guards escorted the Luo clan out, leaving behind a trail of curses and shouts. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Only the weak bark. If that would have done the trick, why would the strong need their fists? Ha ha ha. Wise Prime Minister. The others bowed. Bailey Jingwei nodded. Sword King Lu? Have the Luo clan's members been dealt with? The Luo clan is in charge of the Western lands borders. They'll notice the slightest movement and it will take time to handle them all. It's fine, we'll deal with as many as we can. It won't matter how many escape. As long as the Luo Alliance's top brass are dead, they'll be lost, walking right into our traps. I'll give the word to pull in the net. Zither Sword King nodded. The rest's heart sank. Bailey Jingwei was cruel and sick, not even willing to give them any chance of even fighting. Ignoring the obvious discontent in others, Bailey Jingwei's smile never left his face. Everyone can now take rest in your quarters in the Imperial Palace. In 5 days, the ceremony will begin. As for Luo Alliance, you don't have to worry. I'm not one to throw people away. I always reward those that have the good of the Empire in mind. The Luo clan was too ambivalent and had to be resolved. You understand. We're amazed by the Prime Minister's thoroughness. They all bowed. Bailey Jingwei left pleased as the rest disbanded while whispering about the event. They failed to notice Bailey Jingwei looking over his shoulder at them, his eyes cold and disdainful. Ceremony? Ha! How unbearably naive. 5 days later will be a day of peace for the Swordstar Empire. All danger shall be purged. Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei cackled to himself. 5 days later, in the imperial capital's main square, the place was packed with the city's people. For today was the execution of many convicts. In the previous execution, only Bailey Jingshi and Bailey Jingwei were present. But this time, there were the 10 Sword Kings and the officials from the Four Lands, including the traitor Bu Xingyun. On the scaffold, many kneeled, people from many factions and all with renown. The first was the ex-leader of Northern Lands, Sea-Bright sect leader Ling Yuntian. Feeling his scraped knees on the wood and his cultivation sealed, the eyes of everyone made him feel like a circus animal, filling him with shame. Bu Xingyun, you rotten animal! You sold out Northern Lands sections. Your day will come. TCH, my day? Not before yours. Bag of bones. Bu Xingyun mocked, looking mighty smug at the old man. Wu Randong was calm by contrast, neither sad nor happy. But some of the people below pointed at him knowing who he was in regret. So many people from the serene shores trading died 100 years ago, but they still had an heir. Now even he is culled. What sin is this to not even spare their bloodline? Next was the Luo clan, looking forlorn. Luo Yunchang was bleak, gnashing her teeth in anger at the vilifying words of the crowd below. Blasted Zhuofan. What the hell has he been scheming? I've never been insulted like this in my life. Now I'm about to get the noose. Yet he still takes his time? Is he waiting for me to die? This rotten, vile. Sister, what are you saying? Luo Yunhai muttered, earning her glare before she exclaimed. Just die in peace and leave me alone. Humph! Luo Yunhai flinched, stumped. Sister, we all are doing the dying here. Couldn't you give us one last good memory? Not like there will be any left. Luo Yunhai sighed. Sister, I know you care for me, but how could you trust Bailey Jingwei? Now we're all sentenced. If only Siphon is safe. Don't worry, the girl's fine. And you really thought I'd trust Bailey Jingwei? I'm trusting, never mind. Luo Yunchang stopped herself. Luo Yunhai was puzzled. Sister, are you that frightened? Luo Yunhai sighed. We'll be going to the underworld river together. You must be scared. Never, not with you by my side. Yue smiled. Luo Yunhai nodded and smiled back, comforted. As the sun reached its peak, Bailey Jingwei grinned and shouted, Let the execution start. A few array masters made signs and thunder flickered above as they gathered power. Bu Xingyun and Shangguan Feiyun grew excited. For after the heads rolled, they'd get their prize, becoming lords. Only Dan Qingxin and a few others eased a breath, looking at the lightning and then far in the distance. Rumble. Heavenly punishment, the highest form of execution the Sword Star Empire could employ. When the empire was formed, a 12th grade array was set up in the square center. Holding their patriarch's earth-ranked martial art gleaned from the divine sword, Void Slash. The 12 array masters made signs and thunder rumbled, forming a thunder sword in the sky capable of erasing any and all life. Taking such a strike would destroy one in body, mind, and soul. Because of its brutality, none could stop it, becoming the empire's highest form of punishment. At each sentence, the emperor, prime minister, and all officials were there in respect for the patriarch. Patriarch was their god, and their god would strike down the criminals while they would prostrate before him. Heavenly punishment is about to descend. Is there any sign of him? The rumbling lightning grew louder and louder, with lightning snaking through the sky as it converged into a terrifying blade. Murong Shui glanced at the blinding light and sighed. I must have lost my mind. Why did I ever agree to this? I just knew he was no good. The imperial capital's residents gasped and awed, treating it like a light show. It's so rare to see heavenly punishment, with hardly any more heavy criminals that need such attention to deter the rest of the world. The first usage began around 3,000 years ago, when it was used freely. Later it was barely used once a few centuries, until the empire ruled the lands and shook the world. Then the punishment was so rare that it didn't get brought up as a punishment until 1,000 years later, to the present era. With the most recent being used on serene shores trading 100 years ago. But now it was happening again, making the people thrilled. Such a sight was so rare everyone got fired up, with the first-timers giddy beyond belief. Wu Randong watched the infatuated crowd with a critical eye, scorning them. There were plenty of ways to kill a man. Why do you think the empire chose this particular way? It's for all of you, making an example of us to scare away the ignorant masses, as in you fools. The Empire's thunderblade is bearing down our necks, but isn't also hovering over yours? And you're thrilled by it? Ha! Closing his eyes, Wu Randong ignored the filth of the world, waiting with calm for a strike, or rather the thunderblade to free him. He had done all he could and was ready to go. While he was without regret, his people couldn't be more in pain. Seeing the thunderblade above, they cried, "Save us, Palace Lord, 5 Dharma Kings! Save us! We don't want to die! Palace Lord, save us! We always believed in your might as the one supreme being. Darkness consumes the stars, and the Sword Star Empire will fall. Devils are victorious, darkness strikes, takes the skies and makes us kings. Devils are victorious, darkness strikes, takes the skies and makes us kings." They yelled their lungs out, whether in belief or clinging to their last hope. It started with one, then more and more Devil Palace disciples shouted, their howls drowning the sky. Their bloodshot eyes, their fervent gazes and the booming cries spread through the imperial capital. The audience never even heard of Devil Palace, being your average people. But they could feel their hearts thumping at the convicts' howls, turning perplexed. Are they begging for mercy? It doesn't sound like the usual way they do it in the Empire, but praying for some devil. Can this devil save them all from the Empire? That can't be. The people refused to believe it, but seeing their looks and hearing their heartfelt wishes, doubts formed as they themselves muttered those infectious words. Devils are victorious, darkness strikes, takes the skies and makes us kings. Devils are victorious, darkness strikes, takes the skies and makes us kings. Bailey Jingwei's ears twitched, watching with cold eyes and indifferent expression. He wanted to draw out their palace lord and kings, to finish everything here and now. Once Devil Palace was gone, everyone would see the might of the Empire, its invincibility. But if he was a no-show, the harder these guys shouted, the heavier the blow to Dark Demon Lord's name would be. What can a strong man do when he can't even rally men? How can he ever compete with an empire? Humph! Ling Yuntian and other captives heard the Devil Palace disciples and their mad shouts, but shook their heads. Are they cultists? Have they lost their minds? With 10 Sword Kings watching, you expect some lord to come here in enemy territory. The invincible sword of before was the best example of human wave tactics. What fool would risk his life for you all? Wake the hell up! Luo Yunhai shook her head. They're so naive to think the leadership would care for the little guy. The Dark Demon Lord would never come. Quiet, Yunhai. Even if it's not for them, it'll be for us. Luo Yunhai started, turning a piercing stare at his sister, asking in confusion, Sister, what makes you so sure? You know this Dark Demon Lord. You know him too. He's... Rumble. The thunderclap drowned her voice as the thunderblade 300-meter long was done and fell on their necks. Bailey Yutian's power wasn't something anyone could take. Even if that was a couple thousand years ago, everyone would be dead. Boom. The dreadful power rushed down on its victims, crushing their hearts, and still no savior in sight. The best chance was before the thunderblade struck. Now it was too late. Feeling abandoned, Devil Palace disciples' blind shouts turned weak and soon into sobbing, Palace Lord! That dead man doesn't care at all about me? Luo Yunchang saw the blade coming down and cursed. Luo Yunhai was calm. Then he faced his wife with a smile. Let's go together. Let's, husband. Yue smiled back. The two closed their eyes, welcoming release. Bailey Jingwei smiled in pride. Dark Demon Lord is nothing. Ha ha ha. Everything will end, with no chance of turning it around. Earth level, Devil Palm. A calm voice echoed throughout the square, one of disdain. The boundless space held one long shadow. It grew fast to the size of hundreds of meters, taking the shape of a black hand. The thunderblade felt stifled. Its oppressive power sapped as it halted its descent. The victims were gaping. Bailey Jingwei jumped to his feet, clenching his fists. He actually came. The people started in utter shock. It stopped. The heavenly punishment was stopped. How? How can the godlike Bailey Yutian's earth-ranked martial art be blocked? Who did it? With a cooling breeze, clothes ruffled. People whipped around their heads to see a man in white with covered eyes. The picture of godhood. Floating down on the scaffold and bearing a snicker. The face had them all frozen. The smile giving them the feeling he held all the power, all the secrets in the world. Zhuo Fan! Bailey Jingwei cried out in utter disbelief, his eyes trembling. Whoosh! The 10 Sword Kings stood, watching the familiar figure with amazement and some glee. Bali Yuyu was beaming with joy. The brat is alive. He's still alive. Boom! The violent lightning above grew more explosive as it burst with fury. The thunder blade wanted nothing more than to exact its judgment and destroy everything. The black palm had something else in mind though, blocking and shielding the area by stopping its descent. Zhuo Fan was quite casual, floating over on the scaffold. None made a move, for not even Bailey Jingwei and the Sword Kings could come out of their shock at seeing this deadly enemy. The guards stayed put, for they were just like the common people, gapping at the heavenly punishment being blocked for the first time. Zhuo Fan was like a god coming down on this world, letting him reach the scaffold with no hindrance, approaching the kneeling victims. None made a sound, making every word echo. Stinking brat! When have I ever taught you to compromise against a tough enemy? Luo Yunhai was waiting for his end, but flinched at the familiar words. He then opened his eyes to see in the blazing sun the same face he knew all those years, tearing up at the reunion. Alliance leader Luo, the second best man in Western lands, ended up acting like a child. Big brother Zhuo, master, steward Zhuo. The others snapped their attention and cried out in joy. The pillar of the Luo clan had been gone for more than a century, but now he was finally back, the first steward Zhuo Fan. Luo Yunchang's eyes reddened, glaring at him in anger and even more joy as tears fell. The Luo clan's happiness made the other convicts open their eyes with a start. He's not dead. Ling Yuntian and many more were staring blankly. Morong Shui eased a breath. At least he kept his word and came before I ended up in a grave for nothing. Wu Randong opened his eyes and grinned. Palace Lord, you're here at last. He's the Dark Demon Lord of Devil Palace? The Devil Palace disciple started, then looked at the blocked thunder blade above, moved. Yes, he's our Palace Lord. Palace Lord, you came to save us. Greetings, Palace Lord. The rest started shouting and knocking their heads in relief and happiness. Others were stumped. Zhuo Fan's the Palace Lord, the Dark Demon Lord who controls the world's underground. As the convicts grew rowdy on the scaffold, the rest blinked in confusion. The Grand Marshal of the Four Lands ended up being the leader of the strongest shadow group 100 years later? The people pointed Zhuo Fan out, whispering about him. Who could this man be to stop the heavenly punishment and earn such adoration from the convicts? All eyes were on him as Zhuo Fan took the stage with a riveting entrance. Everyone forgot this was supposed to be an execution of the Swordstar Empire's criminals. The thunder blade was still hanging overhead. Bailey Jingwei's face twitched, raising his head to clap. The clamor dimmed just from that. The people turned to him, waking up to the reality that this was the imperial capital's heart. The emperor and prime minister were present and could not be ignored. The convicts quietened, turning grave. Zhuo Fan had come, but saving them was another matter, especially with the 10 Sword Kings around. It was too early to rejoice. Bailey Jingwei smiled. Sir Zhuo, it's truly been too long. I thought you were dead and have mourned you for years. But to think you'd come out again, bringing me such joy. We can now compete again. Ha ha ha. Hold up, we'll go down memory lane later. Let me just deal with this buzzing thing overhead first. It doesn't sit right to have a sword on my neck. It makes me jumpy. Ha ha ha. Zhuo Fan snickered, raising his right arm and making a fist. Boom. The black hand clenched as well, and the thunder blade exploded into pretty, harmless lights. The shockwave washed over the square, making the array masters recoil and spit blood, horrified. The imperial capital's residents gasped as it passed, looking at Zhuo Fan in fear. Their god's heavenly punishment was broken just like that? The Sword King's hearts shuddered, turning grave. None of them could do that. His power is on a different level. Zhuo Fan brushed his arms of imaginary dust, smirking at Bailey Jingwei. Now then, Prime Minister, where were we? Bailey Jingwei's face fell, but put on a smile. Ha ha ha. Sir Zhuo is mighty in sword and the pen. I just cannot compare. But there are times that not even a great talent, such as you, can make a difference. What makes you so sure? Isn't it obvious? Sir Zhuo had been in seclusion these days, and I moved with speed to secure the 4 lands. Bailey Jingwei laughed with pride. With a new world order in place, no matter how tough you are, you have no assets, without support, and can't do anything to change that. While I can move the entire world into rooting you out, the same tactic you used before. Coming alone into the heart of the empire only got you trapped. Ling Yuntian sighed. They had the 4 lands as support before and could hold off the central area's armies. But with the lands fallen, there's no resistance left. Who can face an entire world by themselves? Bailey Yutian only faced the soldiers of 2 lands and was close to breathing his last. Now Zhuo Fan alone would. All shook their heads in despair, not optimistic of Zhuo Fan's chances. Only a few Luo clansmen held their calm. Zhuo Fan had a quirky smile. Prime Minister, you're right about one thing. Alone, I don't have the strength to fight the might of the current empire, without men or support. Only, what makes you think I'm alone? Wah! Bailey Jingwei's heart sank, then became frantic. I've removed Devil Palace from the central area, and you think your forces in the other lands can stop the central area? Ha ha ha. Is this a bluff? You'd have tried that already if you could, instead of waiting until now. I don't believe you suddenly have the strength to fight the empire when 100 years couldn't help and your men are weakened. Zhuo Fan cocked an eyebrow. Some things you just have to believe. Maybe it's true. What's that supposed to mean? Bailey Jingwei tensed, his eyes fixed on him. Zhuo Fan grinned wildly. If the Prime Minister really wants to know, why not try understanding the 100-year plan? You'll see then. Advise me then, Sir Zhuo. Bailey Jingwei nodded. He would have scoffed at anyone else's request, since none could compare to his brilliant scheming genius. Only Zhuo Fan, his archenemy, was worth the attention after matching him every step of the way. They were like perfect chess partners. It'd be great to have a close friend to share his exquisite planning. His old enemy made for such a close friend. Then, Sir Zhuo, it all began with the World War 100 years ago. The empire had fallen in its harshest times, in turmoil, but I have never taken my eyes off the other lands. Glancing at Bu Xingyun and the rows of spies, Bailey Jingwei smiled. The World War may have been over and the empire's losses the smallest, but with Sir Zhuo using serene shores trading to fan the flames in our territories, you've pushed us close to collapse. I knew then that it would take 100 years for the empire to recover from the unrest. For that reason I made a deal with those foolish leaders for a century-long peace. Oh, I wanted their lands, but I feared their meddling more by bringing more chaos to our empire. The Sword Star Empire people sneered, giving a look of scorn at the said leaders turned convicts. These morons fell for our delay tactic and were mighty pleased with it. Ha! The idiots! Ling Yuntian was outraged. Bailey Jingwei is vile and shrewd. Our talks hadn't been in our favors at all. I should have just made him cede land as reparations. It never occurred to him that taking anything from Bailey Jingwei was possible. After the war, I noticed the shifting sands beneath the surface in the empire, making another large military campaign like last time impossible. At the very least, half the soldiers had to be stationed to secure the empire and prevent more unrest or collapse. This was a constraint put on me in facing the 4 lands, unable to go all out against them. Bailey Jingwei continued with a glimmer in his eyes as he pointed at Bu Xingyun. But this time, sect leader Bu was a boundless source of inspiration. He's a spy I placed in the northern lands in time of the last war. His job was simple, to break the Sea-Bright sex barrier. But it ended up with him saving the leaders of the four lands. Sea-Bright sect Ling thought so highly of him that he was entrusted with important duties. His power only grew from then on, leaving the northern lands' defenses in his care. It got me thinking, if the enemy's defense is controlled by one of my men, it couldn't be easier. War would become pointless, and it saved loads of time too. All it lacked was a suitable plan to take the enemy lair. Ling Yuntian gasped in shame. It was all due to indulging Bu Xingyun that Bailey Jingwei had an easy time breaching their defenses and taking his home. Ignoring sect leader Ling's guilt, Shuofan held a constant smile. So Prime Minister turned to finding particular spies. Yes? Correct. Having spies in the leadership of every land would prove crucial to further my plans. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone, pointing at the said spies. The war just ended and the lands were in urgent need of making up for their losses, making it the best chance to climb the ranks. I thus chose potential candidates for me to use. Starting with Eastern lands, I chose Shangguan Yuheng, because she was the mother of Shangguan Yulin, the best disciple in the Eastern lands. Shangguan Yulin's position made me understand her status. But then Shangguan Yulin turned traitor and died. His mother grew petty and hateful. This only helped more. The higher she went, the more she loathed the Shangguan clan. Could you ask for a better candidate? Ha ha ha. Bailey Jingwei laughed, earning a glare from Shangguan Yuheng. Bailey Jingwei shrugged. Don't look at me. Those aren't my words, but Sword King Feiyun's. Though that's reality. To a person consumed by hatred, nothing matters, not even their clan. They'd want it destroyed just the same. But how could she climb the ranks harboring revenge? I then changed her name to Monyang, to show remorse, for Mo alludes to a mother atoning for her son. And thanks to Shangguan Feixiong going into seclusion, the huge clan only had a little girl leading it. Ah, women, ruthless and soft. Feixiong's daughter actually accepted the apology and considered Monyang a close friend. Maybe even closer. She was all alone in the clan, and then she found the auntie's shoulder to lean on, becoming practically kin. It's a gift from heaven, if I do say so myself. Shangguan Monyang used her power alongside the young miss to gain control over the borders and complete the task I had for her. Zhuofan nodded with a thumbs up. Marvelous. Why thank you, Steward Zhua. Bailey Jingwei shrugged then. As for southern lands, Murong clan had few people, left with only foggies enjoying retirement. This made it even easier to get a spy. And now we came to the real issue, western lands. The Luo clan made the best candidate on paper, pulling it in with some promises, but it's too damn stubborn, unbudging in some areas, and it slipped out of my grasp. I didn't want to deal with them and had no choice but to resort to a little trick to pry them apart and surrender to me. Don't forget my devil palace, Zhuofan reminded him. Bailey Jingwei nodded. Right. The devil palace Steward Zhuo established was a plague to my heart. All because it was rooted deep in the central area. It always made every move of mine tiresome and slow. I had to use the plan of dealing with the four lands to fake an empty central area and draw you out. Clap. Zhuofan praised. Prime Minister Bailey sure is thorough, flawless perhaps. You've done marvelously this past century. Steward Zhuo, please, this is what I've done these years. Now it's your turn. How would Steward Zhuo settle this situation? Bailey Jingwei smiled. Zhuofan waved him off. Prime Minister. Come on. I'm calling you flawless and you're saying I'll handle it? Steward Zhuo, there's no need for modesty. As the best minister, I always wanted to compete with the best steward once more. Don't disappoint. Bailey Jingwei's eyes shone, his smile sinister. Zhuofan smirked and nodded. If you insist, I'll just have to make a fool of myself. Like I said, Prime Minister Bailey had done marvelously, taking the lands and solidifying the empire, attacking and retreating at the right moments. Though what if I saw a crack in the Prime Minister's plan? Tearing it to reveal a crippling weakness. Ha ha ha. What? Bailey Jingwei's heart jumped, his smile gone as he cupped his hands. Enlighten me. Zhuofan droned on. The crux of Prime Minister Bailey's plan are spies. But what if these spies were already picked? Bailey Jingwei shook, his eyes landing on Bu Xingyun and the others. Prime Minister, don't listen to his nonsense, we check out. Bu Xingyun panicked and then cursed Zhuofan. Hey Zhuofan, stop poisoning the well. We never betrayed the empire. Zhuofan chuckled. The world bears witness to sect leader Bu's heart. I know you didn't betray it. What I meant was, we didn't either. Shangguan Manyang and the others announced, sweating buckets. They saw firsthand how Bailey Jingwei dealt with traitors, through the Luo clan's fate. He sentences the whole clan just because of an unsteady heart. Bailey Jingwei needed to have but an inkling of doubt and they were deader than dead. So they declared their stance from the start. Zhuofan chuckled. Not you either. I meant Prime Minister Bailey. Me? How? Bailey Jingwei shook. Zhuofan said, Prime Minister, if your spies had been exposed from the start, what would you have done? Bailey Jingwei's face twitched, turning grave. Tell me. Sure, it's my turn anyway to talk of the 100-year plan. Zhuofan nodded. Can a leopard change his spots? Can a shrew turn into a nice auntie at the drop of a hat and take responsibility for her son? Don't you think it's a bit of a stretch? Sure, it's easy for a girl, since women are always flexible, hearing of it reeks of something fishy. That's why I put a tail on her. I saw her trying only to further her authority and never contacting the central area, but I was certain this was only a matter of time. She's after revenge and alone it's impossible. As for sect leader Bu, I doubted him the moment he got all 4 lands leaders in the same spot. Then he rose through the ranks and furthered his power while exercising extreme caution. It didn't fit his wild nature. Recalling Shangguan Manyang, I figured out it was someone's plan. The Prime Minister avoided all contact the past century to protect them, but they all acted the same, aiming high and staying low. Going for power while avoiding conflicts. Bailey Jingwei's face shook, unease festering in his heart. If he found out everything from the start, he has the skills to make it all come crashing down. Zhuofan read him like a book, but I didn't pay attention to any of it, letting you have your fun. If it were so easy to plant spies in the enemy camp, why then would you have resorted to an all-out war? It was precisely because of the huge losses after the war that presented this chance. I just couldn't bear the thought of ruining the Prime Minister's pet project after all that effort. Speaking of, I have the heart of a girl, quite a softie. Though I'm a family man. Ugh. Bailey Jingwei faltered, his face twitching. If you're a family man, then the whole world has only cruel monsters. The Luo clan looked bleak as they sighed. Steward Zhua hasn't changed a bit after all these years. Can't he have just a shred of decency?